Chapter 974. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yaroji's body trembled incessantly. She was completely unaware of the chaos outside. It was very difficult for women of the bewitching race to reach a true climax. But this time, after 3 consecutive days of incessant stimulation, Yaroji felt that her body and soul had reached the peak of excitement. Her skin was flushed pink and every cell in her body was trembling. I'm dead, I'm going to die. Yaroji's plump buttocks writhed even more violently. Her entire body was like a snake, writhing. She was very tired. She also knew that the bewitching race could not allow their bodies to reach the peak of excitement because it would cause great harm to their bodies. But Yi Qinghan needed it, so she was ready to risk it all. With a loud moan, peach blossom nectar gushed out of Yaroji's body and was completely absorbed by Yi Qinghan. Yaroji's entire body trembled violently and all her muscles convulsed. She lay on Yi Qinghan's body like a dead fish, breathing in through her nose and mouth but not out. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. With a roar, he arched his body and violently spewed out. He hugged Yaroji tightly, his eyes sparkling and his skin glowing with an indescribable luster. He did not comfort Yaroji but gently placed her on the bed. Then, he picked up a nearby veil and covered her. He picked up the green robe on the bed and quickly put it on. He took out the dragon sword saber and tied it behind his back. Then, he gently kissed her forehead and said with a smile, "Have a good rest. Send me out." Yaroji weakly opened her eyes and forced a smile. She said softly, "I'll wait for your return." Rumble. In the skies above Soul Emperor Island, the wild power of heaven and earth became even more violent. The 10 billion martial artists felt like they were small boats in a raging sea that could be destroyed at any moment. They would be blasted into nothingness. But no one dared to retreat or escape because they did not know if they could escape at this moment. Another reason was that Li Fei and the others did not move. Li Fei's head of green hair fluttered in the air, but his eyes flickered with a gloomy and indeterminate light. He had a very bad premonition in his heart, but the supremacies on Soul Emperor Island didn't move. He thought that this was a heaven and earth anomaly and not a divine punishment, because they hadn't done anything to provoke the divine punishment. Today was a very crucial day, but strange changes had occurred again and again. Lei Yizhen's appearance was not a big deal. But now, a strange phenomenon had suddenly appeared, which made him very worried. There was even an inexplicable sense of fear. The other 30-odd venerables were also worried and afraid. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the stronger the premonition of danger. At this moment, the 30 over supremacies sensed a premonition of danger. This place was very dangerous. Run for your life. They didn't know where the danger came from. 10 billion star realm experts and dozens of venerables, how could there be danger? Could it be that a 9th grade war god would make a move? Buzz. Suddenly, a burst of light came from Soul Emperor Island, attracting everyone's attention. When a green figure appeared out of thin air above Soul Emperor Island, more than 30 supremacies narrowed their eyes. They knew where the danger came from. This danger came from the green-robed man on Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qinghan. This was a very absurd thing, extremely absurd. Big Brother Yi. Little Han. Brother Yi. 4 loud shouts came from within the Thunder God's protection of the Star Army. Their voices were filled with surprise, grievance, worry, and fear. Yi Qinghan didn't answer them. He didn't even look at the black mass of people in front of him. He stood proudly in midair, his eyes closed. His green robe billowed in the wind, his black hair dancing wildly in the air. Even the dragon sword saber on his back was trembling slightly, as if it was about to unsheath itself and kill all the enemies in front of him. Rumble. The 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky moved faster and faster. Countless thunder dragons began to interweave and merge, 2 becoming 1. The pressure on Soul Emperor Island became even more terrifying. Wild energy wreaked havoc in the sky and sea. Huge waves began to surge in the blood-red sea. Countless dragon boats began to sway left and right. Countless people began to tremble. The surging of the sky and the surroundings formed a sharp contrast with Yi Qinghan, who stood proudly in the sky with his eyes closed. This scene was extremely strange and awkward. Yi Qinghan, don't play tricks there. Hurry up and come out, we'll kill the 4 of them immediately. Li Fei roared angrily. There was a trace of panic and fear in his voice, though he didn't know why he was like this. But Yi Qinghan still didn't move. Kill the 4 of them, now. Li Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't care less about the increasingly wild energy in the sky and the divine thunder that could fall at any moment. He felt that if he didn't act now, he would force Yi Qinghan to come out. Things would become worse and worse, completely out of his control. Xiu. The moment Li Fei moved, the countless venerables also moved. They couldn't wait any longer. If they waited any longer, they felt that they would all die. Eternal space. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Ha ha. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan moved. He opened his eyes and laughed wildly towards the sky. His voice was incomparably insolent and incomparably elated, unbridled. His eyes were filled with divine light at this moment, and his entire body was emitting a faint white light. His entire person became incomparably holy, like a god descending, undefeatable. Yi Qinghan's words caused Li Fei and the rest to be slightly startled. All of them turned their heads subconsciously. They frowned and stared at him, not understanding what he was saying. What was the use of saying this now? But in the next second, Yi Qinghan actually laughed loudly as if there was no one else around. He said leisurely, "Eternal space, it's not eternal space at all, but willpower. I didn't expect willpower to actually be a kind of spatial profound mystery. Willpower can not only be bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth, but it can also be comprehended by martial artists through cultivation. Willpower originally uses the power of space and heaven and earth to suppress everything. It itself is a kind of profound mystery, so of course it can be fused. Haha, this young master actually comprehended the profound mystery of willpower. This young master actually possesses willpower, haha." Yi Qinghan's words were somewhat inexplicable. They were very profound and mysterious, causing countless people to be confused. However, Yi Qinghan's last sentence was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears, causing them to feel dizzy. Kaboom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, as a real clap of thunder descended. Following the earth-shattering explosion, a 10-meter thick, 1,000-meter-long bolt of godly thunder emerged from the colorful clouds. With a destructive pressure, it directly struck downwards. Its target was Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly in the sky. Yi Qinghan's body did not move. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he raised his hands, welcoming the descent of the godly thunder. An incomparably blinding light, like the explosion of a demonic sun, lit up on Yi Qinghan's body. In an instant, it enveloped Yi Qinghan's entire body. At this moment, everyone was blinded. That explosion earlier on had caused everyone to go deaf as well. At this moment, even their souls seemed to freeze. Everyone felt as if they had died and their souls began to slowly fly upward. Lei Yizhen's thunder god protection also quietly exploded at this moment. Countless dragon boats outside Soul Emperor Island, under the pressure of that array just now, were all turned to dust. Countless martial artists that were hiding were forced to reveal themselves. The dozens of supremacies that were flying in midair and attacking the thunder god protection were directly pressed into the sea. All the martial artists were pressed into the sea. The entire Soul Emperor Island trembled at this moment. The Soul Emperor Pavilion emitted a dazzling light. The restrictive barrier automatically activated to resist the aftermath of the heavenly might. After a moment, everyone's eyes recovered. They looked around at the wreckage of the dragon boats and the countless fallen Star Army soldiers. They looked at each other in dismay. Something's wrong. Where is Yi Qinghan? Li Fei blinked his eyes in confusion. He looked around and then exclaimed. His eyes were fixed on the sky above Soul Emperor Island. There was nothing there. Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes locked onto the sky above Soul Emperor Island at the same time. At the same time, their divine senses swept in all directions. However, they still could not find Yi Qinghan's voice. Countless people had a doubt in their minds at the same time. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had been blasted into pieces? Or did he escape during the chaos? Buzz. Suddenly, the space above the Star Army trembled. Li Kong's expression changed. More than 30 supremacies looked up at the sky at the same time. The 10 billion star army also looked up subconsciously. However, in the next second, everyone's expression changed instantly. They became incomparably pale, without any color of blood. They became completely hopeless. The surrounding spatial power condensed in the air and finally turned into a giant face. This giant face looked like a person's face. Yi Qinghan's face. Chapter 975. With the appearance of this giant face, the entire space seemed to freeze. No one could move. Even dozens of supremacies couldn't move, not even teleportation. The entire space seemed to be frozen at this moment, as if it had become eternal. Eternal space is not stopping time in a certain space to achieve the effect of eternity. It is freezing the power of space here. Forcefully imprisoning it, using the powerful power of space to suppress everything, suppress all martial artists. With the power of space controlled, who can move? Who can resist? Without source, who can compete? With will, no one can resist. No wonder will is unstoppable. No matter how strong a person is, can they resist the power of heaven and earth? A faint voice resounded. This was Yi Qinghan's voice. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but also as if he was explaining the truth of heaven and earth. Although the 10 billion people below couldn't move their bodies, they could use their souls. When they heard Yi Qinghan's words, countless people were shocked. Because of Yi Qinghan, countless spatial powerhouses had gathered below. There were also many God-Emperor spatial powerhouses. Countless people had studied eternal space before. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's words were like a blow to their heads, and they instantly came to an understanding. The legendary mysteries of eternal space did exist. That spatial powerhouse from 10 million years ago was right. This problem that had plagued the divine world for 10 million years had finally been solved. But no one could have imagined that eternal space was actually will. Will could not only be bestowed by heaven and earth, but it could also be comprehended by people. If this news spread throughout the divine world, it could be imagined that the entire divine world would experience a strong earthquake. While the countless spatial powerhouses were shocked, they were also secretly overjoyed. If they did not die this time, they would try their best to comprehend eternal space. Once they succeeded, they would become invincible gods of war. The spatial law was not a useless law. It was not a supreme law, but a supreme law. A law that could create invincible gods of war. If it wasn't a supreme law, then what was? In truth, the entire Soul Emperor Island was experiencing an earthquake, a powerful earthquake. Yi Qinghan was a minor god monarch, a stray dog, someone they thought was dead for sure. He actually grasped will and became an invincible god of war. That was not important. What was important was that they and Yi Qinghan had formed an irreconcilable enmity. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of Yi Qinghan. Lei Zhan was stunned silly. He looked at the face in the sky. That familiar face, at this moment, felt so strange. He knew that Yi Qinghan was very awesome. How could someone who could lead them out of Sealed God Valley not be awesome? But what he didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan was actually this awesome. Venomous snake and dragon were dumbfounded. At this moment, both of them felt like their minds were in a mess. They felt dizzy as if they had drunk the strongest alcohol in the world. Fireworks was drunk, looking at the face in the sky. She really wanted to laugh out loud. She really wanted to proudly tell everyone that was her man. Li Fei fainted. He looked at the sky in a daze, not daring to believe it. He started to feel endless fear, and he started to hate Li Tian. This enmity was a little too big, so big that the Li family might be destroyed because of it. Evil Moon was stunned. Countless venerables were stunned. They had pursued this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. A young boy, a descendant who was many generations younger than them, a little warrior who had cultivated for less than 100 years, had actually reached it. Lord Devour laughed. His laughter was rippling, arrogant, and joyful. Ever since the Soul Emperor died, he had never laughed like this. Xiao Hei's hair was still standing on end. His pair of spirited eyes were filled with pride. That expression, that raised head, it seemed to be telling everyone, That's my boss. Lord Xiaohei's boss. Dripping spring rivers Rain Duanfei was also frightened. You can't play like this, right? Kid, if you play like this, how can we, the seniors, endure it in the future? Li Shuai and Lord Ju were silent. At this moment, they didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb this dream. However, Yinling giggled. Her curvaceous body twisted and turned. Her exquisite face was filled with excitement. Her first man had actually become a monarch. Although she was raped, no, she didn't resist at all. I had no conflict with the Star Sea. Peach Blossom and Sihan loved each other. Peach Blossom venerable, for your selfish desire, you forcefully separated them. I snatched them. This is my fault. I have no complaints if you want to kill me, but what wrong did the millions of people of the Flame Dragon City do? What wrong did the civilians of the Flame Dragon continent do? Their crimes shouldn't involve their families, and the civilians shouldn't be implicated. The experts of the divine realm are supreme. If you want to kill me, if you have the ability to kill me, I have nothing to say. If that's the case, I have the ability to kill you now. If I want to kill you now, you should have nothing to say. The ethereal voice continued, with boundless dominance and soaring anger, resounding in the ears of the billions of Star Army soldiers. It was like the decree of a monarch, undefiable and undefiable. Uncle Lei Zhan, take fireworks and the others to the sea 10,000 meters to the left. The space fluctuated, and the pressure around Lei Zhan and the others suddenly disappeared. Lei Zhan was overjoyed. He quickly surrounded fireworks and Viper War God with his origin power, and broke the ice chains on them. Then, he took the three of them and teleported. Strangely enough, after the four reached the sea 10,000 miles to the left, their figures suddenly disappeared. But it didn't seem like teleportation. Even divine senses couldn't detect them. The spatial energy in the air started to flow again. Yi Qinghan's huge face disappeared and was replaced by a huge palm that was 10,000 meters long. It brought with it a pressure that could destroy heaven and earth as it slammed down towards Li Fei and the dozens of venerables. No, Yi Qinghan, you can't kill me. The Star Sovereign won't let you go. At the last moment, Li Fei actually burned his origin power in exchange for a roar. In the end, he could only hope to use the name of the Star Sovereign to scare Yi Qinghan. The Star Sovereign was the number one in the divine realm. Even the South Mountain Sovereign was defeated by him in one move. He thought that Yi Qinghan might have some reservations. Boom. But what responded to him was a deafening sound. The giant palm smashed a bottomless pit in the sea. Around the palm, except for the huge waves, not a single drop of water flowed toward the pit in the middle. With the appearance of the pit, dozens of venerables and more than 1 billion Star Army soldiers disappeared. Strictly speaking, they were all smashed into powder, and not even their divinity crystals were left. One palm smashed more than 1 billion people to death. The waves soared into the sky and crashed down heavily. Apart from the roaring of the waves, there was only silence, a deathly silence. The giant face in the sky disappeared, and a figure in a green robe stood proudly in the sky. The space pressure was also lifted at this moment. But the remaining billions of people still felt that the pressure was still there, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Countless pale yellow liquid and cold sweat flowed down from the crotch of the martial artists and into the blood-red seawater. Other than the fishy smell of the seawater, the smell of the seawater was also accompanied by a faint smell of sec. It was too cruel. He was not a human. He was the devil sovereign of the 9 underworlds, the devil king. These words appeared in the minds of countless martial artists at this moment. It was normal to kill people in the divine realm. Countless people died almost every moment. But it was the first time in the history of the divine realm that more than 1 billion people were killed with one palm. There were more than 30 venerables here. Venerables. Swoosh. A figure suddenly rushed out of the pit, which made countless people puzzled. There was actually someone alive. Lord. Yi, in-law. Spare me. I hope you can spare my life for the sake of the peach blossom. I know I was wrong. I was blind. A martial artist with disheveled hair and blood all over his body. He knelt in midair and kept kowtowing. Peach blossom, if it wasn't for the sake of the peach blossom, would you still be alive? Yi Qinghan said coldly, not even looking at the peach blossom venerable. Looking at the star army outside the Soul Emperor Island, he said faintly, go back and tell Li Kong to stay on the Supreme Island. If he dares to come out, I will kill him. I will spare your lives for the sake of the Star Monarch. Get lost. Then, Yi Qinghan turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the sea where Lei Yizhen disappeared. Lord Devour's small dragon boat had already opened the protective shield, but for some reason, the martial artists couldn't detect it. As soon as he entered the dragon boat, Yi Qinghan looked at Lord Devour and the joyful crowd. He smiled, then rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 976. The Star Army outside Soul Emperor Island scattered quickly. In just a few blinks of an eye, the densely packed crowd of people had disappeared. The dragon boats were destroyed. Many experts had them, but they didn't have time to take them out. They just ran away as fast as they could. No one cared about the direction. The most important thing was to leave this place first. Soul Emperor Island resumed its tranquility. Only the remains of the dragon boats were left floating on the sea. The crater created by the giant hand was swallowed by the seawater. However, the billions of people could only stay outside Soul Emperor Island forever, watching the tides rise and fall, the clouds gather and disperse, in the small dragon boat. When Yi Qinghan fainted, it scared a lot of people, especially Xiao Hei and Fireworks, who were scared to death. Fireworks hugged Yi Qinghan hurriedly, not knowing what to do. Lei Yizhen and Dripping Spring also used their divine senses to check. They were puzzled. How could such a fierce man faint just like that? Why are you panicking? Lord Devour said faintly. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a smile, Little Han just consumed too much energy. He just needs to rest for a while. He has just broken through to the God the Archrealm, and the heaven and earth divine thunder bestowed him the origin power. Then, he immediately used the will attack. His foundation isn't stable, and his soul has consumed too much energy. It's not bad that he could endure until now. Hearing Lord Devour, everybody exhaled in relief. Lei Yizhen's and Venerable Li Quan's eyes lit up. Venerable Li Quan asked, Lord, that divine lightning just now bestowed origin energy? Yes. Lord Devour nodded. Looking at people's curious eyes, he pondered for a while and explained, the principle of heaven and earth bestowed Yi Qinghan the origin power twice. The first time was in Dripping Spring City. You should remember it, Dripping Spring City. I guess this time, the origin power bestowed will be more than the last time. After all, he has comprehended the profound mysteries of the principle of will. It's unprecedented. Little Han is the strangest genius in the history of the God realm. Li Quan also revealed an expression of as expected. Actually, when Yi Qinghan killed Paragon Flying Snow, he had already suspected that Yi Qinghan possessed origin energy. This was because the room where the divine thunder struck was the place where Yi Qinghan and Lei Yizhen live. Lord Devour's words made their eyes brighten. The will was the thing that every venerable craved the most. Having it was the symbol of an invincible god of war. As Lord Devour said so, it meant that he had confirmed that the will could be comprehended. Duanfei asked anxiously, Sir, can will really be comprehended? What do you mean? Lord Devour glared at the three of them, then at Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the chair. The three of them instantly came to their senses and felt ashamed. Wasn't this a formidable person who had comprehended will? It was just that it was too inconceivable for the three of them to believe it. Lord Devour paused for a while, then continued, however, I guess, except for Little Han, no one in the divine world can comprehend the mysterious will, which is the eternal space. Lei Yizhen was bewildered, asking in astonishment, Why do you say that? Lord Devour sneered and said, The divine world has had so many geniuses for billions of years. Even the space venerable from 30 million years ago was a peerless genius. He became a god at 3, broke through to the God Emperor realm at 20, and became a venerable in 100 years. What happened in the end? After millions of years of research, although he found the theory of the eternal space, didn't he die when his life ran out? Moreover, Little Han dared to tell us this secret. He must know that besides him, no one else can comprehend this mysterious will. Everyone nodded in agreement. That was the logic behind it. Of course, they didn't know that the reason why Yi Qinghan could comprehend the eternal space was because his soul had mutated, and he had two souls. Because of this, Yi Qinghan concluded that no one could comprehend the eternal space. Auntie, is my big brother the invincible god of war now? Ha ha ha, the invincible god of war. Invincible in the world. Big brother is the big brother. Awesome. Xiao Hei was jumping around the table. She was so happy. Seeing that no one was talking, she hurried to interrupt. Invincible in the world? Me. He's still 108,000 miles away. Listening to Xiao Hei, Lord Devour's smile disappeared, and he became serious. Everybody on the dragon boat put on a serious face, looking at Lord Devour. After a while, she turned to Yi Qinghan and said, Yi Qinghan's competence is strange. Actually, he's a god emperor. Moreover, he has just entered the god emperor realm, but the origin energy in his body is more than the venerables who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Anyway, he's not a venerable because he can't teleport. His will, how do you describe it? He's a little stronger than a level 9 expert, but he's still a little weaker than the one with the lowest competence in the divine world, the one who has been living in seclusion. That's why his competence is strange. Of course, his comprehensive competence is at level 9, the lowest is level 9. Fireworks and the others didn't understand Lord Devour's words. Lei Yizhen didn't know anything, and only dripping spring river and swirling rain looked pensive. Lord Devour seemed to be in a good mood today. Seeing that everybody was confused, he explained, remember, a level 9 expert isn't really invincible. It's just that there aren't many level 9 experts. Compared to other warriors, they're invincible. Just like the God Realm and the Mortal Realm, the God Realm is invincible. Even if Yi Qinghan is a level 9 expert, as long as his divine crystal and soul are destroyed, he will die. Of course, it's the same for me. Venerables are divided into 3 levels, low, and peak. Similarly, level 9 experts are divided into different levels. A level 9 expert can kill a level 9 expert. Even a venerable can kill a level 9 expert with a sneak attack. Of course, it's extremely difficult. There's no such thing as invincible in this world. A level 9 expert has mastered the will, which is to say, a part of the power of space and heaven and earth. The amount of origin energy a venerable has mastered determines their strength. As for level 9, it depends on the amount of space power you have mastered. For example, a level 9 expert who has mastered the space power of a prefecture or a level 9 expert who has mastered the space power of a whole continent can crush you into powder with just a lift of his hand. Oh, so that's how it is. Everybody nodded as if they understood something. If Lord Devour didn't tell them, they would have never known this in their entire lives. Venerable Li Quan and the other two felt as if an even bigger door had been opened for them. Whether they could step in or not would depend on their own luck. Li Quan saw that Lord Devour was so patient to explain to them. He hesitated for a while before asking again, Lord, is there a higher realm above level 9? Yes. Lord Devour said faintly. Then, he kept silent. They were satisfied that he could give them a definite answer. Indeed, it was useless to know their realm now. Not to mention the Viper War Gods group, even Li Quan was the same. Lord Devour suddenly took out a messaging jade talisman to send a message. Then, he opened the protective cover of the small dragon boat. At the same time, he stood up as if he wanted to welcome someone. Everybody was stern. Who could make Lord Devour stand up to welcome him? Not long afterward, the space fluctuated. A white figure appeared in the sky, glancing at the unconscious Yi Qinghan. Then, he turned to Lord Devour and smiled faintly. Dear Wu, long time no see. Yaroji, thank you for your hard work these years. Lord Devour beamed a smile one more time. Then, he introduced her to the others. This is one of the Yarrow dancing concubines, the Soul Emperor's subordinates, Yaroji. Greetings, Lord Devour. Everyone was stunned. Yaroji's body was wrapped tightly in a thin veil, but her beautiful face and elegant temperament, as well as the seductive aura that emanated from her bones, not only did it cause Lei Yizhen, Viper and the other men's hearts to race, it also caused Li Shui, Yinling and Fireflower to feel ashamed. At the very least, Yaroji's seductive womanly aura was something that they couldn't compare with. On the other hand, Yinling's eyes glowed once more. She was like a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey, and her pupils turned green. Chapter 977. Supreme Island, Lee Residence. Today, the group of guards was once again frightened by a black-robed man. The black-robed man was trembling all over as he ran towards the empty courtyard. He even crashed into a fake mountain as he ran. However, he acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to run towards the empty courtyard with his trembling body. Swish! Just as the guards were all feeling goosebumps in their hearts, not knowing what had happened, a black shadow flew in from the entrance of the Lee family mansion. This black shadow's speed was even faster than the black shadow from earlier. As it flew, it shouted loudly, "My lord, something has happened, something has happened." All the guards froze. They knew the two black figures. One was the elder who guarded the soul jade slips, and the other was the elder from Supreme Island's intelligence department. Something happened. Swish! Countless experts of the Lee family flew towards Lee family's empty courtyard. The doyens guarding the soul jade slips were scared to such a state. It was definitely an important figure of the Lee family that had died. Right now, there was one important figure of the Lee family outside. Venerable Lee Fei. And for the intelligence department's elder to come in such a hurry, it meant one thing. Something big happened in Star Sea. Or rather, Star Sea. Many people died. It didn't take long for the news to spread across the entire Lee family. It spread across the entire Supreme Island too. Lee Kong was enraged. The entire yard he lived in was instantly flattened. The 24 venerables of Supreme Island were enraged. The entire Supreme Island was in an uproar. More than 1 billion experts and over 30 venerables died in Star Sea, including Lee Fei. So many people were slapped to death by one person. A puny martial artist who slapped Star Sea countless times not long ago was slapped to death by Yi Qinghan. This news was no less than someone dropping a bomb on Supreme Island. All the experts on Supreme Island felt their scalps go numb and their heads spin. More than 1 billion experts and over 30 venerables. Putting aside the billions of experts, the 30-odd martial supremacies were practically the majority of the martial supremacies in the Starry Sea outside the Supreme Island. There were over 60 venerables in the entire Star Sea, and almost half of them were on Supreme Island. Only a few of the remaining half were left. This was the heaviest blow to the Star Sea in hundreds of millions of years. Ever since the Star Sovereign unified the Star Sea, such a terrible thing had never happened again. Along with this earth-shattering news, there was another unbelievable news. Yi Qinghan had reached level 9, and he had even comprehended a heaven-defying precept. Eternal space. The eternity of space was actually a will. Martial artists could comprehend willpower. Lee Kong's body trembled slightly. His fat body trembled, and the fats on his body trembled. Dozens of supremacies stood beside him. They were all supremacies from the Sovereign Island. They did not dare to look at Lee Kong as they lowered their heads to look at the ground and the ruins around them with gloomy expressions. There were still countless Lee family disciples kneeling outside. They were all trembling along with their family head. It seemed that the wind today was especially cold. Countless supremacies knew that Lee Kong wasn't trembling because of Li Fei's death. He was trembling in fear. Yes, he was afraid because of Yi Qinghan, because so many people had died. Let's go. Follow me to pay a visit to the Sovereign. After a while, Lee Kong regained his composure and stopped trembling. He lifted his head and looked around. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, causing everyone to feel pain. Countless supremacies really did not want to get involved in this mess. Although they were usually eager to pay a visit to the Sovereign, they wanted to hide as far away as possible now. They were even secretly resentful towards Lee Kong. Why should we follow you to bear the wrath of the Sovereign for the mistakes that your Lee family has committed? But under supremacy Lee Kong's knife-like gaze, no one dared to say a word of objection. Lee Kong's prestige in the Star Sea was too high. At least no one dared to go against him now. More than 20 people teleported. When they reappeared, they were at the plaza of the Sovereign Island. There was a huge teleportation formation on the plaza. But this teleportation formation was very strange because there was no one guarding it. Li Kong and the rest walked into the teleportation formation. Then, Li Kong flipped his hand and 9 blood-red stones appeared. He inserted them into the 9 notches of the teleportation formation. There was a flash of white light, and everyone disappeared from the plaza. Everyone came to a cave that was surrounded by waves of fire. Below them was a piece of slowly moving magma, and smoke rose from time to time. There was a huge palace on top of the magma. This palace was actually floating on top of the magma. It floated along with the magma, but it did not sink. It was extremely mysterious. Everyone stood in midair and did not dare to go near the palace. Their eyes seemed to be filled with fear towards the moving magma. Li Kong has something important to ask of the sovereign. Please grant us an audience. Li Kong led everyone to kneel in midair. They did not kneel on one knee, but on both legs. They did not bow, but prostrated on all fours. Li Kong was at the front. His fat body was lying in the air with difficulty. It was very comical. It was quiet all around. The waves of fire were swallowing and the magma was squirming. Strangely, there was no sound at all. The supremacies did not dare to get up. They floated in the air like dozens of huge worms. Wang. After a long time, the space above the palace fluctuated. An unparalleled aura rippled out from the palace and spread throughout the entire cave. Countless supremacies felt as though a huge mountain was pressing down on them. They felt a sense of suffocation, and could not even lift their heads. A pair of huge eyes quietly condensed above the palace. The eye sockets were blood red, and the pupils were black and white. However, the pupils in the middle were like 2 bottomless abysses, with no end in sight. What's the matter? A faint voice rang out. There was no emotion in the voice, and it was not loud either. However, these few words seemed to strike the hearts of everyone present. The voice seemed to have an inexplicable power, causing everyone's hearts to ache. All the muscles in their bodies contracted, and cold sweat poured down. Reporting to the sovereign. The floating continent has produced 2 9th-grade martial artists recently. One of them killed Li Fei and 34 other supremacies, as well as 1.3 billion star army outside Seoul Emperor Island. The matter is like this. Li Kong is guilty. Sovereign, please punish him. Although Li Fei's heart was filled with endless fear, he could only brace himself and report the truth. Moreover, he didn't dare to conceal the truth. He recounted everything that had happened in the divine world, and also reported the matter of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion's 8th level being opened. The pair of huge eyes above the palace remained emotionless. After listening to Supremacy Li Kong's words, it became silent. The silence scared Li Kong and the supremacies. They were afraid that the Sovereign of Star would slap them in the next second, and everyone would be trapped in this cave forever. Got it. After a long time, the voice was heard. There was still no emotion, but everyone felt the pressure on their bodies getting stronger. When the voice was heard again, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Once the 9th floor of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion is opened, report to me immediately. Activate the Supreme Formation and seal the Supreme Island. Unless a 9th-grade martial artist attacks the Supreme Island, do not disturb me for anything else. Get out. When the last 3 words were spoken, a strong wind blew. Everyone felt a strong force acting on them. Everyone was like a kite with a broken string, rolling in the wind, unable to control themselves. When the wind finally stopped, everyone realized that they were already on the square. All the supremacies were lying on the ground like dogs eating *T, scaring the thousands of guards on the square. Li Kong did not care about his image being ruined. As long as he was alive, it was fine. He was glad that the Sovereign of Star did not pursue this matter. Instead, he paid attention to the 9th floor of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion. He immediately ordered the activation of the Supreme Formation to seal the Supreme Island. However, he was confused. What was in the 9th floor? Why was the Sovereign of Star so concerned about it? Chapter 978. It didn't take long for news of the earth-shattering battle outside of Seoul Emperor Island to spread throughout the entire divine realm. It would be difficult for such an important matter to spread slowly. The entire divine world was in an uproar. The previous time when Paragon Flying Snow died, everyone in the divine realm was discussing about it. Supreme beings were supreme beings who could teleport and possessed an all-conquering source of power. They were almost immortal, but dozens of them had died this time. Killing more than 1 billion people with a single palm strike had made Yi Qinghan's reputation overshadow his level 9 strength. Murderous Demon King, a demon in human form, the demon monarch of the divine world. Countless titles hung over Yi Qinghan's head. In fact, the higher a person's realm was, the less they would kill a lower-level martial artist. It was too shameful. That was why there had never been a battle in the god realm where so many people had died. Of course, no one felt that Yi Qinghan was going overboard. After all, the strong preyed on the weak in the immortal world. When 10 billion people besieged Yi Qinghan, they had to be prepared to be killed instead. You want to kill others, but can't others kill you? Even if Yi Qinghan had killed all 10 billion people, no one would have said anything. Of course, a large part of it was because he didn't dare. He was an invincible rank 9 powerhouse. Who dared to say anything about him? There was still a faint smell of blood in the air outside Soul Emperor Island. The ethereal continent's prestige flourished, with 3 rank 9s on one continent. The 8 sovereigns of the divine world had now become the 10 sovereigns. The Misty Continent occupied 3 of them. It could be said that as long as the Misty Continent declared war on another continent, the 3 great 9th grade martial artists would be able to easily wipe out all the martial artists who dared to resist. No one could stop him. The title of the number 1 force in the divine realm of the Star Sea immediately shifted to the Misty Continent. Didn't you see that he killed more than 1 billion people in the Star Sea and the Sovereign of Stars didn't even fart? There was something even more sensational, and that was the profound mystery that Yi Qinghan had comprehended, space eternity. After this matter spread out, countless spatial law powerhouses went crazy. Countless low-level martial artists began to turn their heads to comprehend the law of space. The law of little ribs had suddenly become a delicious piece of cake. The laws of heaven and earth bestowed wills, and they had to comprehend the ultimate mysteries. Ultimate profound mysteries were the fusion of 5 basic profound mysteries, the highest realm one could reach when comprehending the laws. This was incomparably difficult, perhaps even impossible. There had been countless geniuses, and eccentrics in the god world for billions of years. But in the end, only a few 9th grade profound mysteries appeared. It could be seen that successfully comprehending this ultimate profound mystery was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But things were different now. As long as one could comprehend a high-level profound mystery, eternal space, they would immediately possess a will of will. They would be able to reach the peak of martial artists, an invincible existence. High-level profound mysteries were hard to comprehend, but compared to ultimate profound mysteries, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Which god emperor didn't comprehend 2 or 3 high-level profound mysteries? For a time, countless people made up their minds and went into seclusion. He swore that he would not come out of seclusion until he comprehended the eternity of space and reached rank 9. Of course, there were also countless people who were worried. If countless martial artists were to comprehend the eternity of space and become an invincible rank 9, the divine world would definitely be in chaos. There were only 6 continents and 1 star sea in the immortal realm. With so many sovereigns, how were they going to divide up the forces? Many people had actually heard of a rumor that the reason why the hidden sovereign went into seclusion was because he went into an arcane realm. It was because he was the weakest among the sovereigns. The divine world did not have any territory for him, and he dared not snatch it. In the end, he could only go to an arcane realm with his tail between his legs and declare himself king. Once there were more rank 9s, the divine world forces would definitely divide up the forces again. The divine world would definitely be in chaos, and there might even be an apocalyptic war. Therefore, countless people were worried. Among those who were worried were the sovereigns of the other 5 continents. The 5 sovereigns did not hesitate. They came out of seclusion almost at the same time, and then all left their respective continents, rushing toward the ethereal mainland. The divine world suddenly became unusually lively. Everyone was anxious. The name Yi Qinghan had also become the most discussed word in the entire divine world. Yi Qinghan did not know about the chaotic situation in the divine world. He only knew that the martial artists of the ethereal mainland had gone crazy. Coming out of the small dragon boat and standing on the sea outside the divine martial city, Yi Qinghan was frightened by the black mass of people in front of him. There were 10 billion star soldiers outside the Soul Emperor Island. It was a magnificent scene, but compared to the figures in front of him, it was still a little lacking. Oh my! There were tens of billions of people here. On the ground, in the air, and on the sea, there were people everywhere. They were orderly, layer after layer, circle after circle, with no end in sight. It was impossible to count how many people there were. Welcome home, frigid night sovereign. Welcome home, frigid night sovereign. Welcome home, frigid night sovereign. Suddenly, everyone knelt on one knee in front of Yi Qinghan at the same time. With one hand on their chest, they bowed and lowered their heads, shouting excitedly. They bowed 3 times and shouted the same 3 times. The sound was earth-shattering, piercing through the sky. The blood-red seawater on the sea, under this earth-shattering shout, set off huge waves. Countless seabirds flew up from all directions. Even in the distant sea, countless demon beasts in the sea were frightened and fled in panic. Tens of billions of martial artists of the misty continent, organized and spontaneous. Hearing that Yi Qinghan had returned to the misty continent from the divine martial city today, they all rushed over. In the distance, there were still flashes of white light in the divine martial city. Obviously, there were still countless martial artists rushing over. At the forefront were Venerable Moonchaser, Venerable Fragrance, and countless venerables of the misty continent. Obviously, this was an order from the misty continent sovereign to give the highest standard of welcome. They were all here to welcome frigid night sovereign, to welcome the pride of the misty continent, home. When Yi Qinghan roared in the Star Sea and swore to fight against the entire Star Sea alone, Yi Qinghan became the pride of the young generation of the misty continent. But today, he became the pride of the entire continent. With my blood, I declare to the world that if His Highness does not die, or if he does not collect 100-fold debt of blood, he will never return. How heroic was this oath! How arrogant was this oath! How arrogant was this oath! Never return! A single person, a mere divine king, declared war against the largest faction in the divine realm, and wanted to kill their highness. Wanted to fight against 10 billion experts. No matter what the final result was, to be able to say such a sentence, to be able to do such a crazy action, was worthy of admiration and pride. But, not only did Yi Qinghan dare to say it, but he also dared to do it, and he did it. He killed billions of martial artists in the Star Sea, he killed Li Tian, he killed Li Fei, and he killed dozens of venerables. Today, he could finally return to the imperial court, finally home. The pride of the misty continent was home. Did you say that the martial artists of the continent, the citizens of the continent, and the citizens did not come to welcome him? Yi Qinghan did not speak. He stared blankly at the dense crowd around him, at the distant divine martial city, smelled the familiar air, looked at the countless familiar faces below, and fell silent. Back then, this was where he set out to see. With 50 demonic beasts and 50 soul slaves, he set out for the Star Sea. Then, he fought in the Star Sea. Countless times, he saw the misty continent, and countless times, he wanted to go home. But he only took a deep look, and then resolutely disappeared again, diving into the surging blood-red seawater. The millions of citizens of the Flame Dragon City, Mount Wu, the Wind Emperor, and countless others had died. It was like a sharp sword hanging above his sea of soul. He could not breathe, and he could not smile brightly. Between life and death, his wife, children, friends, subordinates, and the citizens of the Flame Dragon continent made him feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on him, pressing on his thin shoulders, almost crushing him. Today, he finally won. He could finally go home with dignity, and he could finally have the face to pay respects to the millions of citizens who had died because of him. He could finally smile brightly. The feeling of relief was so good. Yi Qinghan smiled, like a flower blooming at the foot of Mount Luotian, incomparably brilliant. His entire body relaxed. Ever since he came to this world, He had always been fighting and fighting for himself, for his loved ones, and for his fate. He had almost never relaxed. He had always wanted to live a peaceful life, but he could not. Until today, he finally knew that he could live a peaceful life. Chapter 979. Little Han, I'm going back to the Soul Devourer city. Jida gave you the title of Frigid Night Sovereign. Don't reject it. You should arrange your things first. After you're done, come to the Soul Devourer city to see me. A faint voice interrupted Yi Qinghan's contemplation. His soul consciousness scanned and found that Lord Devour had teleported away with Lord Ju. The small dragon boat had also disappeared. Lei Zhan, Li Quan, and the others were floating behind him. They were also frightened by the billions of people in front of them. Xiao Hei flashed and stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He held his head high, his face proud as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know that he was Yi Qinghan's war beast. Fireworks's beautiful eyes sparkled. She held Yaroji's hand, looking at Yi Qinghan's back with an infatuated look. Yinling was holding Yaroji's hand on the other side, smiling faintly at Yaroji. The three of them were all masked with silk scarves, concealing their peerless beauty. However, just their slim and graceful figures were enough to captivate one's soul. Everybody, stand up. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, smiling tenderly. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the ears of every warrior of the Misty Continent. Billions of people felt like they were bathing in the spring breeze. They all wore happy and worshipping faces, standing up and looking at the blue figure standing proudly in the sky. That figure wasn't tall, but in people's eyes, it was so tall and majestic. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly again. He didn't say anything, taking people to fly into the divine martial city. The warriors in the sky automatically moved to the sides, making a wide path. Lei Zhan stayed, smiling at people. Everybody, Frigid Night Sovereign has just returned to the continent. He has many things to deal with. Later, you can visit Flame Dragon City as a guest. Everyone in Flame Dragon City, listen to my order. Return to the city. Countless figures soared into the sky and lined up neatly behind Lei Zhan. They followed Lei Zhan in high spirits and chased after Yi Qinghan. Farewell, Frosty Night Sovereign. When Yi Qinghan flew into the divine martial city and walked into the teleportation array, billions of people knelt down on one knee again and shouted in unison as they watched Yi Qinghan leave. Yi Qinghan turned around and waved at the crowd, once again thanking them for their hospitality. The entire divine martial city erupted in thunderous cheers. After Yi Qinghan and the others turned into a beam of white light and disappeared, the cheers continued for a long time, shaking the entire field. When Yi Qinghan teleported to Myriad Waters City, he was once again welcomed and cheered by countless people. This time, Yi Qinghan didn't stay for too long. He just waved his hand indifferently and directly entered the Flame Dragon City's teleportation formation. Standing in Flame Dragon City's plaza, Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar city. Looking at the even more beautiful city, he couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. How many years has it been? He had finally returned to this city, the city that belonged to him. Welcome back, City Lord. The martial artists who stayed behind in Flame Dragon City didn't call him Frosty Night Sovereign like the martial artists in Divine Martial City. Instead, they called him City Lord. This time, Yi Qinghan's smile was even brighter. Looking at the demonic emperor's furry face, he felt so close and warm. Swish. A moment later, Lei Zhan and the Flame Dragon City citizens who went to Myriad Waters Manor to welcome Yi Qinghan had all returned. However, the teleportation array didn't stop. All the teleportation arrays on the plaza lit up, and countless martial artists were teleported to Flame Dragon City. Countless manor heads stood on the plaza with smiles on their faces and bowed to Yi Qinghan. Uncle Lei Zhan, where are the millions of people buried? I want to pay my respects to them. Yi Qinghan ignored those manor heads and spoke to Lei Zhan indifferently. All the martial artists in the city shuddered. They didn't expect that the first thing Yi Qinghan did after returning was to pay his respects to the souls of the dead. City Lord, this way please. After returning to Flame Dragon City, Lei Zhan became more courteous. No matter what, Yi Qinghan was the City Lord of Flame Dragon City. Moreover, He had already reached such a high cultivation realm. If he called him Little Han in public, that would be disrespectful. Yi Qinghan followed Lei Yizhen out of the city. Yarou Ji, Hua Yang, Li Quan, and the others followed closely behind. The venerables of the floating mist mainland who had rushed over all followed behind silently. The rest of the martial artists followed behind Yi Qinghan silently as they walked out of the city. Yi Qinghan walked. No one dared to fly. Outside the gates of Flame Dragon City was an incomparably wide plaza. At the end of the plaza, there was a tall stone monument. Beneath the monument, there were millions of corpses and heroic souls buried. Yi Qinghan walked at the front. He knelt down on both knees and kowtowed. When Yi Qinghan knelt down, it scared the countless people behind him. Peng peng. Everyone in the plaza knelt down. Even Yi Qinghan had knelt down. How could they still dare to stand? Yi Qinghan kowtowed 3 times respectfully. He silently swore in his heart that he would definitely take Li Kong's head to avenge the deaths of everyone. Whether it was for the millions of heroic souls below, or for Xiao He, or for the Soul Emperor, Li Kong had to die. After paying his respects, Yi Qinghan let Lei Yizhen and Li Quan entertain the distinguished guests. Venerable Wind Chaser and the others represented the floating mist sovereign, so they couldn't slack off. Lei Yizhen had already sent a message back. Immediately, countless square tables were set up in the plaza within the city and outside the city. Countless spiritual liquids, wine, and fruits were served. As long as they were in Flame Dragon City, they could enjoy to their heart's content. Ling Qing Cheng and the others still in the Lily Cave mansion? Yi Qinghan immediately asked Yin Ling as he brought Yarou Ji and Yang Ling into the 5th floor of the City Lord's mansion. However, his expression was a little awkward. He touched his nose in embarrassment and was a little nervous. Phut, Yin Ling looked at Yi Qinghan's expression and all her anger dissipated. The frigid night sovereign, who stood above millions of people, was actually a little afraid of her. She felt a little proud and smiled. When I left the Lily Cave mansion, I told them to go back first. Safety first. Yi Qinghan looked at Yin Ling gratefully and then smiled at Fireworks. Fireworks, make arrangements for Yarou Ji, Ling and Shui to stay. I'll go back to the Flame Dragon continent first. Xiao He is leaving. Fireworks nodded with joy in her eyes. Yi Qinghan was treating her as one of his own. Of course, she and Yin Ling were a little jealous. As soon as Yi Qinghan returned, he went to pick up Qing Cheng and the others. But after thinking about it, the two felt relieved. Yi Qinghan was such a loyal person. Wasn't this his strong point? If Yi Qinghan was a cold-blooded person, would they like him? After giving the unfettered ring to Qing Cheng, Yi Qinghan could only helplessly leave with Xiao He through the teleportation formation. But this time, Yi Qinghan covered his face. He didn't want to be surrounded by people wherever he teleported. Exclamations. After teleporting to the Misty City, they used the special teleportation formation to teleport to the Flame Dragon continent. When Yi Qinghan once again stood in the sky above the Flame Dragon continent, when Yi Qinghan smelled the familiar air, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. This time, no one would be able to pose a threat to him, to his family, or to the Flame Dragon continent, right? Swoosh. The space around him fluctuated continuously. Countless God-rank experts teleported over. Qinghan, Father, Little Han, Frost Emperor, Xiao He, Lord Xiao He. Countless familiar faces appeared by Yi Qinghan's side, looking at Yi Qinghan with faces full of excitement. This was their backbone, their pillar of support, their king. Hello everyone. The smile on Yi Qinghan's face was intoxicating. Even he himself was intoxicated. He loved this feeling the most. This feeling where everyone was happy. He looked at Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, Yi Yaoreo, Yi Sihan, and Peach Blossom. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, I am back to take you to the divine realm. From now on, no one can stop us from reuniting. No one will be able to threaten you anymore. As the Frost Emperor, I promise you. Chapter 980. Frigid Night Sovereign? Everyone was confused. Yu Qingcheng, Peach Blossom, and the others weren't country bumpkins. How long had they lived in the divine realm? They had heard of the title sovereign, but didn't it refer to the 8 supreme existences of the divine realm? Lord Devour had also reached the sovereign level, but how could Yi Qinghan guarantee them as a sovereign? Since when was there a frigid night sovereign? Wait a minute. Yu Qingcheng raised her eyebrows as she recalled something. Wasn't Yi Qinghan called frigid night war god? Frigid night war god, frigid night sovereign? Could it be? Yu Qingcheng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded his head. Yu Qingcheng's entire face flushed red, her beauty was indescribable. Qinghan? This, how could it be? Yu Qingcheng exclaimed, then covered her mouth. If it wasn't Yi Qinghan who said it, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and happily said, "Why not? What's impossible about your man?" Yu Qingcheng was even more excited, but the others were still confused. Yi Yaoreo looked pensive. Yi Qingyu was the most direct. She looked at Yu Qingcheng in confusion and said, "Sister Qingcheng, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Qinghan said he has become the frigid night sovereign. In other words, his strength has reached the 9th grade. Yi Qingyu blinked, then suddenly opened her eyes wide. At the same time, the others also opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This joke was too big. Hey, don't be so surprised. You will know in the future. If the warriors of the continent want to go to the divine realm, they can go at any time. On the ascension platform, it means you are from the Fire Dragon continent. They will send you to the Fire Dragon city immediately. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He kept smiling. So many years of struggle, dancing on the edge of a knife, running with the Grim Reaper, wasn't it all for today? Now that he had the ability to protect them and give them the best life, what other reason could there be for him to be unhappy? Xiao Hei stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and said proudly, "Hihi, Boss's sovereign status was personally bestowed by the Misty Sovereign." When Boss returned to the Misty Continent, tens of billions of experts from the Divine Martial City came to welcome him. Father, have you reached level 9? Everyone was stunned, because they had absolute trust in Yi Qinghan. They knew that he never boasted or lied, and Xiao Hei also never lied. But Peach Blossom still couldn't believe it. Her father was a venerable. She knew very well how difficult it was for a warrior to reach level 7 or venerable, let alone the supreme existence, a level 9 invincible war god. That's right. Peach Blossom, I think this time your father will not object to you and Sihan being together. Yi Qinghan answered very seriously. He knew that it was hard for her to believe it, and he didn't want to explain, so he said with a smile, "This time I am here to take you to the divine realm. You will all know when you get there. Father, you have become a sovereign, a level 9 invincible war god." Yi Sihan blinked, still not believing it. "Okay, I will go with you to the divine realm." Peach Blossom's eyes lit up. Although she had a comfortable life with Yi Sihan in the Fire Dragon continent, she had grown up in the divine realm, so it was comfortable to live in the divine realm. Although she hated the Peach Blossom Venerable very much, he was still her father. It would be best if they could reconcile. Yi Qingwu immediately shouted, "Go to the divine realm, go to the divine realm, I also want to go to the divine realm." Yu Qingcheng and Yi Yaoreo looked at each other, their eyes full of desire. In the divine realm, their cultivation speed was very fast, but in the Fire Dragon continent, it was too slow. The two of them wanted to go to the divine realm. Let's go. Grandpa Green Cow, Grandpa White Tiger, let's go to the divine realm together. Anyway, you can come back whenever you want in the future. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and made his decision. Yi Tianlong also didn't hesitate. They also wanted to go to the divine realm to confirm what Yi Qinghan said. Although they believed it, they still didn't dare to confirm it. Because this was too ridiculous. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out. He originally wanted to visit the rabbit in the dark castle, but when his divine sense swept out, the rabbit sent him a voice transmission immediately. It said that it was preparing to go into seclusion, and that it would talk later. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. This rabbit was too awesome. He didn't even say anything, and she rejected him directly. And it seemed like he couldn't find out her strength now. It seemed like he had to ask Lord Devour about this. Yi Tianlong sent a message to Yi Qiong, telling him something. Then, Yi Qinghan brought his team to the Purple Island. This time, besides Yi Qinghan's family, some God Realm warriors of the continent also wanted to go to the Divine Realm to see the legendary Divine Realm. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't mind. They entered the Purple Island directly. Yi Qinghan did it himself. They got into the teleportation formation and were teleported to the Ascension platform. Everybody, stand on the left. On the Ascension platform, the two Peak of King God Realm guards were still wearing silver robes and hair. When they saw people teleporting from the material plane, they scanned the area and said instinctively. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes opened wide. He crawled up, kneeling on the ground. His body shivered as he said fearfully, "Greetings. Greetings, Lord Han Yi. My lord, please forgive me." The other guard had already woken up. He also kneeled on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Many warriors of the material planes stood on the left side of the Ascension platform. When they saw the two guards kneeling, they also knelt in fright. Yu Qingcheng and the others' eyes brightened. The guards of the Ascension platform had a special position. Although they were only at the peak of King God Realm, they didn't even pay attention to a 5th or 6th grade war god. When Lord Ju took out the token of the Misty Mountain Lord, the two guards only kneeled on one knee. But now, get up. From now on, the people who ascended from the Flame Dragon plane will be teleported directly to the Flame Dragon city. Activate the teleportation formation. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't argue with these two nobodies. Although he and Xiao Hei had been scolded by these two when they ascended that year, they were still the same. At this moment, Xiao Hei wanted to teach them a lesson. However, when he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he didn't say anything. He knew his boss's identity was different now. If this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Everyone walked into the huge teleportation formation on the right side. The two guards quickly teleported and disappeared from the Ascension platform with a flash of white light. "Big brother, do you think we should be more polite to the warriors who ascended? The frigid Night Sovereign ascended less than 100 years ago. But when he ascended, we don't even know if we scolded him or not. If the next time a genius ascends, we teach him a lesson, and he breaks through to the high-level God Emperor Venerable after 100 years, and comes looking for trouble with us, we'll be finished." Once Yi Qinghan left, the two silver-robed men hurriedly gathered together and discussed. Yi Qinghan's sudden rise made them feel afraid. The other giant man also nodded. The two of them had special identities. Perhaps a 5th or 6th grade war god wouldn't do anything to them. However, not to mention Yi Qinghan, any venerable could easily kill the two of them. The God Realm warriors who had just ascended were sweating profusely when they heard the two men's discussion. Ascended less than 100 years ago? How could he be so awesome? Although they didn't know what realm the frigid Night Sovereign represented, he could order the guards to teleport people who ascended from a plane to a city with just a few words. How awesome was that? The dozens of warriors who had just ascended were instantly excited. Their hearts were filled with ambition, and they fantasized about being like that lord. Cultivating diligently for 100 years, and finally becoming an overlord in the God Realm. At that time, they could also come to the Ascension platform and let these two people directly teleport the warriors who ascended from their continent to their own city. Chapter 981. It was only after arriving at Flame Dragon City that everyone was completely convinced of this extremely absurd fact. When countless venerables and millions of martial artists knelt down on one knee and paid their respects to Frost Night Sovereign, Yu Qingcheng and the others' eyes became slightly moist. They knew that after today, the Flame Dragon continent would be completely safe, and no one would be able to separate them. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan's frail body and became incomparably proud. Yi Tianlong's old eyes were filled with tears. This was the 7th brother that was forgotten by the Yi family, the 7th brother that almost died because of his negligence, the 7th brother that couldn't even summon a battle beast. Not only did he stand at the peak of the Flame Dragon continent, but also, the peak of the Divine Realm. Yi Qing didn't have too much time to care about everyone's feelings. He had a lot of things to do. Let fireworks settle down Qingcheng and the others. As for the relationship between the women, he would deal with it himself. If he dealt with this troublesome matter by himself, he would definitely be met with countless disdainful and resentful gazes. Ignoring them, just like what happened to Yi Yarrow Rao last time, everyone quickly blended together. Flame Dragon City's matters were all left to Lei Yizhen to deal with. He called for a doyen. Although Flame Dragon City was destroyed, under the protection of Lei Yizhen's Thunder God, all the doyen did not die. The only exception was Wu Shan and Feng Kai, who died in the Star Sea. Wu Shan was killed by Venerable Flying Snow, and Feng Kai was killed by Xie Yu. Although he avenged them in the end, Xie Yu should have been killed outside Soul Emperor Island. But Yi Qinghan still felt guilty, and was even more determined to find a way to kill Li Kong. This doyen came from Sealed God Valley, and was a doyen of Flame Dragon City. He was originally Lei Yizhen's subordinate, and his name was Wu Tian. His strength was not high, only at the peak of 6th grade war god. Wu Tian didn't know why Yi Qinghan called him over alone, and he was a little perturbed. The current Yi Qinghan was not the same as before. His 6th grade strength was no different from a god in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Could it be that Yi Qinghan wanted to remove him from his position as an elder? If Yi Qinghan were to issue an order, not to mention a war god at the peak of 7th grade, even a venerable would fight over the position of a senior elder of Flame Dragon City. Wu Tian, bring some people to the Starry Sea. This is the map. Go there. Yi Qinghan took out a map and placed it on the table. Then, he pointed at a location in the South Star Sea. Seeing that Wu Tian was very puzzled, he explained, tens of thousands of li below this position sea, there is a mysterious spirit cave mansion. There are more than a dozen demonic beasts inside, as well as more than a dozen martial artists that I brought with me back then. Take my token and bring them back. Yes. City Lord. I will bring them back as soon as possible. Wu Tian hurriedly responded, but in his heart, he was very glad. It seemed that Yi Qinghan was a very nostalgic person. Although he had become a monarch, as long as he and the others did not make any mistakes, his position as a senior elder would not be removed. Yi Qinghan nodded and let Wu Tian go. In fact, there was still one more thing in the Starry Sea that was waiting for Yi Qinghan to do. That was to go to the Flame Dragon Island next to Soul Emperor Island to look for the Night Emperor and the others. The Night Emperor and some of the seniors of the Flame Dragon continent were probably not very strong. However, they were the ancestors of the Flame Dragon continent. This matter was originally one of the reasons why Yi Qinghan went to the Starry Sea. He did not expect that so many things would be involved. After the battle on Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qinghan was in a coma for a long time. When he woke up, he was almost at the ethereal continent, so he did not go back to look for them. Originally, Yi Qinghan could have sent Yi Tianlong and the others to look for them. Yi Tianlong was his grandfather, so it was not impolite. However, Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, he had been in the Starry Sea for so long. Although the Flame Dragon Island was remote, it was impossible that no one had heard of it, right? He had built the Flame Dragon City, and the information was easy to find. He had ascended from the Flame Dragon continent. When the Night Emperor and the others heard this news, they would definitely take the initiative to look for him, right? However, there was no news of them now, so Yi Qinghan was a little worried. After thinking for a while, he decided to look for them after this matter was settled. No matter what, they were his ancestors. After sorting out the matter of the Night Emperor and the others, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the hall and began to check his body. Lord Devour said that his overall strength had barely reached rank 9, but he had not had time to check his body and straighten out his strength and realm. My soul and nomological order have reached the Emperor God realm. Now, excluding the power of origin and willpower, my strength should have reached rank 7. Was this what power was? It's really amazing. Yi Qinghan looked inside the divine crystal and found that there was a kind of translucent white light around the divine crystal. This was power. It could radiate with his divine power, and it could produce pressure on martial artists below the Emperor God realm. However, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the Emperor God realm, so the power was not strong. Oh right. The power of origin. Outside the Soul Emperor Island, The heaven and earth law seemed to have bestowed me with the power of origin again. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered and quickly looked inside his soul. He would not have known if he did not look, but when he did, he was shocked. Originally, the power of origin was only floating on the bridge between his two souls. Now, it was all floating above the soul sea. It was like a floating cloud, and its volume was at least 3 times bigger than before. It seemed that this time, the heaven and earth law had bestowed him with double the power of origin. With a thought, Yi Qinghan directed the power of origin to be released. This time, there was no resistance. It instantly appeared in his palm, and with another thought, the power of origin instantly enveloped his body. However, once a protective shield was formed on the surface of his body, there was no extra power of origin to attack. Yi Qinghan fooled around for a while, feeling that it was very fun. Finally, he thought of willpower, but he could not figure it out. Rather than saying willpower, he felt that it was better to say space eternity. For him, willpower was just releasing space eternity and then absorbing the nearby power of space. He relied on this power of space to suppress his enemies. He could not understand willpower at all, so Yi Qinghan could only ask Lord Devour later. He began to look inside the divine crystal. Now that he had reached this level of strength, he should be able to open the second seal in the divine crystal, right? He covered the black stone with his divine power, but what shocked Yi Qinghan the most was that the second seal on the black stone did not move at all. Yi Qinghan did not believe it, so he covered it with the power of origin again. The result shocked him even more. The power of origin could not get close to the black stone. F***ck, this is really strange. Yi Qinghan was frightened. At this moment, his overall strength had reached grade 9, which meant that he had reached the peak of the divine realm. He did not expect that he could not even open the second seal. What was this black stone? Was the Battle Emperor messing with him? Just as Yi Qinghan was puzzled, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It was the Battle Emperor's voice, which made Yi Qinghan shudder. Kid, don't waste your energy. Although your overall strength is not bad, your comprehension of the law is very low. According to the words of this divine realm, the second seal of this thing can only be opened when your comprehension of the law reaches the level of a venerable. As for the third seal, you need to comprehend an ultimate mystery to open it. Work hard, kid, your progress is not bad. This emperor is looking forward to meeting you again. After the Battle Emperor said that, he became completely silent. The meaning of this paragraph seemed very simple, but it contained a very profound and complex meaning. What did it mean according to the words of this divine realm? Could it be that there were many divine realm planes? To open the third seal, one needed to comprehend an ultimate mystery. The meaning was very clear. One had to rely on the comprehension of the law, and reach the real grade 9 to open it. This sentence had the most meaning. Yi Qinghan felt that the ultimate mystery was like carrots and cabbages to the Battle Emperor. One had to comprehend one. Could it be that he could comprehend two? It seemed like a grade 9 was nothing to the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor's words made Yi Qinghan confused, but no matter how he called out, the Battle Emperor did not speak again. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then stood up and said to Xiao He, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Let's go, Xiao He, let's go to Soul Eater City to find your aunt." Chapter 982. Just as he walked out of the hall, he met Lei Yizhen. Lei Yizhen was stunned, then he reported the situation with a bitter smile. In the past few days, countless people applied to buy buildings in Flame Dragon City. Originally, after Flame Dragon City was destroyed, Lord Devour helped rebuild it. However, because of the shadow of the previous destruction, very few people came to settle down. After so many years, there were only 20 or so people. Many houses, buildings, and shops in the city were empty. Now, Yi Qinghan had become the sovereign. Moreover, there was a sealed god valley below Flame Dragon City. Of course, countless wandering warriors and big and small families came to buy buildings, applying to become permanent residents in the city. In just a few days, the City Lord Mansion received millions of applications. A senior elder in the city calculated. There were about 10 million people who wanted to settle down in Flame Dragon City. That senior elder did not dare to make the decision, so he could only ask Lei Yizhen. A sovereign city, who did not want to come and settle down? Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a cold smile, and he said indifferently, unless it's necessary, I don't want all of them. The buildings and shops in the space generally change to restaurants and hotels. Flame Dragon City does not need that many permanent residents. Lei Zhen nodded. He also expected that Yi Qinghan would definitely make such a decision. He was already very clear about Yi Qinghan's character. People who treated him well, he would treat you better. People who made him uncomfortable, he would make you even more uncomfortable. Uncle Lei Zhen, you decide the city's matters. You don't need to ask me for everything. I believe in you. I will make a trip to soul-devouring city. Yi Qinghan smiled at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's character was without a doubt. He was a fierce man who could go to the Star Sea for fireworks alone. How could he allow sand to enter his eyes? After Yi Qinghan said that, he walked into a small hall. The small hall was not small, and it would not be crowded even if dozens of people sat down. However, when Yi Qinghan walked in, his eyes were dazzled. The small hall was filled with women. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people's eyes. No one knew what they were talking about, but they were all clamoring and laughing. The atmosphere was pretty good. Yi Qinghan paused with a guilty conscience, but countless eyes were already on him. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to be thick-skinned. He laughed and strode in. He waved his hand and said, Haha, hello everyone. What are you talking about? It was fine if Yi Qinghan didn't speak, but once he did, countless resentful eyes shot towards him. Especially Yi Qingwu and Yinling they were full of electricity, causing Yi Qinghan to tremble. The small hall was filled with beauties. Yu Qingcheng and Yarou Ji sat at the head of the table. Their strength was not high, but they had the demeanor of a married woman. Venerable Yarou Ji was powerful and had helped Yi Qinghan a lot. Not to mention her age, there was no doubt that she was sitting at the head of the table. On the left sat Yi Qingwu, Yi Yarou Rao, Yi Qingyu, and Peach Blossom. On the right sat Fireworks, Yinling Li Shui and Flying Rain. Each of the women had their own features. If a country bumpkin came in and saw them, he would have lost his soul. Brother, we're talking about your childhood. Yi Qingyu was the most innocent. She stood up and pulled Yi Qinghan's hand, giggling. Yi Qingyu indeed had the most right to speak about Yi Qinghan's childhood. Moreover, everyone was interested in this matter, and it was a good topic. The things that Yi Qinghan had done in the Flame Dragon continent were very legendary. Everyone was very interested in listening to him. Ah, what's there to talk about? Yeah, you guys keep talking. I'm going to the Soul Devourer city. Lord Devour asked me to go there. You guys should be happy. Yi Qinghan smiled and decided to use the old method to let them get to know each other. Of course, there was only one person they weren't familiar with. The Enchantress. As for the rest, they were still passable. I'll go with you. Little Han, I haven't been to the Soul Devourer city for a long time. I miss it. The Enchantress looked dignified. Obviously, she controlled her aura to not be so bewitching. The most beautiful side of the Enchantress tribe was always reserved for her man. Even so, the faint charm in her bones couldn't be concealed no matter what. Brother, I want to go too. Me too. Except for Flying Rain, Peach Blossom, and Li Shui everyone wanted to follow. Obviously, these women didn't want to go to the Soul Devourer city to see the sea. They just wanted to follow Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan forced a smile and nodded. Okay. We'll go together. Didn't Lord Devour say he wants to transform Xiao He? Let's watch together. Shui you don't want to go? All the women instantly revealed joyful expressions, and at the same time, they looked at Li Shui and Xiao He with indescribable expressions. Li Shui was shy. She glared at Xiao He and said, I'm not going. In a few days, I'll go back with my father. Xiao He stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He wasn't afraid of Li Shui at all. Instead, he said proudly, Hey, Shui just stay at home. When I, Lord Xiao He, become a handsome man, I'll go with my sister-in-law to your house to propose marriage. Li Shui's pretty face instantly turned red. She glared at Xiao He fiercely again and ran away shyly after throwing a sentence. You're so shameless. Who wants to marry you? Everybody burst out laughing. Firework blushed. Thinking about Yi Qinghan's promise, she said softly, Yi Qing'an, you guys go. I'm not going. I'll go with Sister Shu'ei. Seeing Firework running away with her blushing face, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu looked pensive. They looked at Yi Qinghan angrily. Yi Qinghan laughed, asking Yaroji to take them to the teleportation formation. A white light sparkled on the soul-devouring city's square. Several peerless beauties walked out of the teleportation formation, which bewildered thousands of guards. Seeing one or two beauties of this level was enough to make them dizzy. But now, there were several of them. However, when they saw the cyan figure in the middle of the group of beauties, their expressions instantly changed. The greed in their eyes immediately disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a face full of respect. They all knelt on one knee and shouted, Greetings, frigid Night Sovereign. Greetings, young Master Xiao He. Greetings, lords. Yi Qinghan waved his hand. Yaroji used her soul consciousness to check. She found Lord Devour's balcony, then led the others to teleport. Lord Devour made an exception, standing up to greet them. He smiled and nodded to them. Eventually, his eyes fell on Xiao He, smiling. Xiao He, the soul-transforming grass is here. When do you want to transform it? Xiao He's eyes brightened. He flew down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder, jumping on the table. Right now. I want to transform. I want to become a handsome man. Haha, this kid. Lord Devour looked at Xiao He lovingly, then smiled at Yi Qinghan. Little Han, you guys should take a walk in the city. We just need several hours. Yaroji, you come with me. Yaroji nodded. Xiao He was the Soul Emperor's son. Finally, he was going to be an adult. It was normal for her to attend the ceremony. Yi Qinghan wasn't in a hurry. He just wanted to ask Lord Devour some questions. Moreover, Lord Devour had asked him to come here. At this moment, Xiao He was going to transform. Shi Yang was looking forward to it. Lord Devour took Xiao He and Yaroji and teleported away. Lord Ju stayed with the others and chatted on the balcony. Yu Qingcheng and the other two weren't strangers to this balcony. Big brother. After several hours, the space fluctuated. A voice arose from the balcony. Yi Qinghan was standing on the balcony with the women, looking at the wandering sea in the distance. He turned around and didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Lord Devour and Yaroji appeared on the balcony, with a young man standing next to them. He wasn't tall, even shorter than Yi Qinghan. He wore a green robe, and his body looked thin and weak. His face was delicate, but his appearance wasn't much different from Yi Qinghan's, except that he was a little more handsome. He had a pair of shiny black eyes, which were strange and full of spiritual energy. Needless to say, he was Xiao He's human form. However, this Xiao He's human form was similar to Yi Qinghan's. However, his eyes were full of spiritual energy, and his aura was different. Xiao He flew toward Yi Qinghan like a lightning strike. As he was about to land on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, he halted in the air. He was a little surprised, looking at Yi Qinghan's shoulder, then at himself. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Yi Qinghan laughed, walking over and giving Xiao He a bear hug. He teased, Xiao He, you've turned into a human. Do you still want to stand on Big Brother's shoulder? Chapter 983. Xiao He pouted, feeling even more embarrassed. He was used to standing on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Now that he had turned into a human, he couldn't get used to it. Everybody found it funny. Xiao He had imitated Yi Qinghan's appearance. With his thin body, green robe, and delicate face, if he stood next to Yi Qinghan, people would say that they were blood brothers. However, Xiao He's spirited eyes were constantly moving around. This caused his temperament to be completely different from Yi Qinghan's. He looked like a mischievous youngster. After so many years, especially after he had become the Fire Dragon City Master, Yi Qinghan's body naturally revealed a special aura. He had become more steady and domineering. Now, after he had turned into the Cold Night Sovereign, his body seemed to be covered by an invisible halo, which gave people an inexplicable feeling of a noble, domineering, and imposing aura. The so-called changing body, changing aura. When a person reached a certain realm and a certain status, they would naturally have the same aura. Big brother, I can't stand on your shoulder anymore, can I? Blackie rubbed his nose. Instinctively, he did what he used to do, using his fingernails to scratch his nose. He had almost scratched his nose. Everybody burst out laughing. Even Lord Devour cracked his mouth, laughing without any manners. After laughing for a while, Yi Qinghan patted Xiao Hei's shoulder with a serious face, saying, Xiao Hei, you're a person now, a real person. Big brother will always be your big brother, but you have to work hard to change. Become a person. You have your own life. Don't let Shueya look down on you. Yes. I, Lord Xiao Hei, am so smart. I'm sure he will change soon. Xiao Hei patted his chest, not minding at all. Haha, Xiao Hei, you should change your name. Your family name is Devour. From now on, you will be called Devour. Lord Devour's face was full of love, as if he was treating his own child who had grown up. Hei. Auntie, my surname is Shi. The cheeky smile on Xiao Hei's face disappeared. Lord Devour had promised him that after he transformed, he would tell him his real identity. Now that he had told him his surname, was he going to tell him about his past? Lord Devour's face became stern as he said to the others, Come here and sit. We're on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he knew that Lord Devour wanted to talk about the Soul Emperor. He nodded and followed Lord Devour. Everybody sat down under the grape trellis, gazing at Lord Devour. However, she became silent and closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened them and looked at Xiao Hei. Your father's original name was Soul Eater. This was the name he gave himself. He and I grew up in the dark forest. We were both divine beasts. In the beginning, we were always bullied by the holy beasts in the dark forest. Your father always protected me, and we almost died several times. Your father's innate talent was really abnormal. In just 10 years, your father had reached the God realm, killed the ultimate holy beasts, unified the dark forest, and secretly unified the Fire Dragon continent. After that, your father and I came to the God world, starting his legendary life. We started to travel in the Misty Continent. He was the fastest genius to reach the peak of 7th grade war god in the history of the God world. He was the undisputed number 1 under the Sovereign Realm. He was the second blacksmith in the God world. He was the Soul Emperor, the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the first palace master of the soul-devouring manor. Lord Devour slowly told him the story of the Soul Emperor. His legendary life was filled with pride and nostalgia. The enchantress also looked like she was recalling the past, as if she was thinking about all the earth-shattering things that extraordinary man had done. Soul Emperor. Father. Tears trickled down Xiao Hei's cheeks. He stooped his head, his bright eyes gloomy. Actually, he had guessed something. However, he had tried his best to avoid the fact that the Soul Emperor was his father. Because the Soul Emperor was dead. Everybody kept silent. Yi Qinghan didn't comfort Xiao Hei. Some emotions needed to be vented. Otherwise, suppressing them in his heart wasn't a good thing for Xiao Hei. After a while, Xiao Hei lifted his head, looking at Lord Devour. Auntie, how did my father die? And my mother? Lord Devour's eyes were gloomy. Even the enchantress turned her face away, as she couldn't bear it. After a while, Lord Devour said coldly, Your mother was a wandering warrior in the Star Sea. Her name was Hua Feiyue. She was beautiful and lovely. She was also an extraordinary woman, the flower of the Star Sea. Unfortunately, someone killed her. Who? Xiao Hei jolted up. A murderous aura shot up into the sky, just like the time when he released the Soul Devourer, the brutal aura of a savage beast. Lord Devour heaved a deep sigh. The first venerable of the Star Sea, Li Kong, swoosh. Xiao Hei turned into a shadow, dashing down the platform. However, a figure was faster than Xiao Hei, hugging him. Xiao Hei, calm down. Didn't your auntie take revenge? Do you know why? Li Kong must die. No doubt about it. Big brother will hand him over to you. You can tear him apart. Trust me. Trust big brother. Xiao Hei looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute eyes. Tears gushed out one more time. He hugged Yi Qinghan and cried like a helpless child. Yi Qinghan gently patted Xiao Hei's back, looking up at the sky. He didn't say anything, but 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Ever since Xiao Hei could remember, he had never seen his parents. After so many years, he finally got the news of his parents, but they had passed away. In Yi Qinghan's heart, Xiao Hei was always a child, even now. This news was cruel to him, but he had to face it. If he couldn't get through this, he would never grow up. After a long time, Xiao Hei's emotions calmed down. Lord Devour said faintly, "Xiao Hei, you and little Han will take revenge for your mother. As for the one who killed your father, you don't need to know. Even if we gather all of us, we can't take revenge." What? Not only Xiao Hei, but everybody else was shocked. Even the enchantress didn't know the whole story. She was astounded. Yi Qinghan had killed dozens of venerables with one palm strike. His competence had reached the peak of the divine world. Not to mention Lord Devour. Even the Misty Monarch had to give him face, which meant that he was much stronger. Unexpectedly, even the 2 monarchs couldn't take revenge. How strong was the enemy? Was there someone stronger than level 9? Auntie, you're lying. You and Big Brother are so strong. You can kill any monarch, right? Impossible, impossible. Xiao Hei shook his head as he couldn't believe it. Harumph. Lord Devour snorted coldly, his face getting darker. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking to the edge of the rooftop. Looking at the vast sky, he sighed weakly. You know too little. The water in this world is too deep. Warriors like the Misty Monarch, I can slap them to death with just one hand. But your father's enemy can slap me to death with just one hand. This, Lord Devour's gloomy words had frightened everybody one more time. Everybody's face changed. Xiao Hei's face turned pale. Lord Devour could slap the Misty Monarch to death with just one hand. But the enemy could slap her to death with just one hand. It was really King Hell. Yi Qinghan's brows arched again. He recalled something. When the fiery dragon city was built, he didn't understand why the Misty Monarch treated him so well. Not only did he come here personally, but he also told the experts of the divine world that the fiery dragon city would be under his protection. Then, he sent people, delivered materials, and helped the fiery dragon city build. At that time, he was suspicious. Even if Lord Devour was a level 9 expert, the Misty Monarch, as the overlord of the continent, didn't need to be so attentive. At that time, he even suspected that the Misty Monarch and Lord Devour had something going on. But now, it was clear. Because Lord Devour was stronger than the Misty Monarch. And much stronger. The Misty Monarch was flattering Lord Devour. Combined with what the Battle Emperor had said, Yi Qinghan was absolutely sure that a level 9 expert wasn't invincible. There were realms above level 9. Could it be the legendary Divine Emperor? The Divine World wasn't the only plane. Perhaps there were many other planes like the Divine World, like the 9 Nether Demon World. The 9 Nether Demon World. Perhaps there was an even higher and more powerful plane. Looking at Lord Devour's curvaceous back, the vast wandering sea, and the boundless sky, Shi Yang's heart sank. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. Lord Devour was right. The water in this world was really deep. Chapter 984. Xiao Hei, now you know why I didn't tell you about your identity, right? I just want you to grow up happily. You don't need to care about these things. I've been doing this for years. Of course, if you try your best to cultivate, I'll be happy. Lord Devour turned around, looking at Xiao Hei. Then, he turned to Yi Qinghan and continued, but I want to tell you that you have to learn from your old master. Attitude. Xiao Han has a good attitude. No matter what kind of pressure he's facing, he'll always have a positive attitude. Only with a good attitude can he face everything calmly and continuously improve. Do you understand? Yi Qinghan wasn't modest. He nodded. His character was always like this. He was optimistic and full of hope for life. If a man didn't have hope for life, he wouldn't achieve anything. Especially in times of adversity, if he didn't have a positive attitude, things would get worse. Then, things would only get worse, and in the end, there would only be complete defeat. Let me ask, if even you have given up, who else can save you? Yi Qinghan would never give up until the last moment. Even if he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't be afraid of death. Yi Qinghan hoped that Xiao He could learn from this attitude. It was important to him because it could help him walk out of the shadow of his parents' death and find the weird Xiao He who was full of fighting spirit. Xiao He didn't say anything. He just quietly walked to the door of the rooftop. His back looked bleak and gloomy. Yaroji had a gleam of worry in her eyes, and so did the other women. Lord Ju was more direct. She stood up hurriedly, wanting to chase after Xiao He to comfort him. "Don't go!" Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan shouted almost at the same time. Lord Ju's feet shivered, retreating, looking at Lord Devour in confusion. Lord Devour didn't say anything. Yi Qinghan had to force a smile, explaining, he needs to calm down. He has to think it through himself. No one can help him. Lord Devour nodded, then turned to Yu Qingcheng and the others. "You guys leave first. I have something to discuss with Little Han." Yu Qingcheng and the others hurried to excuse themselves. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Madame Ju knew that they were going to discuss something important, so she also wanted to leave. However, Lord Devour waved his hand, asking her to stand aside. Apparently, he didn't mind her at all. Yaroji sat there quietly. With her relationship with Lord Devour, she didn't need to leave. Yi Qinghan sat up straight. He knew that Lord Devour wanted to talk business with him. He guessed that he would know many secrets that the divine world didn't know. He just didn't know how much Lord Devour would tell him. "Little Han." Lord Devour's face was calm again, without any fluctuation of emotion. She picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then, she said faintly, "I used to tell Arju that if you could get out of the Investiture Valley, I would give you a big chance. In fact, I was going to give this opportunity to Mo Xiaoxiao, but after you came out, I didn't think about it. I'm going to give it to you." "Big chance?" Yi Qinghan was surprised. Madame Ju nodded. That year, Lord Devour did say that. And Yaroji looked pensive, blinking her eyes. "This big chance is a treasure that goes against the natural order, the supreme treasure of the 9th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Light radiated from Lord Shi's face. Light shot out from her eyes, and her voice was excited. Apparently, she couldn't control herself because of this treasure. She didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to talk, continuing. "Actually, I don't care if you can enter the 8th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion or not. I'm going to give you the supreme treasure of the 9th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, your speed of growth has surprised me. So, I don't want to give it to you anymore." This, Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Lord Devour made him dizzy. Why didn't she give it to him after giving it to him? Lord Devour paused for a while, then explained, "Our enemy is really strong. I've been looking for someone with excellent innate talents who could help me take revenge. I'm going to ask him to get that treasure, and then we'll kill that enemy together. You're one of the candidates I've prepared. Yu Qingcheng, Mo Xiaoxiao, Xiao Yu, and Xiao He are also my candidates. Among them, you and Mo Xiaoxiao are the ones I value the most. That's why I've arranged for you to train and endure hardships. I hope you won't blame me for this. I've been waiting for you to reach a certain realm to refine that treasure. Then, you'll help me deal with that enemy. Although we can't win, we can at least have a chance to fight. Your growth speed has surprised me. Now, I need you. You have to grow stronger. After you've refined that treasure, you'll be stronger. Then, we'll be more confident to kill that enemy. Do you understand what I mean, Little Han?" After listening to her, Yi Qinghan quieted down, pondering. The enchantress's eyes brightened. She exchanged looks with Lord Devour. Apparently, they agreed with her. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth. "You mean, the stronger I am, the stronger I will be after refining that treasure? So, which aspect of my power do I need to improve? What level do I need to reach? And, with my current competence, can a treasure increase my power by a lot? Who's the enemy you've mentioned? Why don't you attack him now?" Lord Devour and the enchantress exchanged looks. They both looked pleased. Smart people could understand easily, And they got the point immediately. Lord Devour contemplated for a while, but he didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, he talked to him faintly. You should release your eternal space. Don't attack. Just sense how much space power you can control, and how far you can control it. Yi Qinghan was shaken. Lord Devour said that it was his will, which made Yi Qinghan suspicious. He stood up, his face dark. Slowly, he opened his arms. The space around him twisted, and the space rippled. Of course, with Lord Devour's eyesight, he could easily see the 4 basic space power Upanishads moving in a certain trajectory around Yi Qinghan, releasing them at the same time. Then, they resonated with the surrounding space power. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes, his soul sensing the space power around him, trying to find the furthest distance he could control. After a while, he released the eternal space. After resting for a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The space power I can control is around 10 million miles. It's around 10 times bigger than the soul-devouring mansion." Yeah. Lord Devour nodded. Apparently, it was the same as what she had guessed. She stood up, pointing at the wandering sea in the distance. "I can tell you that my competence is like the space power I control. It's as big as this wandering sea. Tell me, if you fight me, what will happen?" Wandering sea? Yi Qinghan was shocked. The wandering sea was bigger than the entire Misty Continent, and their competence was more than 10 times different. If he fought with Lord Devour, wouldn't he be smashed to death easily? Lord Devour said with a stern face, "And our enemy's competence is like the space power of the entire Star Sea. Do you understand it now?" Yi Qinghan gulped. Of course, he understood it. It was because the Star Sea was as big as 3 Misty Continents. Chapter 985. 4 times the size of the Misty Continent, which meant that his strength was 3 times that of Lord Devour and dozens of times stronger than him. No wonder Lord Devour said that all of them together couldn't defeat him. This enemy was so strong. Of course, we can't calculate his real strength like this. It's just a metaphor to let you know how big the gap is. Lord Devour saw that Yi Qinghan's face was getting more and more serious, so he smiled to ease the atmosphere. Then, he continued, "Actually, we divide the strength of the level 9 experts into 3 realms, lower level 9, upper level 9, and peak level 9. My strength is upper level 9, Jida and the others are lower level 9, and you can barely be called lower level 9. But, our enemy is a level 9 supreme." Level 9 supreme. Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows. Anything that was related to the word supreme was extremely powerful. He didn't know why the Soul Emperor and Lord Devour would provoke a level 9 supreme. However, since it had already happened, he didn't want to look into it or regret it. He and his family, and all the people of the Fire Dragon continent were tied together with Lord Devour. They were bound together, and they were bound together. Lower level 9 and upper level 9, as well as level 9 supreme, are all level 9, but their strengths are worlds apart. Just like Jida and the others, they can't defeat me alone. Similarly, Jida and the others, we can't defeat a level 9 supreme. Lord Devour continued to explain to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had entered level 9, so he had to explain these things to him, so that he wouldn't have to take a detour. Then, why isn't this enemy attacking us now? Yi Qinghan asked again. This man is seriously injured, and his soul and divine crystal are in big trouble. Moreover, he seems to be trapped in a palace, and the Soul Emperor said that there is a powerful restriction that is constantly attacking him. In short, he can't come out yet, but once he does, we'll all be in trouble. Light shot out from Lord Devour's eyes. He seemed to recall the past. His face became murderous, and his voice became cold. That year, Li Kong killed the Soul Emperor's wife. The Soul Emperor swore to take revenge. However, at that time, his competence and the treasures he had were only at the Venerable Realm. And I was even worse. I was just at level 7. The two of us wandered around the God world, entering various arcane realms and exploring the chaotic streams of space. In the end, he accidentally stumbled into a strange and wonderful place. There, we discovered 2 treasures of heaven and earth, 2 treasures that can raise our strength to an extremely powerful level. Speaking up to here, the murderous aura on Lord Devour's face slowly disappeared. What replaced it was guilt and sadness, and there were sparkling tears in his eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, the Soul Emperor refused to take it because we all felt a fatal danger. But I didn't believe in fate. I sent the Soul Emperor flying away and went alone. I didn't expect that after I got it, the Soul Emperor had no choice but to release the soul-devouring transformation to save me. Moreover, he was attacked by that enemy. Not long after he escaped, he died. I refined one of the treasures, and my strength soared from level 7 to the upper level 9. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. No wonder so many experts in the god world were puzzled. How could Lord Devour's strength soar so fast? More than 100 years ago, he was just a war god, and now he had become a level 9 expert. It turned out he had refined the same treasure as the one in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan's desire for that heaven-defying treasure increased. If Lord Devour refined it with his level 7 power, he could reach the upper level 9. Now that his overall strength had reached level 9, what realm could he reach after refining it? Don't dream so beautifully. Lord Devour could see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts at first glance. He said leisurely, even if you refine that treasure now, you're just a little bit stronger than me. Even if we join hands, we can barely resist a grade 9 supreme being. It's possible that all of us will die. So, you have to become stronger. When you fuse with that treasure, you will have a better chance. Do you understand now? Yi Qinghan nodded. Only now did he completely understand that the higher his strength was, the greater his strength would be when he refined this precious treasure. He looked at Lord Devour seriously. What realm do I need to reach? You have to comprehend more high-level mysteries to reach the venerable realm. Of course, if you can comprehend an ultimate mystery and reach level 9, you will have absolute confidence, Lord Devour said seriously. Then, he smiled and said, Little Han, don't be too hasty. To comprehend the principle, you need a moment of inspiration, a flash of insight. That enemy of ours won't be able to get out within 1,000,000 years. So, don't give yourself too much pressure. You just need to work hard on your cultivation. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qinghan stood up, bowing to Lord Devour with a respectful face. He knew that this woman was actually very pitiful. She carried everything on her own, silently withstood countless pressures, and secretly arranged countless things. She was like a towering mountain behind them, shielding them from the wind and the rain. However, many people didn't understand her, including Shi Yang, who had a grudge against her that year. The enchantress spoke for the first time. She looked at Lord Devour and said faintly, Dear Wu, you've worked hard these years. Now, I think that compared to you, although you've been bored for so many years in the illusory palace, you've worked harder. Lord Devour didn't say anything, but he looked relaxed. Because of Yi Qinghan's growth and the enchantress's old friend, the enchantress, she felt that the burden on her shoulders was lighter. Sir, I have something to ask you. Yi Qinghan kept silent for a while before asking. Seeing Lord Devour nod, he continued, Is the divine world a plane? Are there other planes in this world? Or is there a higher plane? Lord Devour looked at Yi Qinghan, feeling funny and angry at the same time. The enchantress rolled her eyes at him. Lord Devour didn't say anything, but the enchantress said, Of course, the divine world is a plane. As for the other planes, you should know them when you come to the divine world. Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he got it now. 9 Nether Demon World, 9 Nether Underworld. Lord Devour nodded this time. This world has so many parallel spaces, and each of them is a plane. The material plane was a miniature parallel space, and the spatial god equipment was a miniature space. The divine world is a big parallel space, and the demon world and the underworld are the 2 big planes closest to the divine world. About the higher level planes, you don't need to know. Lord Devour quieted down. Apparently, this conversation was over. Yi Qinghan stood up, his mind clear. Looking at the sky, he felt his heroic spirit rising. It was the first time he found out how vast this world was. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled a phrase from before, My journey is this sea of stars. Chapter 986. There was a small island in the north of the soul-devouring city. This island was called Drifting Island. Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan this name. It was said that the Soul Emperor had named it that year. This island was beautiful, but it wasn't because of the beautiful scenery. Rather, it had a kind of bleak beauty. Yi Qinghan came to this island alone. There were no flowers or grasses on this island, only maple trees. When the wind blew, the entire island was covered with yellow maple leaves. It was full of loneliness and bleakness. Wandering footsteps everywhere in the world, but I don't have a home. The winter wind with snowflakes blows my tears, stepping on the thick maple leaves, they rustled. Listening to the rustling of the leaves in the wind, Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with yellow. A wanderer's song from his previous life echoed in his ears. All of a sudden, a feeling of loneliness arose in his heart. At this moment, he understood why the Soul Emperor had named this island Drifting Island. A soul from Earth had suddenly come to this world. In this strange world, facing countless strangers, he was out of tune with this world, unable to integrate into it. The Soul Emperor felt that he was the loneliest person in this world. He was far away from his home, his family, and everything he was familiar with, wandering in this strange world. Although Yi Qinghan had a feeling of loneliness in his heart, it wasn't as deep as the Soul Emperor's. In his previous life, he was an orphan with no one to rely on. He had felt the warmth and coldness of people in that world, but wasn't he also a wanderer in that world? In this world, he had his own home, family, wife, and son. Most importantly, he felt that he had become a part of this world. Walking slowly, Yi Qinghan enjoyed this feeling of loneliness, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, he saw a small hill and an even lonelier figure on top of it. After Xiao He had left the sky platform, Lord Devour had sent him a message, asking him to come here and calm down. He had stayed here for 3 days. When Yi Qinghan felt that it was about time, he hurried over. He lifted his feet lightly and walked to the top of the hill. Then, he sat down beside Xiao He. Yi Qinghan did not speak. Xiao He only turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan for a moment before continuing to look forward. In front of them was the boundless wandering sea. At this moment, the demonic sun had set and the demonic moon had risen. The night had just begun, and it was as desolate as water. The wandering sea was silent, like a gentle woman smiling at the moonlight. Yi Qinghan still did not speak. Xiao He also remained silent. The two of them sat quietly and looked at the wandering ocean in the distance. They looked at the stars in the sky and looked at the watery moonlight. It was quiet all around, but both parties felt that silence spoke louder than words. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiao He was upset, and Xiao He knew that Yi Qinghan was there to comfort him. Their souls were connected. Actually, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Both of them understood. Yi Qinghan was here. That was enough. The sky brightened, and with the gentle light of dawn, a dragon boat floated over from the distant wandering sea. There was a woman on the dragon boat. She was dressed in white, and her eyes were filled with warmth as she looked at Little Black with a smile. Yi Qinghan stood up and gently patted Xiao He's shoulder. Then, he left quietly. Another light breeze blew. The maple leaves on the entire wandering island started to fall again. The sky was filled with yellow leaves. How could it be described as desolate? Yi Qinghan returned to soul-devouring city alone. He walked into the city lord manor. However, he did not go to the rooftop. Instead, he went to the 3rd floor. There was a large hall on the 3rd floor of every city lord manor. There was a stone door that led to a place, Battle God Pavilion. When Yi Qinghan appeared in soul-devouring city's Battle God Pavilion, countless battle gods in the plaza were stunned. Then, they all knelt down. Swish. Countless figures quickly flew over and knelt down at the same time. They shouted, "Greetings, frigid Night Sovereign. He. Rise." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I am here today to advance to the battle god grade. I am still a quasi-battle god. What procedures do I need? Do I need any challenges? Sovereign, you are joking too much. The entire divine realm knows your identity. You need to be certified. I will immediately go to the General Pavilion to apply for a 9th grade honor." The person kneeling at the front was the Battle God Pavilion branch master of Soul Devouring City. He was at the peak of the 7th grade. When he heard Yi Qinghan's words, He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The people behind him were also sweating profusely. Was this frigid night sovereign here to play with them? His ninth-grade strength was publicly acknowledged in the divine realm. Killing more than 30 supremacies with a single palm strike was the best proof. Moreover, the misty sovereign had given him the title of frigid night sovereign. Would such a person care about the vanity of the battle god pavilion? He even asked if there was a need for procedures. Challenge. Could it be that the battle god pavilion needed to find a few supremacies to beat him up? Hihi, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I just want to apply for a 7th grade honor. I don't need to go to the general pavilion to apply for it, right? Of course, Yi Qinghan was not here to play with them. He was not so bored that his balls hurt. He was here to clarify one thing, the origin of the slaughter god saber. The slaughter god saber was an awesome weapon. If not for the slaughter god saber, he would have died in the stream of evil spirits. It would also have been difficult for him to survive the battle in the sealed god valley. Countless people in the divine realm knew about the origin of this saber, but they could not tell him. This made him feel as if a bone was stuck in his throat. It was very uncomfortable. All the 5th grade war gods in the battle god pavilion knew about this saber, but they were not allowed to spread it. Those who were not from the battle god pavilion did not know about it. Even the Soul Emperor who obtained this saber did not know. Thus, he wanted to apply for a 7th grade war god to clarify. 7th grade? The pavilion master's forehead was filled with more black lines. It seemed like this frigid night sovereign was really here to play with him. You are already a 9th grade. Do you still need a 7th grade honor and medal? Why? Is there a problem? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be slightly angry. No, no problem. Of course there's no problem. There's no problem at all. The pavilion branch has the right to directly bestow the honor below the venerable realm. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. This scared the pavilion master and the countless war gods behind him. The pavilion master hurriedly bowed and said, I can handle it for you immediately. Sovereign, this way please. Under the personal guidance of the pavilion master, Yi Qinghan arrived at a large hall. The pavilion master let Yi Qinghan sit at the head of the table. Then, 2 maids immediately served fragrant tea. Yi Qinghan had just taken a sip when a 7th grade war god walked in. After saluting Yi Qinghan, he handed a spatial ring to the pavilion master and left respectfully. Sovereign, the procedures and some small items that a 7th grade war god can obtain are all in this spatial ring. Please keep it well. The pavilion master handed the spatial ring to Yi Qinghan with both hands. In an instant, all the procedures and the items that a 7th grade war god should be bestowed were completed. Although he knew that Yi Qinghan did not care for it, since Yi Qinghan had requested it, it was naturally done immediately. Yi Qinghan put it away and asked, didn't they say that after advancing to the 5th and 7th grade, they would have a chance to watch the simulation of the chief pavilion master's battle against the demons? Oh, yes, yes. I will activate it immediately. The pavilion master suddenly understood. So Yi Qinghan came to watch this. However, he was already a 9th grade war god. Watching this would not be of much use to him, right? Since Yi Qinghan had requested it, the pavilion master did not dare to say anything. He immediately activated the simulation. The surrounding walls suddenly lit up. Yi Qinghan once again arrived at the world of lava. He once again saw the 3 devil sovereigns and the 3 pavilion masters of the war god pavilion. The battle between the 6 of them was very intense. After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood the origin of the slaughter god blade. It was the weapon of the most powerful devil sovereign among the 3 devil sovereigns. However, what made Yi Qinghan extremely depressed was that the battle had not started for a long time, but there was not a single casualty. Furthermore, the high-level techniques had not been used yet. Just as he was watching the battle with great interest, the scene suddenly changed and the scenery in front of him suddenly disappeared. That's it? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows again and turned to ask the pavilion master. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. The pavilion master hurriedly replied, in reply to Sovereign, it is only this long. I think the chief pavilion has preserved the later scenes. Every pavilion branch only has such a short video. Who is the one holding the slaughter god blade? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked again. That is the supreme devil sovereign of the 9 Nether Devil realm, the supreme devil. He was suppressed under the lava by the chief pavilion master. The pavilion master answered without hesitation. Clearly, this information was given by the chief pavilion. It was very clear. Supreme devil. No wonder it is called the supreme slaughter god blade. No wonder the demons are so afraid of this blade. No wonder this blade can absorb the aura of the demons. It seems that this blade is not simple. Yi Qinghan nodded. He understood some things in his heart. However, he also had more doubts. Chapter 987. After exiting the War God Pavilion, Yi Qinghan went to the rooftop to bid farewell to Lord Devour. There were still some things to take care of in Flame Dragon City, and he had to find time to thank the ethereal sovereign. There was also the matter of Forefather Night Emperor. He had a lot of things to take care of. He didn't have time to stay in Soul-Devouring City. Unexpectedly, when he brought up this matter, Lord Devour waved his hand and said, "Take care of other things first. You should go to Ethereal City first. Jida and the other sovereigns have been waiting for you for several days. You should go and visit them." Okay. Yi Qinghan nodded and then nodded at Yarrow Ji. He sent a voice transmission to Yu Qingcheng and the others, and then went to the teleportation formation. Countless guards and citizens of Soul-Devouring City were very respectful when they saw Yi Qinghan. However, they found it strange. Why did this sovereign always fly instead of using instant teleportation? What they didn't know was that this frigid night sovereign actually didn't know instant teleportation. When Yi Qinghan arrived at Misty City once again, the moment he appeared, he alarmed the guards. Yi Qinghan looked at the cultivators kneeling on the ground and saw the respectful and worshipful expressions on their faces. He smiled with some distress. It seemed like it wasn't easy to be a star in his previous life. It was a sense of accomplishment to show off once in a while, but it wasn't fun to do it every time. No wonder the ethereal sovereign often went into seclusion. He probably concealed his identity even when he went out. It was really uncomfortable to be looked at like a monkey. Swish. Not long after, Venerable Fragrance appeared with instant teleportation. The rest of the Venerables had probably gone to the baleful yin stream. Recently, it was said that the baleful yin stream was stirring again. Venerable Fragrance respectfully invited Yi Qinghan into the palace of the city lord, but she was very nervous. That year in Dripping Spring City, because of Tu Xie, she had offended Yi Qinghan. Later, when Flame Dragon City was built, he had also appeared. If Yi Qinghan said anything in front of the ethereal sovereign, he could even slap him to death right now, and he wouldn't be able to resist. Yi Qinghan seemed to have forgotten the unhappiness in the past. With a smile on his face, he chatted with Venerable Fragrance as they walked in. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Qinghan had forgotten what had happened in the past. Now that he was in a different realm, he saw things differently. He had to give face to the Misty Mountain Lord. After chatting for a while in the City Lord's mansion, Venerable Fragrance heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Qinghan did not care about the past at all. Venerable Fragrance was secretly grateful and became more respectful to Yi Qinghan. The two of them left the City Lord residence and flew towards Ethereal Peak. Although Venerable Fragrance was curious as to why Yi Qinghan didn't teleport, he didn't dare to ask. Since Yi Qinghan wanted to fly, he could only follow obediently. Their speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach Ethereal Peak. Perhaps the Misty Mountain Lord had already given instructions. Venerable Fragrance brought Yi Qinghan and flew directly to Ethereal Peak. There was an incomparably gorgeous palace on Ethereal Peak. Venerable Fragrance had never entered it before, and this time was no exception. She respectfully knelt on one knee outside and shouted in a deep voice, "Fragrance requests an audience with the monarch. The frigid night monarch has arrived." Yi Qinghan didn't kneel or even bow. Before Venerable Fragrance could finish speaking, an imposing figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. He wore a blue robe, had a medium height, but was rather sturdy. He looked like a middle-aged man with long hair casually draped behind his head. His face was handsome and amiable, and he gave Yi Qinghan the feeling that he was refined. "Greetings, Lord." Yi Qinghan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Disregarding the Misty Mountain Lord's strength, qualifications, and age, he only talked about what happened outside Fiery Dragon City. He was worthy of this salute from Yi Qinghan. "He, Qinghan, don't be so polite. Just call me Jida. Let's talk inside. I will introduce you to a few big brothers and big sisters." The Misty Mountain Lord was very polite. In fact, he was overly polite. If Yi Qinghan hadn't interacted with Lord Devour before, he would definitely be overwhelmed by the favor. Jida was giving Lord Devour face. Even so, Yi Qinghan had a good impression of this Misty Mountain Lord. However, his refined temperament made Yi Qinghan a little suspicious. Wasn't Jida the leader of the largest god bandit group in the divine world? How was he the leader of a god bandit group? He was simply a teacher. The two of them walked into the gorgeous palace. Venerable Fragrance looked at Yi Qinghan's back with envy and flew down the mountain with a little sadness. With his strength, he didn't have the chance to enter this palace. This world was very realistic. Strength was the symbol of status, and the strong were respected. The palace was very gorgeous, so gorgeous that it was a little extravagant. However, Yi Qinghan could understand. After all, he was one of the few peak experts in the divine world. This kind of face-saving work was always necessary. He wasn't like Lord Devour who liked to keep a low profile. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan, probably not many people would know that his strength had reached level 9. There were people in the hall of the palace. There were 2 people sitting on both sides. There were also some maids standing at the side to serve them. When the 4 of them saw Yi Qinghan walk in, one of them stood up first, followed by 2 others. The last one stood up lazily. The first one to stand up was a muscular man. His muscles were as strong as a gorilla's, and he was more than a head taller than Yi Qinghan. He laughed and said, "Let us welcome the number 1 genius of the divine world, the youngest lord, Hanya Sovereign." Yi Qinghan faintly glanced around and smiled. He bowed politely and said, "Yi Qinghan greets all the lords." The muscular man's loud voice sounded again, "Little brother Yi, don't be so polite. I am Mo Shanghuang, the Lord of Tianqi. You can just call me Big Brother Mo. In the divine world, seniority doesn't matter, only strength matters. You are now at level 9, so we are of the same generation. We are brothers. Greetings, Big Brother Mo." Yi Qinghan nodded and said. He was a straightforward person. If others gave him face, he would give them face. Both Jida and Mo Shanghuang revealed looks of admiration. No matter what, Yi Qinghan's demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing. Ordinary people did not have it. Who could be so calm when meeting the hegemons of the god realm for the first time? As the host, Jida naturally had to introduce everyone. He said to a warrior with blood-red hair and armor beside Mo Shanghuang, "Come, Qinghan, let me introduce you. This is the Blood Knight Sovereign, Xue Qianqiu." "Greetings, Lord Xue." Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. This person stood up later than Mo Shanghuang, but he was still polite. Therefore, Yi Qinghan changed the way he addressed him. The Blood Knight Sovereign said politely, "The Cold Knight Sovereign is a young hero. Qianqiu admires you. This is the Grace Mainland's Sovereign Yangran. However, she likes someone else, Miss Yangran. Miss Yangran is the only sovereign in the divine world who is a soul cultivator. She is still single." Jida then introduced the only woman present. Yi Qinghan had been paying attention to this woman the moment he entered. However, it would be rude to look at her in detail. Now that he looked at her, he was stunned. There was no doubt that Sovereign Yangran was a beauty, a great beauty. She had an enchanting figure, an oval face, and exquisite facial features. She wore a tight white dress that outlined her slender waist and long legs. The most important thing was her temperament. Perhaps it was because she was a soul cultivator, this monarch Yangran was full of spiritual qi. Her eyes were the most charming and she had an indescribable temperament that was very attractive. "Greetings, Miss Yangran," Yi Qinghan said politely. Sovereign Yangran seemed to be a person who did not like to talk. She was a little cold. She smiled slightly and nodded slightly. The last person had a cold expression. Jida introduced him as the South Mountain Sovereign, Ying Kuei. Yi Qinghan bowed politely, but Ying Kuei only nodded slightly and continued to raise his head high. Yi Qinghan was too lazy to care about him. What made Yi Qinghan feel strange was that these sovereigns had gathered here today. It was obvious that they were here for him. However, there were still 2 sovereigns who were not here. It was normal for the hidden sovereigns to not be here, but there was also the Wind Moon sovereign of the Wind Moon continent. This was very suspicious. Everyone started to chat. Under the enthusiasm of Jida and Mo Shanghuang, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. However, the South Mountain Sovereign's cold and arrogant face made Yi Qinghan slightly uncomfortable. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Indeed, it was something that everyone was concerned about. It was about the eternal space. All the sovereigns were afraid that if every space master realized this profound mystery, the divine world would be in chaos when there were a lot of sovereigns. Yi Qinghan confidently told everyone that besides him, no one in this world could realize the eternal space. However, he did not say the specific reason. However, everyone believed him because Yi Qinghan was not an idiot. If others could realize it, they would definitely not say it. After getting the answer, everyone said a few polite words and left. The South Mountain Sovereign was the first to leave, followed by the Blood Knight Sovereign and God Grace Yangran. In the end, only Jida and Mo Shanghuang were left. The 2 of them were clearly prepared to continue chatting with Yi Qinghan to build up their relationship. At that moment, the messaging talisman at Yi Qinghan's waist vibrated. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his divine sense in confusion. No one should be sending him a message at this time, right? However, after scanning it, Yi Qinghan was slightly startled. This messaging talisman had been given to him by Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Yi Qinghan had many things to do and had forgotten something. Cherry Blossom wanted him to immediately send her a message once he was out of danger. There was only a short message on the messaging talisman, asking Yi Qinghan to reply to her if it was convenient. Of course, it was not convenient right now, so Yi Qinghan did not care. He continued chatting with Jida and Mo Shanghuang for a few hours. Finally, Mo Shanghuang bade farewell and instructed Yi Qinghan to visit the Heaven-Awakened continent when he had the time before teleporting away. Yi Qinghan also took his leave, and the Misty Monarch didn't try to keep him. He only said that after the matter at Baleful Yin Stream was settled, he would visit Yi Qinghan and discuss some things. After flying down Ethereal Peak, Yi Qinghan immediately took out the messaging talisman to send a message. Why did he ask Her Highness Cherry Blossom? He also told her that he had returned to the ethereal continent. Cherry Blossom's message came very quickly, but it made Yi Qinghan's expression change instantly. Cherry Blossom's message was very simple. There was only one sentence: "Brother-in-law, if you don't come, my cousin will be someone else's. By the way, my cousin is called Blue Rain." Chapter 988. Brother-in-law? Blue Rain. In Yi Qinghan's mind, those bewitching blue nails after the rain, as well as those tender and alluring plump lips appeared. Blue Rain had been in the South Ridge continent for so many years, but they had never sent him a message. Nor had they returned to Fire Dragon City. Yi Qinghan once believed that she would never return. Without a doubt, Yi Qinghan had feelings for Empress Rain. However, their feelings had not been made clear. Furthermore, Empress Rain had insisted on leaving that night. Yi Qinghan could only let go, or rather, wait for her return. All these years, Yi Qinghan had been pursued all the way in the Stellar Sea. He basically had no time to care about Empress Rain's matters. Occasionally, he would think of her at night. Despite having lived through the vicissitudes of life, she was still as mischievous as a young girl. He would smile sweetly. After returning to Fire Dragon City, he felt a little sad when he did not see Empress Rain. However, he did not blame her, nor would he send her a message. He believed that everyone had the right to choose their own way of life. Letting go was also a form of happiness. But, at that moment, Cherry Blossom's message jolted Yi Qinghan awake. Blue Rain had no feelings for the Blue family. Or rather, it could be said that they hated them. All she wanted was to meet his parents. She had not brought them over at all. After she left, even if she did not return, she could at least send a message to inform them that she was safe, right? But all these years, it was like mud flowing into the sea. Not a single bubble was produced. That could only mean one thing. Something had happened to her. Thinking of Cherry Blossoms and the way she addressed him as brother-in-law, Yi Qinghan's soul trembled slightly. Brother-in-law, wasn't it obvious that Blue Rain had acknowledged him as a man? Cherry Blossoms, what's the situation? Tell me immediately. Yi Qinghan's soul revolved very quickly. In a second or two, he figured out the crux of the matter. He immediately sent another message to Cherry Blossoms. Cherry Blossom's message came very quickly. Brother-in-law, my cousin will be getting married in half a year. Come in half a year. I have people watching over me. Let's talk when you come to South Ridge City. Her Highness Cherry Blossoms was being watched. Yi Qinghan felt that things were getting tricky. Moreover, the South Mountain's sovereign seemed to be unhappy with him. Although he didn't know the reason, the Southern Mountain continent was Ying Kuei's territory. Yi Qinghan didn't ponder for long. He immediately flew toward Ethereal City. On the way, he took out a bamboo hat and covered his face. He circulated his divine crystal to make the muscles on his face change slightly. At the same time, he made his body taller and stronger so that he wouldn't have to kneel down the moment he appeared. He flew to the floating city square. As expected, although a few people saw him, they were slightly stunned, but they didn't pay attention to him. Yi Qinghan teleported directly to Soul Eater City. Entering the city master's mansion, Yi Qinghan transformed back to his normal appearance. He walked to the rooftop and found that only Lord Devour and Yarrow Ji were there. I reckon that Lord Ju has gone out to play with the ladies. There are many islands in the north of the Wandering Sea, and the scenery is not bad. My lord. Yi Qinghan bowed slightly and said, I want to make a trip to the Nanling continent. Lord Devour raised his head slightly and said nonchalantly, as long as you don't go to the Supreme Island, the northernmost Mystery Land, or the southernmost Green Mountain, you can go anywhere in the Divine Whirl. Supreme Island, northernmost Mystery Land, Green Mountain? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. Supreme Island, Lord Devour had told him that the Star Sovereign was said to be the strongest sovereign in the Divine World. Although he wasn't sure if it was the upper or ninth grade Supreme Martial Artist, Yi Qinghan knew that he couldn't offend them. It was the first time he heard of the latter two places, so he was a little confused. I'll tell you about it later. As long as you don't go to these three places, with your strength, you should be safe in the other places. Lord Devour waved his hand as if he didn't want to say more. Since Lord Devour said so, Yi Qinghan couldn't ask more. He just frowned and said, the Southern Mountain Sovereign seems to have some prejudice against me. Don't worry about him. I'll support you. Go and do your job well. When you have time, cultivate more. Send me a message if you need anything. Lord Devour said faintly. His voice was light, but it was domineering and arrogant. Okay. Yi Qinghan nodded and looked at Lord Devour with gratitude. He knew that Lord Devour didn't like to talk about many things, but he had secretly made many arrangements. Yarrow Ji stretched out her small hand, yawned, and said with a smile, Hey, I'll go with Little Han. I'm bored in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so I'm going out for a walk. Lord Devour waved his hand, looked at the two of them indifferently, and didn't say anything. His eyes didn't contain any special meaning, but Yi Qinghan still blushed under his gaze. Giving Yarrow Ji a look, the two of them walked out of the city lord's mansion. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness swept over and covered the entire soul-devouring city. Then, he continued to release his divine consciousness and easily found Yu Qingcheng and the others on an island in the north. Lord Ju was accompanying them. He nodded to Yarrow Ji, and Yarrow Ji brought him and teleported. Brother, the girls were looking at the strange scenery on the island. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan and Yarrow Ji appeared. Yi Qingyu was pleasantly surprised and rushed over, holding his hand with a sweet smile on her face. He, I'm going to the South Mountain continent. Do you want me to go with you, or do you want to go back to Fiery Dragon City? Of course, you can also play in the soul-devouring city. Yi Qinghan rubbed Yi Qingyu's head affectionately, asking for their opinions. Without exception, all of them said in unison that they wanted to go with Yi Qinghan. They didn't know why Yi Qinghan was going to the South Mountain continent. But in their eyes, Yi Qinghan was the symbol of invincibility. Even if he went to the South Mountain continent for business, they could go sightseeing. Why wouldn't they go with him? Xiao Hei, I'm going to the South Mountain continent soon. Do you want to stay in the soul-devouring city with Shui? Also, about the marriage proposal, is it now or after I come back? Then, Yi Qinghan used soul telepathy to send a message to Xiao Hei, who was on the drifting island not far away. In the end, not long after, Little Black brought Li Shui and flew over quickly. His attitude was clear. Yi Qinghan could only send a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour said that it was fine and that Xiao Hei should go with them to relax. As for the marriage proposal, they would talk about it after they came back. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. With Yaroji's help, they teleported to the public square's teleportation array and went to the fiery dragon city. Looking at the situation, they wouldn't be gone for long, but it was still good to make arrangements. Since Lord Devour had spoken, and she was supporting him, Yi Qinghan wasn't that worried. At most, he would just snatch her again. Anyway, it wasn't like he hadn't done it before. After returning to the fiery dragon city, he summoned Lei Zhan and the eminent elders. Lei Zhan and the eminent elders smiled bitterly, but they didn't dare to say anything. After the fiery dragon city was built, the city lord didn't even show up in the city, let alone manage it. Was this his city or theirs? Yi Qinghan told Yi Sihan to learn how to manage the city from Lei Zhan, and to cultivate when she had time. He also told Yu Qingcheng to give him the unfettered ring. There were a few Soul Emperor diagrams inside, and he could comprehend them and cultivate. Also, he told Peach not to go to the Star Sea. It wouldn't be long before the Peach Blossom Venerable came to find him. Unsurprisingly, Fireworks wanted to go with them. What was strange was that the Venerable Rain Duanfei said that there was nothing to do on the Rain Butterfly Island, so he left Lei Zhan to manage the fiery dragon city. Seeing Rain Duanfei's sweet face, Lei Zhan's awkward smile, and Yinling Er's slightly angry glare at Lei Zhan, Fireworks was embarrassed. Yi Qinghan secretly gave Lei Zhan a thumbs up. Lei Zhan looked like a crude old man with a bad temper. He didn't expect him to be so good at playing with women. He got the hang of it so quickly. Chapter 989. In the southernmost black water city of the ethereal continent, ever since the ethereal sovereign Ndia Wu gave the order to kill the god bandits of the Blood Night Sea, countless formidable martial artists gathered in Blackwater City and witnessed another grand occasion. A group of exquisite beauties suddenly descended upon this small city, and the tens of thousands of martial artists in the city plaza were all shocked silly. Although all the women had their faces covered, their graceful figures and the natural charm they exuded were enough to steal the souls of tens of thousands of people. It wasn't strange to see one or two eager beauties, but it was shocking to see a group of them. However, before the crowd could see clearly, the group disappeared. Everyone was shocked again. Those who could instant shift were all supremacies. They quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of their mouths and became fearful. A dragon boat suddenly appeared on the shore of the Blood Night Sea and shot forward like a sharp arrow, breaking through the waves. For this trip, Yi Qinghan gathered 2 peak stage 6th grade war gods to accompany him. He couldn't possibly drive the dragon boat himself, and of course, he couldn't let a group of women do the hard work. Yi Qinghan let the women find their own rooms and settle them in the front hall. He turned the shield inside the dragon boat transparent so that they could enjoy the beautiful scenery outside. They took out the delicacies and drinks stored in their interspatial rings and chatted while eating. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Xiao Hei didn't say anything, and Li Shui, who was at the side, also looked at the crowd with a smile. Yi Qinghan didn't bother about him. Although he didn't say anything, his mood was obviously much better. He would probably be able to get rid of this shadow after a period of time. The women chatted harmoniously, but Yi Qinghan could clearly feel that there was some tension between the Fire Dragon faction led by Yu Qingcheng and the Divine Realm faction led by Yaroji. What was strange was that Yi Yaorio seemed to have joined Yu Qingcheng's side, while Yinling who was originally from the Fire Dragon continent, joined Yaroji's Divine Realm faction. Luckily, Yaroji and Yu Qingcheng had the demeanor of a married woman and wouldn't openly start a war. However, this sour taste made Yi Qinghan feel a little uncomfortable. Because of this, Yi Qinghan despised himself. Why did he have to pester so many women? This wasn't right. This was not good. But, in the blink of an eye, it seemed that they were the ones pestering him, right? Well, I can't blame him for this. I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. At night, when the demonic moon rose, Yi Qinghan had an even bigger headache. Deep into the night, the women didn't greet Yi Qinghan. They all went to their own rooms, as if they had discussed this beforehand. In the end, even Li Shuai and Little Firework went to Firework's room to whisper. Only Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei were left in the spacious hall, staring at each other. Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei looked at each other and said with a bitter smile, "Xiao Hei, you said that after you transform into a human, you will have many wives. Now you know the pain of our boss. It's not a good thing to have too many women." Xiao Hei raised his eyebrows, and his eyes showed a trace of depression. However, he was much more quick-witted. He said with a crying face, "Boss, what are you saying? You are saying that you are in pain but also happy. I'm suffering." Shuai said that if I dare to learn from you and have many wives, she will castrate me and ask her father to hammer me to death. Oh right, boss, what do you mean by castrate? Castrate. This is a rather skilled job. Simply put, she will cut off the thing you pee on. If she is more ruthless, she will cut off your balls as well. Yi Qinghan blushed with shame. Li Shuai looked like a little lady, but he didn't expect her to be so violent. Like father, like daughter. It seemed like Venerable Li Quan was also gentle on the surface, but he was a violent maniac. Xiao Hei suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. His eyes widened, and he covered his crotch with both hands. His face was full of fear. Then, he thought of something. His expression changed, and he chuckled. He said quietly, "Boss, you scared me. We are gods. With divine crystals, we can just cut off this thing and grow it back." Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao Hei with disdain. He said, "What if it grows back and is useless? Not as good as before? Looks like this is a problem." Xiao Hei frowned. He muttered to himself for a long time before glancing at the room that Li Shuai had entered. He said in a low voice, "Looks like I can only secretly raise a few beauties in the future. I can't let Shuai know. Boss, you have to help me hide this. If Shuai finds out, she will ask her father to hammer me. Even my sister-in-law can't help me. Get lost." Yi Qinghan frowned and said firmly, "Deal with your own matters on your own. I can't help you with this. If I help you, and Li Quan comes to hammer me, should I fight or not?" When Xiao Hei heard this, he pouted like a little wife. He said after a long time, "Boss, you are not loyal. What happened to sharing weal and woe?" F***ck. Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. This brat hasn't even gotten his hands on Shuai yet and is already thinking of other girls. He's even prepared to hide a mistress in his house and raise a mistress. You still want to get Li Shuai first. I think you haven't succeeded yet, right? Yi Qinghan suddenly chuckled. He picked up a cup of tea and moved closer. His expression was as wretched as it could be. F***ck. Boss, how do you even know this? Xiao Hei blushed. He lowered his head and rubbed his hands. After a long time, he said in a mosquito-like voice, "I almost succeeded. But I entered the wrong cave and was slapped by Shuai. She said it hurt so much. She doesn't want to do it with me anymore." Phut. Yi Qinghan was just about to drink his tea when he spat it out. He held his stomach and laughed out loud. Buzz. At this time, the shield of Fireworks' room flashed. Fireworks and Li Shuai poked their heads out. Fireworks asked, "Big brother Yi, what are you guys talking about? You seem to be having a good time." Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's faces instantly returned to normal. They sat up straight, and their faces were full of righteousness. Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "Yes, we are talking about training. I am teaching Xiao Hei how to train. Xiao Hei is like this, right?" Xiao Hei nodded seriously and said, "Yes, we are talking about training. Don't make it up. Men talk about important things, women don't make it up. Go back, go back. Big brother, let's continue. Don't laugh. I'm a bit stupid. You say this 9 soul rotation." Fireworks smiled sweetly at Yi Qinghan, then turned around and walked into the room. That beautiful and pure smile caused Yi Qinghan's heart to flutter. He thought to himself, when will I be able to take care of this girl? It's a pity that there are so many people here, it's not easy to do so. Li Shuai glared at Little Black fiercely, and Little Black immediately shriveled up. He put on a smiling face and kept giving her hints. When Yi Qinghan's eyes swept over, he returned to his domineering look. He looked at Li Shuai coldly and scolded, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you going back?" After Li Shuai went back to her room, Yi Qinghan nodded and patted Xiao Hei's shoulder. "Good job, Xiao Hei. A man should be domineering. When you make Li Shuai obedient, it will be easy for you to pick up girls and get concubines." Sigh, Xiao Hei remembered Li Shuai's fierce look and withered again. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid when the time comes, it will be me who will be obedient." Chapter 990. The dragon boat was very fast, and the Blood Night Sea had been wiped out by the ethereal continent's formidable martial artists. There were almost no large god bandit legions left, and the journey was smooth. Within a month, they reached the Blood Night continent's Autumn Wind City. After arriving at Autumn Wind City, Yi Qinghan asked the enchantress to send most of them to the Illusion Palace to cultivate and rest. The Illusion Palace was the #1 divine artifact below the God Emperor. It would be a pity not to let the girls use such a good thing. The girls were also very tempted by this legendary spatial divine artifact. After staying in the Blood Night Sea for a month, the girls were satisfied, especially Yu Qingcheng and Yi Yaoarao. Once they heard that they could enter the Illusion Palace, they were overjoyed. In the end, only Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, the enchantress, and Xiao Hei were left. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu refined divine crystals and found it hard to improve their cultivation. The enchantress was sick of staying in the Illusion Palace. The 5 of them disguised themselves and flew into the Autumn Wind City. The 2 peak stage 6th grade war gods were kept in the War Emperor Palace. Outside, Yi Qinghan didn't want to expose his identity. Hence, he didn't let the enchantress teleport him. Along the way, although the enchantress and Yi Qingyu's hot bodies attracted a lot of attention, it wasn't as sensational as it was in Blackwater City. Yi Qinghan didn't use the token to teleport like he did in the ethereal continent. Instead, he handed over the divine stones. He didn't lack divine stones. First, he teleported to the main city of the Yellow Liang Prefecture, which belonged to the Autumn Wind City. Then, he teleported to the westernmost region of the Blood Night continent, which was closest to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The teleportation array was like taking a plane, it was very fast. In just half a day, the 5 crossed the entire Blood Night continent and went out to sea again. On the Blood Night continent, they saw many races that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. They also saw the unique characteristics of the Blood Night continent. Not only the Blood Night army, but even ordinary martial artists liked to wear blood-red battle armor. This time, they headed straight for the South Mountain continent and didn't pass by the Soul Emperor Island. As the Soul Emperor Island was within the Starry Sea, they had to take a detour. 1.5 months later, Yi Qinghan finally stepped into the southernmost city of the Southern Mountain continent, Green River City. As soon as he stepped into the South Ridge continent, Yi Qinghan felt that the temperature of the South Ridge continent was much higher than the ethereal continent and the Blood Night continent. Although a divine realm martial artist did not really care about this temperature, it was not a big deal. However, he was a martial artist from the Southern Mountain continent. He was obviously pretending to be cool. His skin was also slightly tanned. The surrounding scenery was also very different. Many of the men here liked to wear only a pair of tight pants, revealing their strong naked upper bodies. They preferred to braid their hair into small braids, which was very exotic. The women here all wore very little. It was common to see strange clothes that exposed their entire backs. Moreover, they all liked to wear short skirts. Many of the women's skirts were even short to their buttocks. Moreover, the women here all looked very bold and unrestrained. Their eyes were fiery like wild horses, full of wildness. That seductive gaze seemed to be waiting for a man to control and gallop. This made things difficult for Yi Qinghan. The enchantress and Yi Qingyu did not care so much. However, Whenever Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and landed on those women, he would feel a sharp pain in his waist. Yi Qingwu's fiery temper did not care if you were a god king, a god emperor, or a ninth-grade war god. She was not in a good mood, so she flipped out first. Xiao He, on the other hand, was watching happily. Li Shu'e had entered the illusory palace to experience the legendary divine weapon. He was like a wild bull and no one cared about him. His pair of quick-witted eyes darted around. From time to time, he would wink at the passing beauties and give them spinach. Yi Qinghan did not explain to the women what he was doing. The women did not ask either. After all, Yi Qinghan had come in such a hurry, so something must have happened. The women could do whatever they wanted with trivial matters, but they did not dare to refute Yi Qinghan when it came to important matters. Yi Qinghan did not waste any time on the road and went straight to Nanling City. He also made the Enchantress and the others, including Xiao He, change their appearances. The Rain Empress's matter was very strange. The Rain Empress did not send a message, but Cherry Blossoms sent a message. From her tone, it seemed that Cherry Blossoms did not send a message. Also, Cherry Blossoms said that she was also being monitored. Although Yi Qinghan's current strength and Lord Devour's confidence, he did not dare to act rashly. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any expert in the Nanling continent. However, it was best not to act rashly before he understood the situation. It would not be too late to take action after he entered the village and understood the situation. Nanling City was huge, and it was even hotter. The entire city was built in yellow, just like a big city in the desert. There were more warriors in the square, and their attire was even more revealing. Some women were only wearing a doudou, revealing their tan-colored, voluptuous bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Qinghan found a relatively large restaurant in a northern corner near the square. He booked the most luxurious floor and made it clear that no one was allowed to disturb him unless he summoned them. After settling down, Yi Qinghan made the Enchantress return to the Dream Palace. He brought out the few who were not in meditation. After all, they were here to have fun. It was not too late to go back and cultivate in the future. However, Yi Yaoareo and Yu Qingcheng were in seclusion. Apparently, they had comprehended something. Fireworks, Yinling and Li Shu'e came out and scanned Nanling City with their divine senses. Seeing the exotic atmosphere that was obviously different from the misty continent, they became excited and wanted to go out and play. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu helplessly. Yi Qingwu and the Enchantress also seemed to be very interested. He nodded and said to the Enchantress, "Enchantress, bring them out to play. Remember not to cause any trouble. I am here on business. Of course, if anyone causes trouble, shoot them for me. Also, don't expose your identity. If anything happens, send me a message immediately." With that, Yi Qinghan teleported the two peak 6th grade war gods out of the War Imperial Palace. He made them follow the Enchantress and the others, so that they could serve as a deterrent. Xiao He did not want to go at first. He was prepared to sneak out and pick some wild flowers. However, he did not expect Li Shu'e to glare at him. He had no choice but to follow behind. The restaurant's highest floor, which was originally noisy, instantly quietened down. Yi Qinghan was the only one there. Yi Qinghan immediately took out his communication jade charm and began sending a message to Cherry Blossoms. He informed her that he had arrived at Nanling City and his exact location. Cherry Blossoms's reply was very fast. She said that she would rush over immediately. Her tone was filled with shock and joy, as though she never expected Yi Qinghan to arrive so quickly. Yi Qinghan arrived quickly, but Cherry Blossoms arrived even faster. In just an hour, Yi Qinghan sensed a few people rushing upstairs. Yi Qinghan hurriedly prepared to open the door to his room to welcome Cherry Blossoms. Unexpectedly, Cherry Blossoms suddenly stopped when she reached the staircase. She coldly berated the two maidservants and guards beside her. "I'm going to meet a friend." "Wait here. His Highness. His Majesty has requested us to protect you." The two maidservants did not dare say a word. As for one of the guards, he glanced at the tightly shut door. His eyes revealed a gloomy glint as he said lightly, "Daguo, what is this place? Who dares harm me? If you dare follow me in, I don't mind cleaving off your feet. Cherry Blossoms bellowed angrily as she glared at the guard with killing intent. She stormed into the room. Yi Qinghan's expression sank. From the looks of it, the matter was truly troublesome. Immediately, a gush of air emitted from the surface of his body, turning his body into a blur. Then, he opened the door and allowed Cherry Blossoms to enter. He immediately deactivated the barrier and released his celestial domain. Of course, even without releasing his celestial domain, with Yi Qinghan's insights into spatial dimension laws, he could instantly detect any probing with his perception through the spatial fluctuations. Cherry Blossoms did not wear golden armor like before. Instead, she wore a skimpy outfit. She wore a green one-piece dress that revealed patches of her wheat-colored skin. She had a head of blue curly hair and eyes that resembled sapphires. It made her look like a lady from a foreign land. The moment Cherry Blossoms entered, she revealed a delighted expression. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and said loudly, "Brother-in-law, you are finally here. Quick, save my cousin, my uncle, and my aunt." Chapter 991. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows furrowed. Why did this matter involve Blue Rain's parents? Cherry Blossoms, don't be anxious. Come, sit down and we can talk. Yi Qinghan saw Cherry Blossoms grab his arm in nervousness. Nearly half her body was stuck to his arm, and her ample chest had accidentally touched it. Yi Qinghan was taller than Cherry Blossoms, so he could easily see a patch of white through the hole in her chest. However, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was Blue Rain's cousin, which made her his sister-in-law. He gestured for Blue Rain to sit down and poured her a cup of tea before sitting on the lion chair beside her. He asked, "Where is Blue Rain now?" Her Highness Cherry Blossoms drank a mouthful of water. She knew that Yi Qinghan was asking about serious matters. She hurriedly explained in detail, Immortal Su Manor is south of Nanling City. It's separated by 2 prefectures. The Blue family is the ruler of Immortal Su Manor. They are also one of the 3 major families of Nanling Continent. Yi Qinghan nodded. Empress Rain had mentioned this to him before, so he had some impression of it. He continued asking, "Where are Blue Rain's parents?" Her Highness Cherry Blossoms shook her head and said, "I don't know." Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling when he heard that. Clearly, Empress Rain's parents had been held hostage, forcing Empress Rain to marry. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. How dare they snatch my woman? How heaven-defying. He looked at Cherry Blossoms and said coldly, "Who wants to marry Blue Rain?" Cherry Blossoms turned a little embarrassed. After a moment, she said, "It's an elder of mine. According to the rules of the family, I have to call him second grandpa. He is the current king of Nanling City, the current head of the Ying family, solitary Ying Cheng. Back then, Blue Rain's cousin had an engagement with him." "Your second grandpa?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and felt a little dizzy. Cherry Blossoms's second grandpa wanted to marry Cherry Blossoms's cousin? What the F***K was going on? And there was an engagement back then? However, Yi Qinghan recalled the story that the Rain Empress had told her all those years ago. The Rain Empress had fallen into the entrance of the southern mountains of God Seal Valley because she was escaping from a marriage. Cherry Blossoms turned even more embarrassed as she explained with a blushing face, Our family is huge. The monarch has hundreds of wives and many children. The Ying family also has many direct disciples. The founding grandmother of the Lan family was actually a daughter of the monarch. My family had always been close to the Lan family, and the Lan family often had marriages with the Ying family. According to seniority, Blue Rain is my older cousin. Yes, several hundred. That animal Ying Kuei. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he blurted it out. Then, he realized that the person in front of him was Ying Kuei's granddaughter. He quickly corrected himself and said, "Well, what I mean is that your monarch is a bit of a playboy." "Oh right, I've met your monarch before." "You've met my monarch before?" When Cherry Blossoms heard Yi Qinghan curse, her expression turned embarrassed. However, when she heard the last sentence, she was extremely surprised. Then, she seemed to recall something as her eyes lit up. She tugged at Yi Qinghan's hand and said excitedly, "That's right, brother-in-law. You are now a monarch. You are so impressive. I have a question for you. Go ahead and ask. Yi Qinghan said helplessly as he looked at Cherry Blossom's eyes that were filled with stars. Cherry Blossoms leaned closer and asked with a look of reverence, "How did you become a monarch? You weren't a divine emperor when I left, right?" Yi Qinghan said with a smile, "I figured out a high-level mystery, eternal space. This mystery is actually willpower." Cherry Blossom's eyes lit up as she asked again, "Then, as the youngest monarch, how did you feel? Did you feel pressured? How did you feel back then?" Yi Qinghan glanced at his left arm as a dark cloud hung over his head. However, he pretended not to see Cherry Blossoms. All he could do was give a random answer, "It was all right. There was some pressure. I'm in a pretty good mood now." How could he be wrong? At that moment, Cherry Blossom's entire chest was pressing against his arm that was placed on the chair's armrest. The two meatballs were rubbing against his arm, but Yi Qinghan could not pull them out, much less remind him. "Then, as a monarch, do you have any hobbies now?" Cherry Blossoms ignored Yi Qinghan's expression of pain and happiness as she continued pressing with her eyes glowing. "Hobbies? Heh, nothing much. I just want to wander around, read some books, and play some musical instrument." Yi Qinghan was rendered even more speechless. Why did Cherry Blossoms seem like those crazy groupies from his previous life? Play musical instruments. Haha, you like musical instruments too? What musical instruments do you like? Let me tell you, brother-in-law, I know many musical instruments. I can play the zither, and I even play the flute. Ah, you know how to play the flute? Haha, let's study it another day. All right. By the way, brother-in-law, your status is different now. Are there many girls wooing you now? Are there any beauties that suddenly climb into your bed in the middle of the night? Ah, not at the moment. Brother-in-law, you have to be careful in South Mountain City. Girls like that are very open. If they were to learn of your identity, it would be terrible. Stop. Cherry Blossoms, stop for a moment. Aren't we going off topic? Let's talk about serious matters first. Yi Qinghan could not stand it any longer as he pulled his hand out. Cherry Blossom's charming face kept inching closer to his face. The fragrance of a young girl inundated his olfactory senses, and with the two meatballs constantly rubbing against each other, it made Yi Qinghan's abdomen flush with blood. Yi Qinghan had never paid much attention to restraining himself in this direction, but at that moment, he had no choice but to restrain himself. He forcefully stopped her. "Oh, brother-in-law, sorry. I got a little excited for a moment." When Yi Qinghan stopped her, Cherry Blossoms realized that most of her body was leaning against Yi Qinghan. Their faces were about a finger's length apart. In addition, Yi Qinghan had suddenly retracted his arm, jolting her awake. She knew what had happened. Her face turned as red as a monkey's, but as her sapphire eyes were filled with embarrassment. Ahem. Yi Qinghan coughed lightly in embarrassment as he circulated his divine powers to repress the evil desires in him. Only then did he say, "Tell me everything that happened." "Okay." Cherry Blossoms lowered her head and answered softly in embarrassment. After a moment of silence, she quickly began her explanation. Yi Qinghan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter after talking for almost an hour. In fact, the situation was very simple. In the past, when Blue Rain ran away from the marriage, solitary Ying Cheng was the southern mountain continent's prince. At that time, he was so angry that he almost destroyed Su Immortal City. Afterwards, when the Lan family's ancestor appeared and the Ying family spoke, the matter was dropped. After that, solitary Sakura alone might have been provoked and directly went into closed-door seclusion, a closed-door seclusion. He said that he would not come out of seclusion until he became a venerable. Unexpectedly, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He came out of closed-door cultivation 100 years ago and went into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years. He actually reached the venerable realm, and it was a superior venerable realm at that. The entire Nanling continent was shocked. The South Mountain's sovereign was also alarmed. He specially summoned him and gave the sovereign order, making him the current head of the Ying family. Who would have thought that Blue Rain would come out of Sealed God Valley and appear in Flame Dragon City? Not long after, Lonely Cherry found out about this and began paying close attention to Blue Rain's whereabouts. Before Blue Rain could return to the southern mountain continent, his parents had suddenly disappeared. At this time, Lonely Ying gave the Lan family an ultimatum. When Lan Yu returned, she had to marry him, or else the Lan family would be annihilated. The strange thing was, the South Mountain's sovereign had tacitly agreed to this matter. After Blue Rain returned home, not only did she not see her parents, but the family also brought up the matter of marriage. Blue Rain refused resolutely and began searching for clues to find her parents. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find a single clue. In the end, Lonely Cherry appeared and said that if she married him, he would definitely help find her parents. Blue Rain understood. Helpless, they couldn't bear to see the Lan family annihilated. In the end, they could only tearfully agree. The wedding date was between the two Moon Queen. The matter was very clear. Not just Yi Qinghan, but probably everyone in the audience knew that Blue Rain's parents were in Lonely Cherry's hand. And the troublesome part of this matter was the South Mountain's sovereign. He actually supported Lonely Cherry's actions. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. He could imagine Blue Rain's feelings. In such a helpless situation, Her Highness Cherry Blossom just so happened to like to go to the Lan family to play. The two of them were kindred spirits, so when he had nothing to do, he would talk to Cherry Blossom about his matters. And right now, Cherry Blossom was being watched probably because Lonely Cherry Blossom knew that Cherry Blossom and Blue Rain were on good terms. He also knew about his relationship with Blue Rain. He also understood why Blue Rain hadn't sent him a single message. Because even if Yi Qinghan was a sovereign, this was the southern mountain continent. If Yi Qinghan messed around, her parents and Su Xiancheng would definitely be annihilated. Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. Finally, he suddenly stood up and looked at Cherry Blossom with a burning gaze. He said, "Do you have a way to secretly bring me to Blue Rain?" Chapter 992. This, Cherry Blossom's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that Yi Qinghan was prepared to take action and was extremely excited. However, she immediately turned worried and said, "The two guards beside me were sent by His Majesty. They say that they are to protect me, but in fact, they are to monitor me. If you were to go to Su Immortal City with me, His Majesty would definitely know. When that happens, it would be disadvantageous to Uncle and the rest. It's fine. As long as your cousin doesn't leave, your uncle and the rest will be extremely safe. Tomorrow, you can directly teleport to Su Immortal City and wait for me in the square. I will instruct you on what to do. Remember, my identity is not to be exposed to anyone," Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with confidence. The glimmer in his eyes subconsciously exuded an aura that looked down on the world. "All right, brother-in-law, I'll return first. It will arouse suspicion if I stay here for too long." Cherry Blossom snapped to her senses as she looked at Yi Qinghan with a look of reverence. She seemed to feel relieved after being influenced by Yi Qinghan. She also knew that although the South Mountain's sovereign was basically unaware of Yi Qinghan's arrival, Solitary Sakura would definitely send people to investigate or stir up trouble if Cherry Blossoms acted abnormally. If his identity was exposed and the South Mountain's sovereign was alarmed, the matter would be troublesome. Yi Qinghan nodded. Only then did Cherry Blossoms stand up and quickly leave. She was dressed in a green flowery dress that revealed her pink back. It was round and smooth, exuding a healthy glow. She was abnormally sexy. Yi Qinghan's body and face turned blurry once again. As a celestial, the Arch-Realm Soul Cultivator, it was very easy for him to do so. In fact, Yi Qinghan's body didn't change, but in the eyes of others, it felt like a blur. Those whose souls were not as strong as Yi Qinghan's were unable to see his true body. They could not even tell if he was a man or a woman. Mo Xiaoxiao and Empress Rain trembled at the thought. After Cherry Blossoms left, Yi Qinghan stood in front of the window alone. He looked at the people and the heavy traffic outside as he pondered. This matter had to be carefully planned. It would be best if he could avoid a conflict with the South Mountain's sovereign. After all, they were in his territory, and it would be easier for them to meet in the future. Half a day later, the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated. Yi Qinghan picked it up and smiled bitterly. He understood that Nanling City was the main city of Nanling Continent. It would be strange if there were no problems with so many peerless beauties traveling together. The enchantress had sent a message. She had gotten into a fight with a young master at a scenic spot in the east of Nanling City. The other party was obviously from the Sakura family, a hedonistic son of the Sakura family. "Boss, come here quickly. Someone wants to steal your woman." It didn't take long for Xiao Hei's spiritual transmission to arrive. However, it was clear that Xiao Hei was stirring up trouble, wanting to see the world plunged into chaos. Yi Qinghan had become a monarch. Together with Lord Devour and the ethereal monarch, there were 3 monarchs of the ethereal continent. In Xiao Hei's mind, the divine world was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qinghan's body grew taller and he changed his facial features. He wore a bamboo hat and, after putting on a disguise, walked out leisurely. He did not panic at all. Since he was a hedonistic son, he would at most bring a few 7th-grade guards. With the enchantress around, his safety was guaranteed. Even if the supremacies of the Sakura family were to take action, they clearly would not attack indiscriminately. Along the way, Yi Qinghan took in Nanling City's completely different and exotic scenery as he rushed to the east of the city. There weren't many buildings in the east of the city, but there was a floating palace. It was very ancient and exuded a desolate aura. It was huge, with hundreds of smaller palaces floating in midair. He could see them from afar. It was no wonder the enchantress and company had come here. Nanling Divine Palace? Yi Qinghan's gaze swept across the great hall in the eastern part of the city like a huge dark cloud. He looked at the ancient characters on the Great Hall and looked at the mystical patterns and diagrams on them. Although he knew that it was an effect created by a restriction that wasn't too complicated, he also knew that it was a miracle used to deceive low-level warriors, but he still felt a little shock. There were 2 teams of official army guards outside the Divine Palace. They were all 7th-grade war gods. There were more than 100 of them, and at least 20 of them were at the peak of 7th grade. According to the soul connection with Xiao Hei, Yi Qinghan knew that the women were in the palace. He flew toward the entrance of the palace in midair, but he was stopped by the official army guards. He paid 100,000 divine stones and was allowed to pass. He sighed inwardly. He had encountered bandits again. The Sakura family was indeed black-hearted. As soon as he entered the palace, he was greeted by a statue. The statue was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. It was marked as the god of Nanling City. Countless people in front of him were sincerely kowtowing and praying. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew the person in the statue. It was the sovereign of Nanling City. Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Why did the person not die, but become a statue to be worshipped? Without stopping at the main hall, Yi Qinghan walked towards the side hall on the left. In the end, he discovered that there were countless side halls, and each of them had a statue or countless statues. There were also countless people kowtowing and praying. After walking through a few more side palaces, Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows and stepped aside. Behind him, 7 or 8 warriors, all of whom were 7th-grade war gods, rushed toward him. They rushed forward hastily. Yi Qinghan sneered and followed them. After walking through 2 or 3 side palaces, they came to a relatively large one. The hall suddenly became crowded. They were all excited and gathered in several circles. When the 7 or 8 warriors rushed over aggressively, the crowd in front of them immediately parted to make a path. Yi Qinghan also quietly followed them to the center of the crowd. With a simple sweep of his divine sense, he discovered the situation inside. The enchantress and the others all had their faces covered with a light veil. 2 guards at the peak of 6th grade stood on both sides. Interestingly, the one standing at the front was not the enchantress, but Yin Ling-er. Moreover, Yin Ling-er was pointing at the young master opposite her and scolding him like a lioness. In front of the ladies was a young man in a fancy robe. At this moment, half of his face had a clear palm print. He was surrounded by 4 guards, all of whom were 6th-grade war gods. There was no need to inquire about this kind of scene. It was obvious that the beauties of these women were being coveted. As a result, the young master was slapped by Yin Ling-er. With 2 guards at the peak of 6th grade beside them, The young master didn't dare to attack them, so he called for help. Yi Qinghan was somewhat surprised that the Nanling city's prefecture army didn't move. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a voice transmission to the enchantress. After asking, the young master revealed his identity. He was a direct descendant of the Ying family, Ying Chueshue. He claimed to be one of the top 10 young masters of the Nanling continent. Yi Qinghan didn't move. As he watched the show, he sent a voice transmission to Cherry Blossoms. The scene was very boring. It was nothing more than the impressive young master Ying Chueshue flaunting his prowess when he saw people coming. He pointed at Yin Ling-er and scolded and threatened her. He wanted Yin Ling-er to lick his toes and get everyone to sleep with him for a few nights. If not, he wouldn't be able to leave Nanling City. Moments later, Yi Qinghan finished sending the message. He also knew why the prefecture army didn't move. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly sent a voice transmission to the enchantress. "All right, enchantress, don't waste your breath on him. Get them out of the temple. As long as they aren't killed, you can do whatever you want with them. Slap their mother hard." Chapter 993. Yaroji's eyes lit up. Her limpid eyes glowed, and the charm that could charm people to death was released inadvertently. Instantly, the eyes of everyone in the hall became dazed, and the sound of people swallowing their saliva was heard. Many martial artists in Nanling continent liked to wear tight pants. As a result, many people began to erect tents on their lower bodies. "Sir, let's go out and talk. It's not convenient to do things in this temple." Yaroji twisted her snake-like body and walked to the front. Yin Ling-er sensibly retreated to the back. Yaroji was wearing a white palace dress and a silk scarf. Her whole body was covered up. However, the charm of the devil and succubus clan was natural. Every move she made was full of charm. Especially that sweet voice, it even hooked the souls of everyone in the main hall. Even Xiao Hei and the 2 peak 6th grade guards were deeply affected. After speaking, Yaroji walked out just like that. The women looked at each other in surprise, only to see that the people in front of them automatically made way for her. Sakura Chueshue and his men did not move, so they quickly followed her. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that when the temptress led the group of people away, all the men in the hall stared at the temptress and followed her. Their movements were numb and their eyes were dull, as if they had all become puppets. But the women were not affected at all. Yaroji's charm was unparalleled in the world. The dancing beauties were cold-blooded murderers. The dancing beauties lived up to their reputation. If Yi Qinghan's soul strength was not high, he might have followed her in a daze like the others. He sighed inwardly. Yaroji's charm was really awesome. Yaroji led the women out of the hall and stood quietly on a small square below. Although the official army guarding the temple saw that the people behind Yaroji were a little strange, they only looked at them with interest. There was no sign of them coming over to help. Ying Chueshue and his men, as well as countless onlookers, woke up at the same time. There was a commotion. They stared at Yaroji and were secretly on guard. However, when he remembered that this was Nanling City, Ying Chueshue became bolder. Yaroji brought the women to stand below and had 2 guards protect them. Her eyes lit up again and she hooked her finger at young master Ying Chueshue. Ying Chueshue was once again bewitched, and she gave a lewd smile as she stretched out her hands and leapt at Yaroji in an incredibly lewd manner. "Pa!" An incomparably resounding slap rang out, jolting everyone awake. Then, an incomparably shocking scene occurred. Young master Ying Chueshue's entire face was deformed. His tall body was sent flying like a golf ball. He turned into a black shadow and flew into the sky in an arc. The black shadow became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared from everyone's sight. "Young master." The expressions of the dozen or so guards changed instantly. They scanned the direction in which Ying Chueshue had disappeared with their divine senses. They discovered that Ying Chueshue had been thrown tens of thousands of meters away by a single palm strike. In the end, he landed in a smelly ditch in the city and passed out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. 2 figures flew in young master Ying Chueshue's direction like lightning. The rest of the guards unleashed their divine power and various weapons appeared in their hands. Their murderous aura enveloped the entire small square as they charged at Yaroji and the others. Countless surrounding cultivators retreated, but their eyes were filled with excitement. It was obvious that they had seen this kind of fight often, and it was very enjoyable to watch the show. Yaroji also moved. Her entire body transformed into a butterfly and began to dance gracefully in the air. A fragrant wind swept through the entire area. Her figure was extremely enchanting, and her dance was extremely beautiful. As the spectators watched, their vision actually became blurry. After that, their eyes once again became sluggish. This time, it was not only the aggressive guards who were stunned. Even the 100 or so rank 7 official army guards on the Nanling Divine Palace were bewitched. Even Yinling and the other women lost their charm. They were all immersed in this peerless dance. Pa, pa, pa. A few crisp sounds rang out, and everyone was awakened again. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, Ying Chueshua's guards all flew in one direction and finally landed in the same place, in the smelly ditch that Ying Chueshua had fallen into. At this moment, Ying Chueshua was being carried out by the 2 guards. His body was dripping with blood, and there was not a single bone in his body that was intact. All right, have you had enough fun? Yaroji, take everyone to the Illusion Palace. I have something to do, and I'll call you when I'm done. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Yaroji, this peerless beauty, to be so violent. With his eyesight, he could easily see that all the bones in these people had been smashed. Not even a single bone in their heads was intact. However, Yaroji had controlled it very well. Their souls and divine crystals were not injured. Yaroji received the order and clapped her hands happily. With a wave of her hand, she took the women, Xiao Hei, and the 2 guards and disappeared from the square. This caused an uproar among the nearby cultivators. A venerable. If she could disappear in an instant, what else could she be? A spatial divine artifact would produce intense spatial fluctuations. Such a beauty and such powerful strength, this woman was indeed a peerless beauty. Everyone began discussing Yaroji and company with relish. They did not seem to care about Ying Chueshua, who had been sent flying. It was as though it was normal for a Ying family member to be slapped. Furthermore, the guards did not show any signs of taking action. Yes, South Mountain's sovereign's rule can be used in Flame Dragon City in the future. Yi Qinghan obviously knew the reason. After he sent a message to Cherry Blossoms, she had given him a clear reply. She would be fine as long as he was not killed. South Mountain's sovereign had married hundreds of wives. His first generation had thousands of descendants, and there were countless direct descendants and collateral descendants. There were millions of young masters like Ying Chueshua in the entire South Mountain city. The Ying family had many descendants, so there was no way to prevent them from abusing their family's power. There was a period of time when there was constant bloodshed in South Mountain city. The mainland warriors had a terrible impression of South Mountain city, and there were many complaints about the Ying family and South Mountain's sovereign. Finally, when the matter reached South Mountain's sovereign, Ying Kuei issued an order. Unless one was conferred a title by the family, the other descendants were not to mobilize the prefecture army. As long as the Ying family members were not killed, the Ying family was not to seek revenge. Yi Qinghan thought that he had many wives now. Together with his family, collateral descendants, and relatives in Flame Dragon City would be extremely lively in the future. South Mountain's sovereign's rule was not bad. If he wanted to snatch women or slap people, he had to rely on his own strength. It was understandable if he was strong enough to slap people, but if he was not strong enough, he deserved it. This way, it could stimulate the descendants to work hard. After Yaroji and the others left, Yi Qinghan relaxed and strolled around Nanling City, admiring the unique scenery of the city. At night, the scenery in South Mountain City turned even more beautiful, especially the beautiful and unrestrained South Mountain's women. It was a unique scenery. After a night of shopping in the city, he enjoyed the good time of solitude. Yi Qinghan did not return to the restaurant. He had met Cherry Blossoms in the restaurant, and with Yaroji and company committing a crime, there would probably be people investigating the restaurant, right? The next day, Yi Qinghan secretly teleported to Suxian City and continued strolling around the city square. Before long, he saw Her Highness Cherryblossoms, who was dressed in a fiery red grass skirt, walk out of the teleportation array with 4 guards. Chapter 994. Cherryblossoms, take your guards to the southern gate 25 kilometers out of the city. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission before he led the way to the southern gate and easily left the city. Not long after, he saw Cherryblossoms and 4 guards rushing over. The 4 guards were 7th grade war gods. They wore wary expressions and seemed displeased with Miss Cherryblossoms leaving the city. Yi Qinghan sneered before sending a voice transmission to Cherryblossoms. Don't resist. I'll put you into my spatial artifact. As he sent the voice transmission, Yi Qinghan's body shot towards the quartet like a bolt of lightning. The quartet was instantly jolted awake as their divine powers surged. Their divine perception radiated in every direction, but their expressions changed suddenly. Their divine perception could see countless soul-poisoned jade sabers shooting at them from every direction. They had seen it before. It was Su Immortal City's Miss Blue Rain's famous technique, but the person in front of them was clearly a man. So what if you're a soul cultivator? How dare you attack His Highness? You have a death wish. Not only did the quartet not retreat, they charged forward at lightning speed, protecting Cherryblossoms behind them. The grey armor they wore shimmered with grey light. The 4 beams of grey light fused together to form a grey wall of light. A combined battle array? Yi Qinghan pricked up his brows. A warrior actually dared to defend against a soul skill head-on? With a loud roar, he released his Skyfiend voice and charged at the quartet. However, he did not put Cherryblossoms into his spatial artifact. The quartet was delighted when they saw this. This soul cultivator was truly a fool. He actually dared to engage in close combat. Did he think that the soul-poisoned jade sabers could harm the quartet? The grey wall of light trembled as it blocked all the soul-poisoned jade sabers. At that moment, Yi Qinghan had already charged in front of them. The quartet revealed lingering smiles as they brandished the grey swords in their hands. Like 4 venomous snakes, they attacked Yi Qinghan's head and divine crystal. Yi Qinghan grunted coldly as he suddenly accelerated. He ignored the quartet's attacks as his palms streaked out after images, striking at the quartet's abdomen at lightning speed. Bang, bang. As expected, the moment the 4 swords struck Yi Qinghan, his body suddenly emitted a ball of white light. Under the defense of his origin energy, let alone these weapons, even transcendent-grade god artifacts would find it difficult to injure him. Yi Qinghan's hand gently patted the abdomen of the 4, easily sending them flying. At the same time, he circulated his origin energy to his hand and unleashed his soul fusion battle skill, causing their souls to tremble in that instant. Then, he forcefully sealed their divine crystals. Shio. Yi Qinghan did not stop. He flew toward the 4 of them at lightning speed and threw them into the War Imperial Palace as if he were grabbing a sack. 7th grade war gods and guards who specialized in joint attacks, the Ying family definitely had their soul jade slips. If the 4 of them died, it would alert the enemy. It was better to lock them up first. As for when they would be released, it was hard to say. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so strong. You don't seem to have used your willpower, right? These 4 are experts in joint attacks. Even an ordinary supremacy would find it difficult to kill them. Cherryblossoms was dazzled by the sight. She had the strength of a peak god king, so it was impossible for her to keep up with the battle between the 7th grade war gods and Yi Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them had vanished. Yi Qinghan was standing beside him with a smile. Heh. This place isn't far from Nanling City. If I had used my willpower, I would have alerted your lord. I launched a sneak attack, and with the 4 of them being wary of you, it wouldn't have been difficult to take down a minor character like him, Yi Qinghan said without a care. In fact, at that instant, Yi Qinghan's soul was circulating at a terrifying speed. He instantly used a few offensive techniques. It was normal for soul attacks to achieve such an effect when paired with origin energy. Wait. Yi Qinghan suddenly vanished from his spot. Moments later, he appeared out of thin air again. This time, he was wearing the grey armor of a guard. At the same time, the muscles on his face and facial features changed, turning him into an ice-cold, burly man. The two did not speak further as they transformed into two shadows and flew towards Su Immortal City. With Her Highness Cherry Blossom leading the way, the journey was unimpeded. The two entered Su Immortal City's Su Immortal Abode, the Land family's manor. Su Immortal Abode was huge and it was filled with a festive atmosphere. Many places were decorated with lanterns and colorful lights. It was as though they were preparing for Blue Rain's wedding. The Land family was extremely respectful to Her Highness Cherry Blossom's arrival, but it did not alarm the entire manor. Clearly, Cherry Blossom was a frequent visitor, so no one was surprised. A beautiful middle-aged woman who looked like a housekeeper came over with a chuckle to pay her respects. She brought Miss Cherry Blossom directly to the East Courtyard. Blue Rain Court. Every time Her Highness Cherry Blossom came, she would go straight to Blue Rain Court. Everyone in the manor knew that she liked her cousin a lot. Blue Rain Court was heavily guarded outside. Countless maidservants walked in and out, making it appear as though it was a large family. Yi Qinghan kept following behind Cherry Blossom coldly. He did not fake a smile. When people bowed at him, he did not even look at them. He was extremely domineering. However, no one dared to object. They knew that he was a special guard that the King of South Mountain had assigned to Miss Cherry Blossom. "Sorry, Your Excellency, you can't enter. This is the family head's order. Men are not allowed to enter. Please forgive us." When Yi Qinghan entered Blue Rain Court, an accident happened. A 7th grade guard commander outside the court stopped Yi Qinghan. As for Cherry Blossom, she frowned as well. Clearly, she knew of the family head's order. Bam! The answer to the duo was a fist the size of a casserole pot from Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked. His speed was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, Soul Annihilation attacked at the same time. The 7th grade guard commander was caught off guard as he was sent flying, smashing through an artificial mountain behind him. Shoo! Shoo! Countless guards transformed into shadows as they flew over. Instantly, they surrounded Yi Qinghan. However, their eyes were fixed on the housekeeper in front of Cherry Blossom. It was as though they were waiting for her order to take down Yi Qinghan. "Come if you don't want to die." Cherry Blossom was momentarily taken aback. She never expected Yi Qinghan to attack directly. Just as she was at a loss as to what to do, Yi Qinghan grunted coldly. At the same time, the power of origins appeared in his hand. His gaze was like a blade as it swept across the guards with surging killing intent. He bellowed coldly, "By His Majesty's orders, Her Highness is to protect her when she's out. Anyone who dares obstruct me from carrying out my mission will be killed without mercy." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless guards retreated in horror as they looked at the power of origins in Yi Qinghan's hand and his murderous gaze. No one dared to approach him. This was an envoy with His Majesty's orders. Killing him would be pointless. Most importantly, he was a supremacy. "My lord, please forgive us. Please come in." The female housekeeper bowed and smiled. She personally invited Yi Qinghan in. Cherry Blossom glanced at Yi Qinghan as her eyes shimmered. The guards looked at Yi Qinghan's stalwart figure and sighed inwardly. Could this be Cherry Blossom's secret? The top secret guard was actually a supremacy. The Ying family was indeed extremely powerful. One had to know that the Lan family was one of the 3 major family clans of the South Mountain continent, but they only had 2 supremacies. Blue Rain Pavilion's scenery was beautiful. There was a huge yard inside that was planted with blue flowers. The pavilion was mainly light blue in color. There were tiny blue bells hanging on the curtains and windows. When the wind blew gently, it produced a pleasant sound. Cherry Blossoms and Yi Qinghan strode in, but the housekeeper did not enter. All she did was instruct the maidservants waiting outside not to provoke the malefic guard. If not, they should not blame her for not warning them if they died. After giving a few more instructions, she left leisurely. The pavilion was mainly light blue in color. The moment he walked in, Yi Qinghan believed that he had arrived at the Rain Emperor Palace. In the huge hall, there were light muslin fluttering everywhere. There were incense sticks burning in the corners, filling the entire hall with a faint fragrance. There were not many furnishings in the room, but it was especially elegant. Yi Qinghan's gaze stopped at the window on the left the moment he entered. He could not tear his gaze away. There was a jade couch placed under the window on the left. A woman dressed in a light blue floral dress had her legs slightly bent. She rested her chin on one hand as she leaned against the window. She looked out at the pool of water in a daze. Her face was very pale and her two beautiful brows were slightly curled up. Her eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Two streaks of tears silently rolled down the corners of her eyes. However, she did not seem to notice them as she allowed them to wet her robe. The beauty rolled up the beaded curtains and sat there with her brows furrowed. However, it was unknown who she hated when she saw the wet tear streaks. Yi Qinghan's cold expression instantly turned even colder. He felt his heart wrench in pain as he felt a lump in his throat. After staring at the rain for a long time, he softly cried out, "Blue rain. I'm here." Chapter 995. When Yi Qinghan shouted that, his voice did not change. His looks did not change either, but the deep emotions in his eyes could melt the snow in the extreme north of the divine world. Empress Rain trembled as she continued looking at the lotus pond outside the window. However, her eyes lit up. Then, she did something that surprised Yi Qinghan and Cherry Blossoms. She turned her head and faced the duo with her round back. Her body was still trembling slightly, but moments later, she stabilized herself. She leisurely turned her head. Her beautiful face did not have a single trace of tears. Her eyes were calm as she glanced at Yi Qinghan before looking at Cherry Blossoms. She released her divine powers and triggered the protective lasers on the wall. Finally, she turned her attention to Yi Qinghan and said lightly, "City Lord Yi, welcome to Su Immortal City as a guest." "Yi, City Lord Yi?" Cherry Blossoms was a little confused. What was wrong with Blue Rain? Why did she suddenly change into a different person? She did not have such an expression when she mentioned Yi Qinghan in the past. Empress Rain glanced at Cherry Blossoms lightly as her eyes revealed a faint look of reproach. She stood up and politely invited the duo to take a seat. She personally went to the coffee table beside her and poured some tea. Her footsteps were very steady and steady. However, when she poured the tea, her hand trembled slightly, spilling the tea outside. Yi Qinghan did not move as he stared intently at Empress Rain. He said coldly, "Blue Rain, stop acting. Your acting isn't good at all." Just as Empress Rain picked up the tea and was about to turn around, her body stiffened. After a moment of surprise, she turned her head and said, "Qinghan, I'm not acting. Didn't Cherry Blossoms tell you? I'm getting married. Forget everything that happened in the past. Forget." Haha. Yi Qinghan suddenly burst into laughter, his body bursting with an incomparably tyrannical aura. He strode over, his two thick arms forcefully grabbing the Empress of Rain's shoulders, his eyes staring at her evasive gaze. He angrily shouted. He stared at her evasive gaze and bellowed angrily, "Blue Rain, look at me. Look into my eyes. Let me tell you, you are Yi Qinghan's woman. You were, you are now, and you will always be. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, this young master will kill them even if I have to risk my life. You can only be my person when you are alive, and my ghost when you are dead. Even if the god of heaven or the lord of the underworld wanted to snatch you away, I would still fight them." The domineering roar left Empress Rain and Cherry Blossom's ears ringing. The domineering aura also caused the light muslin in the room to flutter. The entire penthouse was filled with the echoes of Yi Qinghan's furious roar. Cherry Blossom's eyes began to twinkle with tiny stars once again. She looked at Yi Qinghan's muscular shoulders and his sharp gaze. Her tiny heart was pounding like a fawn's. Empress Rain's eyes lit up and two streams of tears fell silently once again. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and averted her eyes again. She shook her head and wriggled her lips as she said, "Qinghan, don't be impulsive. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Hurry up and leave." "Mph, why can't I act recklessly? Do you believe that I'll storm my way to South Mountain City with you?" Yi Qinghan grunted coldly in an extremely domineering manner. However, he was somewhat puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Cherry Blossoms. When Cherry Blossoms was swept by Yi Qinghan, she suddenly slapped the chair and jumped up. She said with a chuckle, "Cousin, I forgot to tell you something. Brother-in-law is now an invincible 9th-grade god of war. I originally thought that brother-in-law would not come, so I didn't tell you, afraid that you would be sad. What? 9th grade? Blue Rain instantly turned pale. Her eyes shimmered as she looked at Yi Qinghan and then at Cherry Blossoms. Finally, she looked back at Cherry Blossoms and said, "The two of you must have colluded to lie to me, right? This matter is not to be joked about." Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, if an ordinary person were to suddenly hear of this matter, they would definitely not dare to believe it. He did not explain. Instead, he released Empress Rain and with a jolt, the power of origins swirled around him. Instantly, the entire room lit up. Power of origins. Heavens! Blue Rain covered her mouth in astonishment. Her face was filled with shock. With the power of origins enveloping his body, he could already reach the level of a superior grade supremacy. When Blue Rain left Flame Dragon City, Yi Qinghan was still a mere godly monarch. How did he change in a blink of an eye? At that moment, she believed Cherry Blossom's words. She gulped and said, "Little man, what happened to you?" "It's very simple." Yi Qinghan retracted his power of origins and said with a smile, "Do you remember when I left Godseal Valley? Back then, I fused with a mystic that had never been fused in the divine world. Then, there was a worldly phenomenon in Dripping Springs City. In fact, I was bestowed with the power of origins back then." Empress Rain nodded. Of course, she remembered. If not for Yi Qinghan fusing with such a mystical mystic, she would still be in Godseal Valley. At that moment, she completely believed Yi Qinghan's words. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Like a little girl, she looked at Yi Qinghan in adoration, waiting for him to continue explaining. Her entire body was filled with joy, as though she had come back to life. Yi Qinghan's muscles trembled, and he returned to his original appearance. A smile appeared on his face. This was the true Blue Rain. Even after experiencing the vicissitudes of time, she was still as pure as a little girl. This was the most attractive part of Blue Rain. He stroked Blue Rain's blue hair and continued, "Do you still remember one of the 3 conditions to leave Godseal Valley? To comprehend the laws of space. Eternal space." Empress Rain blurted out. She remembered it clearly. Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "Yes, I comprehended eternal space in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Eternal space is actually willpower. That's why I have willpower. I reached the 9th grade and was once again bestowed with origin power by the laws of heaven and earth." Yi Qinghan's explanation was very simple, but Blue Rain completely understood and believed him. She stared blankly at Yi Qinghan. She stared at this person who dared to fantasize about her the first time they met. She always knew that Yi Qinghan was a genius. Sooner or later, he would shine and have his own sky in the divine realm. She never expected that day to come so early and so suddenly. Cherry Blossoms saw Blue Rain staring at Yi Qinghan in a daze. She hurriedly reminded her, "Cousin, don't let your thoughts run wild. Hurry and tell brother-in-law about the situation. If we stay here too long, we will arouse suspicion." "Yes." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and said, "Although I'm not afraid of your family's monarch, it would be best if this matter could be resolved quietly. Where are uncle and auntie? As long as we save them, I'll immediately take you far away." The moment Blue Rain mentioned the matter, her expression immediately changed. She turned extremely pale as she felt excruciatingly pained and powerless. She sighed heavily and said, "It's useless. It's useless. There's no way to save them. My parents have been imprisoned in City Lord Manor by solitary Sakura. Saving them will definitely alarm the entire City Lord Manor. When that happens, it will definitely alarm the monarch. The monarch likes solitary Sakura the most because the two of them had similar experiences years ago. Didn't you see him directly order him to be the family head? Cherry Blossoms knows that Cherry Blossoms's original family head was a pinnacle supremacy, much stronger than him." Cherry Blossom's expression changed as well. She knew her family's situation best. If solitary Sakura were to openly imprison Blue Rain's parents in City Lord Manor, it was impossible for it to not alarm the South Mountain's sovereign. Yi Qinghan sneered as killing intent suffused his eyes. He pulled Blue Rain's hand and walked out. At the same time, He turned his head to Cherry Blossoms and bellowed, "In that case, let's go. Let's be direct. Let's go to City Lord Manor and ask for them." Chapter 996. Ah! Cherry Blossoms and Empress Rain were given a fright. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan was heading straight for Nanling City. Blue Rain hurriedly dragged Yi Qinghan out as they wriggled their hands in a bid to escape. "Trust me. Your man will not harm you. I'll handle this matter." Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at Empress Rain with utmost determination. Empress Rain jolted as a resolute look flashed in her eyes. She nodded and stopped struggling. She obediently followed Yi Qinghan. As for Yi Qinghan, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Cherry Blossoms and said, "Cherry Blossoms, why don't you not walk with us? We will be fine after this, but your days in the family clan will not be easy." Cherry Blossoms pondered for a moment before looking up and giggling. "It's fine. I'm sick of this Nanling City. If I really can't stay here any longer, I'll seek refuge with brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, you won't not take me in, right?" Upon seeing Cherry Blossom's fiery gaze, Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and ignored her. Just like that, they walked straight out without changing their appearances. The pavilion had activated a soundproof barrier, so the three of them walked out of the pavilion and headed outside without the slightest hindrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment they walked out of the yard, countless gazes swept over. The maidservants outside looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. Who was this person? Why was he holding her mistress's hand so rudely? The guards at the entrance instantly reacted. Why did this lord's looks change? Furthermore, he actually dared to hold their mistress's hand and walk out? Why was Her Highness Cherry Blossoms following behind them? Was she being held hostage? Shoo, shoo. Dozens of guards had a change in expression as they instantly blocked the door. Furthermore, they immediately sent voice transmissions. "Lord, Mistress can't leave Blue Rain Court. Also, please let go of Mistress's hand." The person who shouted was still the leader of the guards. Although Yi Qinghan had sent him flying, he had not dealt a heavy blow on account of Empress Rain. Although the current situation was very strange, the guard leader did not dare to be too arrogant and spoke with a slightly polite tone. "Get lost." How could Yi Qinghan be polite to them? His face was cold, and a murderous aura poured out from his body. It whistled out, and the temperature of the entire courtyard dropped by dozens of degrees. Everyone's complexion changed. The hands of the low-level martial artists holding their weapons trembled. Everyone subconsciously retreated 7 or 8 steps, opening up a path. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He turned a blind eye to them and directly led Blue Rain out, not even glancing at the martial artists on either side. The dozens of martial artists outside the courtyard were all filled with divine power, but no one dared to make a move. The guard commander wanted to shout a few times, but in the end, he didn't dare to do so. Because he knew that if he dared to make a move, he would be the first to die. Dozens of people surrounded Yi Qinghan's group of 3, but they didn't dare to attack. Yi Qinghan walked forward, and they followed, all of them glaring at him menacingly. It was a very strange scene. Swish, swish, swish. Countless air-rending sounds rang out from all directions as countless figures tore through the air. As one of the 3 major families of the Nanling continent, the Lan family was a large family with countless experts and hundreds of elders. There were also more than 10 peak 7th grade martial artists and countless 6th and 7th grade war gods. The moment they heard that someone wanted to forcefully take Miss Blue Rain away, they were all alarmed and rushed over immediately. "Who are you? Let go of the young mistress. Your Highness, quickly retreat. Let go of the young mistress. Your Highness, young mistress." However, when they rushed over and saw the scene, no one dared to make a move. This was because everyone knew that this person was a supremacy. Furthermore, although he was holding Blue Rain's hand, it didn't seem like her divine crystal had been sealed. As for Cherry Blossoms, she was giggling as she followed behind, as though she was watching the show. Why did it look like she was being held hostage? Yi Qinghan decided not to walk any further. He quietly stood in the square in front of Blue Rain Court, waiting for the important figures of the Lan family to arrive. Wang. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a supremacy from the Lan family. He was an elder with white hair, but his face was radiant like a baby's. He swept his gaze across Yi Qinghan and listened to the voice transmission report beside him. He coldly said, "Who are you? You are definitely not from Nanling City. And who are you?" Yi Qinghan did not even look him in the eye as he said arrogantly. His haughty manner stirred the experts of the Lan family. They nearly took action. The elder swept his cold gaze across the crowd. Instantly, there was dead silence. It was apparent that he was an impressive figure in the Lan family. He glanced at Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms and did not flare up. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm the Grand Elder of the Lan family, Supremacy Blue River. May I ask who you are?" When Yi Qinghan noticed that Blue River was rather polite, he looked him in the eye. He converged his killing intent and said nonchalantly, "Get your patriarch to come out and speak. I'll give Blue Rain face." Blue River's expression changed once again. He had spoken in a subservient manner, but he still received such a reply. "So what if you are a supremacy?" The Lan family had two supremacies. The patriarch was a peak supremacy. The Lan family had stood proudly in the Nanling continent for millions of years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, when he saw Blue Rain's nonchalant expression and Cherry Blossom's starry eyes, he fell silent for a moment. When he swept his gaze across Yi Qinghan again, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly said to the people beside him, "Quickly invite the patriarch out of seclusion. There's no need. I'm here." At that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was also dressed in blue robes and looked middle-aged. He had an aquiline nose and a cold gaze. It was obvious that he was a ruthless and ambitious figure. "Greetings, Patriarch." The hundreds of warriors present knelt down. Even Blue River bowed slightly. As for Blue Rain, they subconsciously wanted to kneel but were lifted up by Yi Qinghan's divine power. Cherry Blossoms nodded at the person as a form of greeting. Everyone looked at the Lan family's patriarch with reverence and reverence. It was clear that this person's prestige in the Lan family was extremely high. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Lan family's patriarch actually took 2 steps forward and knelt down on one knee toward Yi Qinghan. He respectfully said, "Lan Tian greets the frigid night sovereign." Wow! The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at the Lan family's patriarch in disbelief. Then, they suddenly came to their senses. When they saw Yi Qinghan's face, they were all frightened. They hurriedly knelt down and shouted in unison, "Greetings, frigid night sovereign." Blue River had actually seen through it a moment ago. At that moment, he knelt on one knee with a bitter expression. Not only him, but all the kneeling warriors also became bitter and fearful. They had long heard that after Blue Rain appeared in the Sealed God Valley, their first appearance was in Flame Dragon City. Furthermore, they had an ambiguous relationship with the Flame Dragon City Lord. However, rumors were rumors. Blue Rain had the strength of a 7th-grade war god. At that time, Yi Qinghan was just a minor divine king. No one thought that the two would get together. They didn't expect that they were wrong. Not only did the two of them get together, but from the looks of it, they had been together for a long time and were very deep. Thinking of everything the Lan family had done for Blue Rain over the years, thinking of Blue Rain's impression of the Lan family, and most importantly, thinking of the means of this young man in front of them, everyone felt a chill in their heart. This lord was a murderous demon king, a demon in human form, a ferocious person who could kill dozens of supremacies with a single slap. And their Lan family only had 2 supremacies. If he were to slap Su Immortal Abode in a fit of rage, even the South Mountain sovereign wouldn't say anything, right? "Get up," Yi Qinghan said calmly, but his gaze was on Blue Rain. Seeing Blue Rain gently shake her head, he leisurely said, "I'm taking Blue Rain with me. I will settle this matter. Make way." Chapter 997. Wait. Blue Sky didn't say anything, but Blue River anxiously shouted. Then, he bowed to Yi Qinghan again, "Monarch, we have no objections to you taking Blue Rain away. But if the South Mountain Monarch investigates this matter, the Blue family will be annihilated." Blue Rain. I know you have some misunderstandings about the Blue family, but the Blue family's blood flows in your veins. You can't just watch as the Blue family is destroyed. Lan Yu looked at Blue River, whose eyes were filled with pleading, and at the silent blue sky, as well as the family's elders who were bowing and fawning at her. She felt it was ironic. She sneered and spoke for the first time since leaving the loft. "The Blue family's blood? Hee hee. You don't know, but what I hate the most is having the Blue family's blood in my veins. My father had the Blue family's most orthodox bloodline, but what happened to him in the end? He lived a life worse than a dog in the Blue family. When I became a soul cultivator, your first thought wasn't that a genius had appeared in the family, right? You brought me to Nanling City and swayed around in front of the princes, afraid that I wouldn't be able to get married. Without your consent, would Lonely Ying have been able to silently kidnap my parents in Suzianju? Hihi, what am I in your eyes? Am I a commodity? A commodity that will solidify the Blue family's position? Have you ever treated me like a person? Have you ever cared about my feelings? I am also a person." Blue Rain's voice was very calm, but it was like a slap to the Blue family's faces. Blue Sky's expression didn't change, but a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. As for Blue River, his body emitted a baleful aura, but he stealthily retracted it. He lowered his head, as if to hide the anger in his heart. Cherry's eyes reddened as she held Blue Rain's hand tightly. She sympathized with Blue Rain's predicament, or else she wouldn't have been so intimate with Blue Rain. At the same time, her face revealed a sense of helplessness. To outsiders, being in a rich and powerful family made them look glorious and mighty. But how many people knew how much helplessness and filthy things were hidden under their bright and beautiful appearance? Blue Rain did not cry. Instead, he grabbed Yi Qinghan and Cherry Blossom's hands tightly as he looked at the experts and elders around him with pride. She was actually a very emotional person. She often cried, but she felt that she could cry alone, in front of her parents and her man. However, he could not do it in front of these people, because they were not worthy. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just looked at the Blue Sky coldly, as if waiting for his explanation. Blue Sky wooden pipe dodged a little, did not speak, and fell silent. On the side, Blue River was a bit anxious. He lifted his head and the anger in his eyes disappeared. With an awkward smile, he bowed and nodded his head. "It's all my fault. Blue Rain, Second Grandpa has let you down. You have to understand that everything Second Grandpa did was for your own good. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you." A cold shout suddenly rang out, rudely interrupting Blue River's words. It was incomparably rude and even contained a threat. The expressions of all the experts of the Lan family changed once again. Even Blue Sky's expression darkened slightly. Blue River's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't dare say a word as he looked at the owner of the voice. Yi Qinghan looked at Lan River in disdain. He didn't care about the expressions and gazes of the Lan family's experts. He said coldly to Lan Tian, "The South Mountain Sovereign can destroy your Lan family. I can do the same. Cherry Blossoms, leave. Go to South Mountain City." Accompanying Yi Qinghan's words was a cold air that resembled the extreme north of the celestial world. Under Yi Qinghan's surging killing intent, the hundreds of experts from the Lan family felt their souls turn cold. They were alarmed. This homicidal demon king was indeed as the rumors said. How many people did he have to kill to have such a terrifying killing intent? Yi Qinghan brought Cherry Blossoms with him as he slowly walked towards the entrance of Su's immortal abode. He no longer looked at Blue Sky, Blue River, and the others. All the experts of the Lan family looked at Yi Qinghan in fear. They hurriedly gave way and watched as Yi Qinghan and the others disappeared from their sight. "Patriarch, this frigid night sovereign is too unreasonable." After Blue River saw Yi Qinghan off, his expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with malevolence as he spoke to Blue Sky furiously. "Pa." His reply was a resounding slap. Blue Sky's killing intent surged as he glared at Blue River coldly and roared, "You idiot, are you not comfortable until you kill the Lan family? Scram to the back of the mountain and go into seclusion for 100 years. Scram." Seeing the furious Blue Sky, Blue River was afraid. He dejectedly teleported away. All the other experts of the Lan family knelt down and prostrated on the ground. They kept quiet out of fear and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Send someone to notify Lonely Cherry that Lan Yu and her parents have already been expelled from the Lan family. Her matter has nothing to do with the Lan family. Also tell him that Yi Qinghan took Lan Yu to Nanling City. Lan Yu, you will temporarily lead the Lan family. I will go meet the sovereign and personally explain things. Blue Sky quickly gave a few orders and disappeared from the scene. Su Immortal abode. Yi Qinghan brought Lan Yu and cherry blossoms and flew towards the teleportation formation. Lan Yu pulled Yi Qinghan's hand with a face full of happiness. Cherry blossoms stood to the side with a face full of excitement. It was as if the place Yi Qinghan was going to cause trouble was not her Ying family. Yi Qinghan's body trembled as the grey armor on his body turned to dust. He twisted his body and said with a smile, Lan Yu, don't worry. It's nothing serious. I will handle it. Lan Yu nodded her head forcefully. Yi Qinghan's dominance had completely conquered her. Which woman didn't wish for their man to be powerful and domineering? Moreover, it was a powerful domineering display for him. Brother-in-law, why didn't you teleport us? Cherry Blossoms suddenly asked. She had always been curious about this but didn't dare ask. Now, she couldn't help but ask. Yi Qinghan looked at Empress Rain with a face full of doubt. He whispered with a smile, actually, I don't know how to teleport. Ah! The two of them exclaimed in shock. Then, they recalled what Yi Qinghan had said in Blue Rain Court and seemed to understand. They looked at Yi Qinghan with strange gazes. This person was truly a freak. The number one freak in the celestial realm. Su's residence was not far from Su Immortal City's square. Moments later, the trio flew to the side of the teleportation array. Clearly, the situation inside was unknown to those outside. There was no commotion, and very few people in Blue Rain knew Cherry Blossoms. However, Cherry Blossom's appearance caused many people to fall to their knees. Yi Qinghan did not say a word, but Cherry Blossoms spoke up indifferently, gesturing for them to activate the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the trio appeared in South Mountain City. However, the atmosphere in South Mountain City was somewhat odd. There were nearly no pedestrians on the square, but there were several times the number of guards. Furthermore, every guard looked unfriendly. There were also countless sounds of people tearing through the air. Clearly, there were countless warriors rushing over. PH, news sure travels fast. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and thought nothing of it. He ignored the watchful eyes of the guards around him and flew straight for City Lord Manor with Lan Yu and Cherry Blossoms. Chapter 998. The City Lord's mansion was located at the north of the plaza. When Yi Qinghan arrived at the plaza, he saw countless guards rushing towards the City Lord's mansion from all directions. Furthermore, the teleportation formation on the plaza kept flashing, and countless figures appeared. These figures flashed and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the City Lord's mansion. Obviously, they were the venerables of the southern mountain continent. The number of experts in front of City Lord Manor increased. Moments later, there were more than 10 supremacies and tens of thousands of soldiers. These people had clearly received orders as their gazes locked onto Yi Qinghan as though they were facing a formidable foe. Is Solitary Ying a fool? He actually gathered so many people. Is there any use in numbers? If these people knew of your identity, they probably wouldn't dare come, right? Lan Yu said with a sneer. The Lan family was a large family clan and her strength was not weak either. Of course, she knew that no matter how many people there were, they would be sending themselves to their deaths in front of a will. There was no difference between one supremacy and 100 supremacies. Cherry Blossoms was puzzled as well. These people clearly did not know of Yi Qinghan's identity. They had only rushed over after receiving orders. She said in puzzlement, that's right. Why is the family head so foolish? Heh. He's not foolish. Yi Qinghan said with a faint smile. He ignored the countless murderous gazes and explained, he gathered these people to lure South Ridge Sovereign out. If I were to smack so many supremacies to death, the South Ridge continent would suffer a huge blow. Once South Ridge Sovereign learns of this, he will have no choice but to appear. This. Little Han, what do we do? Lan Yu was a little flustered. After all, Southridge Sovereign was a powerful existence that had been famous for 1,000,000 years. Yi Qinghan had just broken through to the 9th grade and he did not even know how to teleport. She was obviously worried. "Don't be afraid. Watch me." Yi Qinghan smiled calmly and patted Lan Yu's palm. With the two of them, he flew into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters in front of City Lord Manor. He amplified his divine power and roared, "Solitary Ying, get out here. Solitary Ying, get out here. Get out here." Yi Qinghan's powerful god power amplified his voice. Although there were many people in front of the City Lord's mansion, it was completely silent. Although there were millions of residents watching from around the square, none of them dared to make a sound. The moment Yi Qinghan bellowed, he felt as though a clap of thunder had exploded in Nanling City. The huge echo reverberated in the square for a long time. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms were dumbfounded as they exchanged looks. Yi Qinghan actually attacked directly, and it was the most barbaric declaration of war, leaving no room for maneuver. The tens of thousands of official army soldiers and more than a dozen venerables in front of the City Lord's mansion were also dumbfounded. On the other hand, the martial artists and residents around the square were shocked. Many of them trembled, and many even burst into tears from excitement. How many years has it been? How many years had it been since he had seen such a shocking scene? There was actually someone at the South Mountain Square asking the South Mountain City Lord, the head of the Ying family, the favorite descendant of the South Mountain sovereign, to come out? This is 2F** King exciting. Who was this azure-robed man? This question instantly lingered in the minds of all the warriors present. No one was a fool. Lone Ying Cheng's order was very strange. Furthermore, this person clearly knew that Lone Ying Cheng wanted to deal with him, yet he had swaggered to City Lord's mansion and shouted at it. This meant that he was not a fool, but an expert, a pinnacle expert. If he wasn't a pinnacle expert, who would dare shout here? Furthermore, this person looked familiar to countless people. After Yi Qinghan shouted, the image in countless people's minds instantly overlapped with the person in front of them. Most of the people present had never seen the portrait before, but with a thought, they guessed the person's identity. The number of people in the divine world who could curse here could be counted on 2 hands. At that moment, there were more than a dozen supremacies in front of him, and the Ying family's supremacies had yet to take action. And this person did not appear to be a fool. That meant that he disregarded supremacies. In other words, he was more impressive than supremacies. He was a monarch, an invincible 9th grade war god, and the monarchs of the divine world had always been elusive. They rarely appeared in front of the public, let alone shouted in front of everyone. The only explanation was that he was the youngest monarch of the divine world, that hot-headed monarch Qing, the one who killed without batting an eye, the one who never played by the rules, frigid night monarch. Around the plaza, more and more people began to cry. They were too excited. Monarch. 4 low-level warriors like them, being able to see a supremacy was already an honor. Now, they could actually see the youngest, most legendary, and most murderous monarch in the history of the divine world. Furthermore, it seemed like they could personally see a monarch in action. Whoosh. In midair, the space fluctuated and 5 figures appeared out of thin air. The main character had appeared. Greetings, frigid night monarch. The 5 people stood in a straight line with Yi Qinghan. Although the 5 of them said greetings, they only casually cupped their hands and did not bow. Their expressions were cold. Especially the supremacy at the very front. His eyes were fixed on Lan Yu, who was beside Yi Qinghan. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Greetings, frigid night monarch. The warriors below woke up and knelt down on one knee. Although they understood that this person had a grudge against Lonely Ying Cheng, they subconsciously treated him as an enemy. However, a monarch was the pinnacle of warriors. As a warrior, they still had to show respect and courtesy to the strongest of the warriors. Wasn't the battle not starting yet? Yi Qinghan coldly sized up the supremacy at the very front. Solitary Ying had a dignified appearance. His dark blue hair was tied into a scholar's bun, and he wore a gorgeous golden robe. Every movement he made was filled with a domineering aura. Unfortunately, the gloominess in his eyes caused his entire temperament to change. Without wasting any words, Yi Qinghan said tyrannically, Hand over Lan Yu's parents, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, HMPH. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless people's eyes locked onto Lan Yu, who was beside Yi Qinghan. They all understood the cause of this matter. Since ancient times, femme fatale. Back then, monarch Tianqi, Mo Shanghuang, started a massacre because of a woman from the bewitching demon race. The matter between lonely Ying Cheng and Lan Yu had already spread throughout the South Mountain continent. Recently, they were even preparing for their wedding. No one expected that a man would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, it was the legendary frigid night monarch of the divine realm. The gloominess in lonely Ying Cheng's eyes intensified, but he didn't panic at all. He cupped his hands and said, "Frigid night monarch, are you mistaken? You are the one who should release my fiancé. Lan Yu and I have been engaged for a long time. This is something that everyone in the divine realm knows. As for uncle and auntie, as the son-in-law, lonely Ying Cheng naturally treats them as esteemed guest. Could it be that frigid night monarch wants to use his strength to forcefully snatch my wife?" Lonely Ying Cheng's words were logical and reasonable. He used the sad card and even put on a hat at the end. His words were extremely incisive. "You." Empress Rain's expression changed, and she trembled with anger. Although she knew that lonely Ying Cheng was distorting the truth, she didn't know what to say to refute him. Although not everyone in the divine realm knew about her engagement with lonely Ying Cheng, everyone in the South Mountain continent knew about it. "Hehe, you want to play with this young master? This young master grew up playing with this. Blue Rain, back off. Leave everything to me." The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he laughed lightly. He patted Empress Rain's shoulder and had her back off. Only then did he stare at lonely Ying Cheng with a smile for a long time. He stared at lonely Ying Cheng until his hair stood on end. Only then did he say, "Bullsh**T. As expected. Yi Qinghan once again didn't play by the rules. He didn't care about his identity as a monarch and acted like a street hooligan as he directly burst out with vulgarities. The might of this move was huge. Everyone present was stunned and scared silly. More people burst into tears. Big brother. He could play like this. Yi Qinghan didn't care about the crowd. He extended his index finger and pointed at lonely Ying Cheng's face arrogantly. He scolded, "You say you have an engagement with Blue Rain, so you think you have an engagement? Call the Blue family's patriarch out and see if there is an engagement. Blue Rain and I got to know each other in Sealed God Valley and spent a long time together. Why didn't you save her at that time? If it wasn't for this young master, would Blue Rain have left Sealed God Valley? You little dog, have you gone crazy thinking about women? You dare to steal my woman? Just one word, are you going to hand her over or not? This young master dared to kill 1.3 billion people. I don't mind carrying more blood on my back. This young master will count to 3. If you don't hand her over, I will kill without mercy." Chapter 999. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, countless people were already sweating profusely. When he finished his last sentence, countless people began to tremble. Who the hell was this? This was the legendary monarch. This king bastard was simply a bandit, calling the Lan family to confront him. If he could bring someone from the Lan family out, it clearly meant that the Lan family did not want to offend either side. If he offended either side, wouldn't he be annihilated? He had spent a long time with Blue Rain in Sealed God Valley. It sounded like the two of them had been together for tens of thousands of years. Actually, many people and families had seen Yi Qinghan's information and knew that Yi Qinghan had only stayed in Sealed God Valley for a few decades. His last sentence was even more unbearable. He directly used his monarch status and his peak strength to suppress others. He did not speak politely and directly started killing. Most importantly, his words could not be refuted. Did he call the Lan family to confront him? Did he not bring Blue Rain out from Sealed God Valley? He even dared to kill 1.3 billion people. This was not just to scare people. At this moment, the seawater outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion was even redder than elsewhere. Countless people looked at Yi Qinghan in worship. What was domineering? This was domineering. There was no logic in the divine world. The fist was the strongest. The iron rules of the divine world were even more unbearable. Those were rules created by several big shots. How could the rules control the people who made the rules? The countless warriors in front of the city lord's mansion and the dozen or so venerables started to panic when they saw the killing intent that Yi Qinghan was slowly releasing and the sharp gaze of a sword. They started to curse Lonely Ying Cheng in their hearts. If they still did not understand that Lonely Ying had sent them here to make Yi Qinghan feel apprehensive and make the South Mountains sovereign appear, then they were all pigs. But Yi Qinghan dared to slap dozens of supremacies to death. Would he care about a dozen supremacies? The South Mountains sovereign hadn't appeared for a long time, and everyone's hair stood on end. As Yi Qinghan counted to 1, more than half of the supremacies wanted to teleport. The martial artists nearby were all excited. Their eyes were wide open, afraid to miss even a second. A battle between sovereigns. To be able to see his mother once in a lifetime, it was worth it. 2. Yi Qinghan stretched out 2 fingers, and his killing intent became even stronger. At the same time, he began to transmit a message to Yaroji. The Dream Palace was a very special divine artifact. The coordinates to enter the God Realm were not fixed. Instead, wherever Yi Qinghan was, the enchantress would be able to instantly lock onto that coordinate. Cherry blossoms, are you sure you don't want to leave the South Ridge continent? After the transmission, Yi Qinghan began sending Cherry Blossoms a voice transmission. Cherry Blossoms stood behind him the entire time without wavering. And strangely, after Lonely Ying and company appeared, none of them gave Cherry Blossoms a glance. It was as though she wasn't a member of the Ying family. Or perhaps, they felt that the Ying family would lose face if they stood against the Ying family with someone else. Heh, I'm actually no different from the Ying family's side relatives. After my father died in battle, the Ying family no longer treats me as a prince. Cherry Blossom's voice transmission was very desolate, and there was even a hint of sarcasm in it. Ever since the Soul Emperor Pavilion, all her subordinates had betrayed her and become the bald commander. She had lost all hope for the Ying family. All right, don't resist. Blue Rain, don't worry. Uncle and Auntie, I will definitely bring them to your side safely. Yi Qinghan turned his head and gave Blue Rain a resolute look. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms nodded before vanishing without any warning. Following that, Yi Qinghan slowly turned his head and looked at Lonely Ying. He bellowed, 1 word. Are you going to hand them over or not? Lonely Ying remained silent as his eyes turned even more sinister. The corners of his mouth even suffused a cruel smile. For a person to enter seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years for a woman, going from the godly monarch realm to the high-grade supremacy realm, it could be said that his personality had changed. Death was nothing to him. Most importantly, he wasn't a fool. He believed that the South Ridge sovereign would definitely not watch as more than half of the South Ridge continent's experts were wiped out by Yi Qinghan. Therefore, he said, no. With the 2 words, Lonely Ying Cheng, all the supremacies had a change in expression. Even the 4 supremacies from the Ying family wore looks of horror. The army that numbered in the tens of thousands was in even worse states. Countless people began to tremble because Yi Qinghan had vanished. What replaced it was a pressure that seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Everyone's body sank slightly. Solitary Ying and the other 4 were all pressed down. The moment the 5 of them landed on the ground, the bluestone bricks on the plaza shattered into countless pieces. A gigantic face appeared in the sky. The gigantic face seemed very clear. The eyes were the eyes, the nose was the nose, and the mouth was the mouth. However, it looked very blurry. Although one could see it clearly, one could not retain the memory of this face in one's mind. With the appearance of this gigantic face, even the wind stopped blowing across the entire South Ridge city. It was as if black clouds were pressing down, suffocating everyone. This massive pressure did not just press down on the bodies of the martial artists in the city, but also directly pressed down on their souls. This feeling was like an ordinary person facing a demonic beast that was dozens of meters tall. They felt so tiny and powerless. Willpower. This was the power of willpower. Under the envelopment of willpower, space was frozen. Everyone could only think, but they could not move. They could not even breathe. Under willpower, no one could stop it. These words were not empty words. At this moment, The tens of millions of people in the city truly felt the heavenly might of willpower. Heavenly might could not be resisted. He really dared to make a move. This was the first thought that came to the minds of all the martial artists in Southridge City. This time, not only did the martial artists and supremacies in front of the city lord begin to feel fear, even the souls of all the martial artists in the city began to tremble. Everyone knew that when the frigid night sovereign's palm struck down, not even a single divine crystal was left behind for 1.3 billion people. And there were only tens of millions of people in Southridge City. Under this oppressive might, even lonely Ying Cheng's confidence began to waver. He had always thought that he was not afraid of death, but ever since he became the king of Southridge City, he began to enjoy the endless benefits that authority brought him. His mentality began to change subtly. At this moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. How could he die like this? No, absolutely not. Countless supremacies began to regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have teleported away. After all, their lives were their own, but everyone knew that it was too late. The pressure in the sky was becoming increasingly heavy. That mountain-like spatial power seemed as if it would come crashing down in the next second. It would crush them to pieces. Humph! A faint, cold snort suddenly resounded in the sky like the gospel of a savior. Following this cold snort, the massive pressure above Southridge City melted away like snow. It felt as if dark clouds were pressing down and a storm was about to descend, but as the sun shone down, the sky suddenly cleared up. When the pressure faded away and everyone regained control of their bodies, they felt their backs drenched in sweat. Their faces revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. No one could care about wiping the sweat off their faces. Their gazes all locked onto the northern part of the city, locking onto a giant face that had suddenly appeared. This was a giant face that was even more domineering and arrogant than Yi Qinghan's. At this moment, everyone began to tremble. They knew that their guardian god had arrived. Their true king had arrived. Chapter 1000. Yi Qinghan, what's the meaning of this? The South Mountain's sovereign had to show up. His descendants were about to be slapped to death. If he didn't show up, he wouldn't be a sovereign anymore. He thought that Yi Qinghan was just scaring them. At first, he wanted to watch the show from the side and see the hearts of his subordinate. Solitary Ying Cheng made him look at him in a new light. This kid's temper was as stubborn as his. He was glad that the sovereigns of the South Mountains didn't leave. No matter what, he had succeeded as the South Mountains sovereign. However, Yi Qinghan had made him very unhappy. You didn't care about your identity as a sovereign and bullied people in South Mountain City. You actually dared to kill them? Do you think I'm a fake sovereign? When I became one of the 8 sovereigns, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. Ying Kuei, what's the meaning of this? Your descendants kidnapped my father-in-law and mother-in-law and refused to release them. Since you don't want to show up, I can only teach these unfilial descendants a lesson on your behalf. Yi Qinghan's lazy voice resounded. Since the South Mountain sovereign had called him by his name, and his tone was a little unfriendly, it was obvious that he didn't care about him when they first met. He wasn't going to be polite anymore. He was always like this. If others respected him, he would return the favor tenfold. Although he was a sovereign, his character hadn't changed. Humph, my descendants don't need you to teach them a lesson. The South Mountain sovereign's tone became even colder. Yi Qinghan's words didn't give him any face. If Yi Qinghan wasn't related to Lord Devour, he would have started a fight already. Did he really think that just because he had comprehended the eternal space by luck, he could be compared to the real sovereigns who had broken through using the ultimate mystery? He suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently, "For dear Wu's sake, retreat. I will treat it as if nothing happened today." Yi Qinghan was silent, but he started to send a message to Lord Devour. Although he was using the space power and heaven and earth energy to create a giant face, Yi Qinghan's body didn't change. He was just hiding inside the giant face. Sovereigns all liked to be mysterious. Of course, he would not destroy the image of a sovereign in the hearts of ordinary martial artists for no reason. The moment Yi Qinghan fell silent, all the cultivators in Nanling City became excited. What did this mean? This showed how domineering their sovereign was. With a single sentence, he was able to scare the arrogant frigid night sovereign. Countless people even began to imagine how Yi Qinghan would escape from Nanling City with his tail between his legs. Yi Qinghan didn't mind it. He simply told Lord Devour what had happened. Lord Devour's reply came fast, with only a few words. If you want to fight, let's fight. Yi Qinghan was shaken. Lord Devour never lied. When he said it, he meant it. Of course, he was sure that he wanted to fight. Not to mention that Lord Devour had given him so much confidence, even if he didn't have Lord Devour's support, he would still do it. He was indebted to the Empress of Rain. Furthermore, she was his woman. When he was still the seventh son of the Yi family, he dared to use a brick to knock out the second young master of the Yi family. Right now, the Southern Mountains sovereign was a lower rank 9. He was also a lower rank 9. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, he said, hand him over. I'll leave immediately. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The Southern Mountains sovereign cursed. Actually, he was very clear about this matter. Since Yi Qinghan took Blue Rain away, it was equivalent to him losing face. Now, he still wanted him to hand him over. Wasn't this telling the entire immortal world that he, the Southern Mountains sovereign, was afraid of Yi Qinghan? Did he still want his face? Without face, the hearts of the people would scatter. How could he lead the team? Yi Qinghan, leave. The Southern Mountains sovereign raised his voice and emphasized the word leave. Even a fool could hear the anger in these words. It was obvious that the Southern Mountains sovereign was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The fact that he didn't flip out was already giving Yi Qinghan face. Ha ha, an ear-piercing laughter rang out in the sky above the Southern Mountains sovereign. As soon as the Southern Mountains sovereign finished speaking, it immediately rang out. The laughter came from the giant face in the square. It was extremely loud and resounded throughout the entire Southern Mountains city. Even the mountains in the distance echoed. The monsters hidden in the mountains in the distance fled in all directions in fear. The birds flew away in all directions. The Southern Mountains sovereign's expression changed. Others couldn't see it, but Yi Qinghan could feel it. A sovereign controlled the power of space. He didn't need to use his divine sense. Just the power of space alone could sense every movement in his surroundings. This was also why it was difficult for a sovereign to be ambushed. No matter how you ambushed him, the space would still fluctuate, right? Lonely Ying's expression changed. The expressions of the over 20 supremacies changed. The expressions of the tens of millions of martial artists below the city changed. The laughter was ear-piercing. Even a pig could feel the mockery. It was a blatant slap in the face and a declaration of war. Slapping the Southern Mountains sovereign's face made them feel even more uncomfortable than slapping their faces. If it was a declaration of war between two sovereigns, when the nest was overturned, how could the eggs remain intact? The laughter finally stopped. Yi Qinghan's domineering voice was accompanied by a powerful prowess that enveloped the entire Southern Mountains city once again. He only said 2 words. However, these 2 words were abnormally firm and without any intention of negotiation. Hand over the person. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Come to the east of the city. If you slap me to death, you will have the final say in the entire Southern Mountains continent. The Southern Mountains sovereign couldn't tolerate it any longer. He was very experienced and had a strong backing. He didn't care about many of the sovereigns in the immortal world. If any random sovereign came over and slapped him in the face, how could he continue living in the immortal world? Therefore, his words were filled with boundless killing intent. It was a direct declaration of war. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid. He was even a little excited when he spoke. He wanted to experience a battle between sovereigns. Just as he was about to control the giant face to move, an indifferent voice interrupted his actions. Ying Kuei, give me face and forget about this matter. Let him go. The voice belonged to a man. It sounded abruptly and very faintly. Under everyone's astonished gaze, another giant face appeared in the south of Southern Mountains City. Many people were unfamiliar with this face, but Yi Qinghan and Ying Kuei were very familiar with it. Jida actually came. The Southern Mountains sovereign was preparing to go out of the city to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Although he wouldn't slap him to death, he would slap him until he was half dead. That woman probably wouldn't say anything. He didn't expect that the peacemaker would come. Jida actually came out personally for Yi Qinghan. Jida, it's not that I don't give you face. It's the frigid night sovereign who doesn't give me face. Naturally, I won't give him face. The Southern Mountains sovereign was in a pinch. Since someone was going to be the peacemaker and Jida was here, Yi Qinghan obviously wouldn't casually make a move. Since that was the case, he had to show his stance. Then, are you going to give me face? Just as the martial artists below were incomparably shocked, excited, and glad that they could see three sovereigns at the same time, an emotionless female voice sounded again. Then, in front of everyone's stupefied gazes, another giant face condense. This giant face didn't wait for the Southern Mountains sovereign to reply and said in an incomparably domineering manner, "Hand him over, or else. Southern Mountains City will be turned into ashes." The four sovereigns had gathered in Southern Mountains City. Lord Devour had arrived. His appearance was still incomparably domineering. He was even more domineering than the Toyota tyranny. Chapter 1001. The Soul Emperor had many women under him, and two of them were the most famous, Enchantress and Dancing Maiden. The Enchantress charms the world and kills people invisibly. The Dancer is cold-blooded and merciless. She kills people like slaughtering dogs. Devour Butterfly Dance, this name was given by the Soul Emperor. Back then, the Butterfly Dance battle god had caused the god bandits of the Wandering Sea to tremble in fear. She had never left anyone alive. She was the Soul Emperor's #1 killer. After the Soul Emperor died, Lord Devour changed her name to Devour Butterfly. She told the divine world that this butterfly of hers wouldn't fly anymore. In truth, after the Soul Emperor had died, Dia Wu had rarely killed anyone. The only times she had fought were for Yi Qinghan. Today, Lord Devour bared her fangs one more time. It was also for Yi Qinghan. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said that she wanted to massacre the entire city. If Yi Qinghan didn't give the Southern Mountains sovereign any face, then Lord Devour was slapping him in the face without giving him any face at all. The beating was loud and clear. The South Mountain sovereign's face changed completely. He had always disliked Lord Devour, so naturally, he didn't treat Yi Qinghan well either. He also knew that Lord Devour didn't like him. However, he didn't expect that Lord Devour would tear all pretense of cordiality and bully him. However, he didn't know how to respond to this. If he released him, he would lose all his face. If he didn't, should he? This crazy woman was capable of anything. It was possible that she would be the first sovereign to die in the divine world in the past several million years. Yi Qinghan kept silent. Since Lord Devour was here, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. The ethereal monarch also kept quiet. He knew that the real boss of the ethereal continent was this woman. In this world, the strongest fist was the absolute truth. Nanling City was completely silent. Even the sound of someone farting could shake the surroundings. Of course, even if someone wanted to fart right now, they would hold it back. Buzz. Apparently, Lord Devour wasn't that patient. The space fluctuated, and Lord Devour's face disappeared, replaced by a big hand, a big, beautiful hand that was even bigger than the square of South Mountain City. But that wasn't important. What was important was that this giant hand was slowly descending towards the front of the City Lord's mansion. This crazy woman. The South Mountains sovereign cursed in his heart. This crazy woman really dared to kill without any warning. He hurriedly roared, "Dia Wu, stop. Lone Ying Cheng, let." Bang. Before he could finish, his words were replaced by an earth-shattering sound. After Lord Devour appeared, Solitary Ying wanted to release them, but Ying Kuei didn't say anything. At this moment, he also wanted to release them, but he couldn't. The South Mountains sovereign's bellow didn't make the gigantic hand tremble or stop. Instead, it slammed down on the square. Coincidentally, there was a finger that covered the 5 venerables of Lone Cherry City. Dust flew into the air, and the entire Nanling City shook. Countless tall buildings collapsed, and on the huge square, a huge and clear palm print covered the entire square. This palm strike was very particular, it was very imposing, but it didn't kill many people. Only 5 died, the 5 supreme experts of the Ying family. However, the South Mountain sovereign's heart was bleeding and his face was twitching. However, he didn't dare to move. He couldn't even speak properly. This was because Yi Qinghan and the Misty Monarch moved. The 2 giant faces turned into 2 giant hands, and 3 giant hands appeared in the sky. The South Mountain sovereign knew that if he dared to move just now, he would probably be the next one to attack, and it would be 3 simultaneous attack. In the Misty Continent, there was a crazy woman. Now, there was an even crazier person than Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and from the looks of it, Jida was also led astray. Lord Devour's cold voice floated over again, still incomparably domineering. You said it too late. Let me ask you again, are you going to let them go? Let them go. The South Mountain sovereign's 2 words were almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. The anger and coldness in his words weren't concealed at all. Yi Qinghan and the other 2 could feel that the South Mountain sovereign's face had already turned black. Aggrieved. Incomparably aggrieved. This was the 3rd time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. The first time was when his woman was snatched away, so he killed that person's entire family. The second time was even more unbearable. After becoming a sovereign, no one dared to be disrespectful to him, except for this woman, this crazy woman, and now, Yi Qinghan. Although his heart was already burning, he didn't act rashly. Not to mention Lord Devour, just Jida and Yi Qinghan were enough to make him suffer. He was a sovereign, yes, but there were 3 of them. They were quickly brought out. Lan Yu's parents were both god emperors, but from the looks of it, they were god emperors that refined divine crystals. The 2 of them were terrified. Ever since they knew that solitary Ying Cheng had come out of seclusion and became the Ying family head, they had been terrified. At this moment, they were looking at the giant palm on the plaza and the 4 giant faces in the sky. They were scared out of their wits, and their bodies were trembling. Buzz! Yi Qinghan's giant face disappeared, and Yi Qinghan slowly flew down. He smiled at the 2 of them and said, Uncle, Auntie, I've frightened you. Lan Yu asked me to bring you back. Lan Yu's father moved his lips, but he didn't dare to speak. He looked like an honest farmer. On the other hand, Lan Yu's mother wiped her hands and said with a trembling voice, Lord, do you know our little Yu? The 2 of them didn't have a high position in the family, and it could even be said that they were no different from servants. However, they were from big families, and they had seen important people before. They were very confused. Didn't the giant faces in the sky represent sovereigns? But there were 4 giant faces just now. Could there be 4 sovereigns? The 2 of them didn't dare to believe this. Moreover, this smiling young man in front of them seemed to be a giant face. And he was still calling them uncle and auntie. At this moment, Nanling City was so strange that the 2 of them were a little confused. However, Lan Yu's mother felt that calling him Lord wasn't wrong. Yi Qinghan didn't know how to explain, so he directly sent a message to Yaroji and had Lan Yu come out. Yaroji immediately sent Lan Yu out. The mysterious place of the Dream Palace was revealed once more. As long as Yi Qinghan was there, he could instantly lock onto his coordinates. As soon as Lan Yu appeared, she saw her haggard parents. She burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's embrace. Lan Yu's parents were clearly very excited. They thought that Lan Yu had died. Not long ago, they heard that Lan Yu had appeared in the Misty Continent. Then, they were suddenly captured. Now that they saw Lan Yu, how could they not be excited? Father, mother, Blue Rain has caused you to suffer. Lan Yu knelt on the ground. Her mother also knelt on the ground. The 2 of them were a complete mess of tears. Blue Rain's father looked here and there anxiously. He was nervous, excited, and mostly afraid. Lan Yu, tell your parents not to resist. Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at Lan Yu. This wasn't a place to chat. Since they had kidnapped and killed people, it was best to retreat first. After sending the 3 of them to the Dream Palace, Yi Qinghan was just about to send a message to Lord Devour, when he discovered something strange. Lord Devour and the Misty Monarch weren't there. The sky was just a condensed image. He couldn't lock onto them, so he could only send a message. Go to the Dream Palace and then directly come back. After receiving Lord Devour's message, Yi Qinghan nodded. He waved his hand at the southern mountain monarch, as if saying goodbye. Then, he disappeared and entered the Dream Palace. As Yi Qinghan disappeared, the two giant faces of the Misty Monarch and Lord Devour also gradually faded. They quietly left, just like they had quietly come. They didn't leave a single word, but they left behind a handprint that covered the entire plaza. It was as if they were mocking everyone. Chapter 1002. Bang! The South Mountain Sovereign's face also disappeared. What was left was a huge hand. Of course, he didn't slap down towards the city. Instead, he slapped towards the towering mountain in the east of the city. There was a huge mountain in the east called Southridge Mountain. It was 10,000 meters tall and was once a famous scenic spot in the Southridge continent. It was also one of the symbols of Southridge City. Under the Southridge Sovereign's rage, the entire mountain was slapped in half. Mud and stones flew everywhere and countless low-level demonic beasts were smashed into powder. The scene was extremely shocking. The millions of people in the city heard the roar in their ears. They all knelt on one knee in fear. They knew that the Southridge Sovereign was furious and aggrieved. In fact, they were equally furious and aggrieved. Of course, there was also a tinge of relief. But, what could they do? There were 3 sovereigns over there. Moreover, there was no right or wrong in this matter. In the god world, experts were respected. Even if Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Kid killed the Southridge Sovereign and turned Southridge City into ashes, no one in the god world dared to say anything. No one in the god realm dared to say anything. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Ying Kuei. Who asked him to snatch a woman from the frigid night sovereign? Having the strength to snatch a woman was domineering. Without the strength, it was courting death. The world was just that cruel. After the slap, the Southridge Sovereign didn't care about Southridge City anymore. The giant hand suddenly disappeared and so did his body. He started to teleport towards the Star Sea. His teleportation speed was very fast. The space in the Southridge continent was rather stable. After a while, he arrived at the Star Sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued teleporting. The distance he teleported did not change, as though he didn't see the space cracks in the Star Sea. Monarchs had the ability to control space, so they could indeed ignore these small cracks. Even if they were sucked in, they could just come out. Moreover, they were extremely sensitive to space. How could they be sucked in so easily? Li Kong, open the barrier. I want to see Lord. Ying Kuei appeared above the Supreme Island in an instant and frowned as he looked down at the flickering barrier. He knew about this barrier. Even if he wanted to enter, it would be impossible unless he forcefully attacked. Therefore, he could only rely on the power of space to lock onto Li Kong and transmit his voice. Li Kong had been in a bad mood recently. How could he be in a good mood after someone died in his family? His most beloved son had died. There were originally 3 venerables in the family, but now there were only 2. Most importantly, his cyan netherworld battle armor was gone. It was a super supreme grade battle armor that could defend against any venerable's attack. The reason why he became the number 1 venerable was because of this battle armor. The God Realm's one and only set of battle armor, goddammit, was smashed to pieces by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was sitting in the newly built courtyard, cursing and cursing Yi Qinghan. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly spread the rumor and call him by his name? He subconsciously wanted to curse, but his body shuddered. His fat head bounced up and down as he knelt down on one knee. Li Kong greets Southridge Sovereign. Activate the shield. The South Mountain's Sovereign used his divine senses to lock onto Li Kong. Of course, he knew what Li Kong was talking about. He transmitted his voice once more with an extremely cold tone. Li Kong hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, "Sir, it's not that I don't want to open it, but the monarch has given a death order. Unless someone attacks Supreme Island, he is not to be disturbed. If I disturb him, he will kill me. Also, I think he might not. See you now." The South Mountain's Sovereign's face darkened. His eyes flickered before he snorted and teleported towards the north. The north of the God Realm was the Wind Moon continent. At the northernmost part of the Wind Moon continent was a sea. In the sea, there was an island. The island was huge, almost a quarter of the size of the misty continent. But not many people in the god realm knew about this continent, because ordinary people couldn't find this continent at all. It was obvious that Ying Kuei wasn't an ordinary person. After teleporting for a day, he arrived at an island covered in ice and snow. The god realm didn't have lightning or rain, let alone ice and snow. Unless it was created by an artifact like the flying snow island. But this island was made of real ice and snow because there were countless ice blocks and icebergs floating on the surface of the sea. In reality, this wasn't created by an artifact. This island was called Ice and Snow Island. An ancient race lived on the island, the Ice and Snow race. The person Ying Kuei went to meet was the island lord of Ice and Snow Island. Ying Kuei requests an audience with the queen. Outside Ice and Snow Island, Ying Kuei stood in the void. He cupped his hands and bowed. His etiquette was very thoughtful and respectful. If Ying Kuei was the boss in the South Mountains continent, he was the grandson here. "Come in." An ethereal voice came. It was a cold voice. It was a woman's voice. Ying Kuei bowed again and flew inside. It wasn't that he couldn't teleport here, but he didn't dare to. Flying into Ice and Snow Island, he saw white along the way. The trees were white and had no green leaves. Even under the snow, these trees didn't freeze to death. Wooden houses could be seen everywhere. Of course, it was also white. It was so white that it was boring. But Ying Kuei didn't find it boring. Because the cold-looking beauties were the most beautiful seen. The women here were like ice sculptures. They were breathtakingly beautiful. There were only women here, and they were all beauties. They liked to wear snow-white dresses and had cold expressions on their faces. Looking at this place that he loved and hated, Ying Kuei's smile didn't diminish. Instead, he became more respectful. He had lived on this island for many years. He had also broken through to rank 9 on this island. Ice-Snow race was one of the ancient races. This race was really weird. They were all women and they were all extremely beautiful. Moreover, all of them were cultivation geniuses. Every once in a while, they would head to the god world to capture people. Capture men. Capture a man with outstanding talent. The goal was simple, to breed. To breed with people who needed to give birth. Like a breeding pig, he was chased around the village and the alleys. This kind of work was humiliating and enjoyable. However, the ending was really cruel. That was because in the end, those who were bred couldn't escape death. Ying Kuei was one of them. He was the only one who survived because he broke through to rank 9 here. Ice Queen let him out and promised to do something for him. If not for Lord Devour bringing him such humiliation, he wouldn't have walked into this place. This place had a past that he couldn't bear to look back on. But Lord Devour did that while his backer, Star Monarch, was in secluded meditation. If he didn't get back at him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything in the future. So, he came here to find Ice Queen to fulfill that promise. Walking into the luxurious ice-snow palace of the island master, looking at the cold-looking women beside him, looking at the contempt and mockery in their eyes, Ying Kuei seemed to remember the humiliation he had suffered under their whips, under their crotches, and under their feet. His heart was burning with rage, but he didn't show it on his face. Because he knew clearly that the woman in the palace was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look at her directly. She was too strong, ridiculously strong. The palace was still dull and white. The decorations inside were gorgeous, with all kinds of accessories that the god world didn't have. The woman sitting in the palace was really beautiful. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so elegant that one couldn't look at her directly. One didn't dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Chapter 1003. Ying Kuei greets the queen. Ying Kuei didn't want to kneel, but he instinctively knelt on one knee. Perhaps it was because this woman had left a deep impression on him during that period of time, or perhaps she was even stronger than Lord Devour, which made him afraid. Lord Devour had reached level 9 not long ago. Although many monarchs knew that she was at the upper level of level 9, they weren't convinced. After all, a nobody that they could kill with a fart had climbed up to their heads. It was hard for them to accept. However, this woman was different. She had been one of the overlords of the god realm for a very long time, and had accumulated her power for a very long time. Moreover, she had been at the 9th level for far too long, and no one knew if her strength had improved by now. When Yi Qinghan wanted to go to the southern mountain continent, Lord Devour had told him that he couldn't go to the northernmost region, which was the icy and snow island. The woman on the frozen throne sat motionlessly like an ice sculpture. If it wasn't for the invisible aura emanating from her body and the chilling coldness in her eyes, even Ying Kuei would have thought that she was really an ice sculpture. An absolutely beautiful ice sculpture. Women who had become a god could change some features of their bodies, such as making their waists more slender, their facial features more exquisite, their legs longer, and their breasts more voluptuous. However, no matter how much they changed, they couldn't become truly beautiful. Because the changes were always imperfect and unnatural, giving people a sense of blemish. However, there were some women that you could recognize at first glance that their bodies and features were absolutely original. They were the kind of natural beauties that people couldn't forget at first glance. No doubt, the woman on the throne belonged to this category. "What's the matter?" The woman opened her mouth, but her lips just moved a little. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even see her lips move. Her voice was as cold as before. "Sir, please help me kill 2 people. Ying Kuei didn't get up, but respectfully said. He slightly lifted his head to look at the woman, his eyes full of hope. The woman opened her mouth again. "Who?" "Devour Dia Wu, Yi Qinghan," Ying Kuei said quickly, but he didn't explain anything. He knew that the people of the Ice and Snow Island rarely went out, but they knew everything that happened in the divine world like the back of their hands. The woman fell silent, but her body moved. She stretched out a jade-white hand and gently placed it on the armrest of the ice throne. She lightly knocked on it, making a series of da-da-da sounds. This sound rang in Ying Kuei's ears, but it made his heart beat along with it. It was incomparably strange. After a long time, the woman finally said, "Change your request. I can't agree to this. Lord, why?" Ying Kuei was stunned. From Ice Queen's tone, she could kill the 2 of them. But he didn't want to kill him. The woman's eyes spun as a look of dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. However, she still explained in the end, "Shadia Wu, I can't kill her. Her true body isn't in the godly realm. As for Yi Qinghan, he couldn't be killed. If you don't have any requests now, go back." Ying Kuei was even more stunned. After a while, he realized that the Ice Queen had already disappeared from the ice throne. He could only sigh and fly out. After leaving the Ice and Snow Island, he could only teleport back. However, when he returned to the southern mountain continent, he still didn't understand the meaning of the Ice Queen's words. He looked at the huge palm print in the city from afar, and his eyes flickered with a sinister light. After pondering for a long time, he could only sigh deeply. Although it was hard to swallow, he had no choice but to swallow it for the time being. "Little you, did you really become a 7th grade war god? And that lord just now, was he really a monarch?" In the huge illusory palace, only Lan Yu and her parents were left. Although Lan Yu explained it clearly, her parents still felt like they were in a dream. How did their daughter become a 7th grade war god in the blink of an eye? And she even found a monarch as her son-in-law? To the 2 of them, who had suffered the coldness and mockery of their families for hundreds of thousands of years, this was simply a fantasy story. A monarch. Such a remote and supreme existence actually became their son-in-law? You don't have to call him Lord. He's a good person. Just call him Qinghan. For you, he could directly declare war on Ying Kuei, which shows that he respects you a lot. Father, mother, little you has made you suffer. I promise that when you go to the Flame Dragon City, you will live a good life. Lan Yu's face was full of smiles, which she couldn't hide. She was like the peach blossoms after the spring rain, so gorgeous, so brilliant. Lan Yu's mother's appearance was not bad, but her body couldn't hide the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, she had cried enough, and her eyes were full of gratification. She nodded and said, "Yes, I believe that our little you has grown up. Your father and I have been waiting for this day." Lan Yu's father slightly bent over, rubbed his hands, and moved his lips. He wanted to say something several times, but he didn't dare to. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Little Yu, when are we going to the Flame Dragon City? I still feel uneasy." "Don't worry, father. Qinghan has gone to the Flame Dragon Island to handle some matters. After he finishes, he will take us away. Moreover, this place is absolutely safe." Lan Yu looked at her father's timid appearance and felt a burst of heartache. After she became the family's genius, her father's back was straight for a few years. However, after she ran away from the marriage, his days in the Lan family must have been even more difficult, right? From the way he subconsciously bent over, it could be seen that he had been bending over for these hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Qinghan had indeed gone to the Flame Dragon Island. The Flame Dragon Island was not far from the Soul Emperor Island. The Illusion Palace was inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so of course he could control the restrictions and casually teleport out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Since he was going to return to the Misty Continent from the Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't give up on the Flame Dragon Island. His and Yu Qingqing's ancestors were there. He left the Illusion Palace for Lan Yu and her parents to reminisce about old times, and brought everyone else out. Ignoring the 8 supremacies guarding the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he had Yaroji bring them and teleport. In just 2 days, everyone found the Flame Dragon Island. Of the nearby islands, aside from Soul Emperor Island, Flame Dragon Island was the largest. One could easily find it by asking around. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In fact, the Flame Dragon Island was only a few tenths of the size of the Peach Blossom Island. However, when Yi Qinghan brought Xiao Hei and a group of beauties and appeared out of nowhere on the Flame Dragon Island, the residents on the island were frightened. That was because the island's protective barrier didn't even tremble. These people had teleported. With Yi Qinghan's strength, he didn't need to use spatial power. He could just use his divine sense to easily scan the entire island. There were more than a dozen tribes on the island and a small city. The city's name was actually Flame Dragon City. There were only a few 100,000 residents on the island, but the strongest person was only a 5th-grade war god. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that he didn't detect the Night Emperor and the others on the island. The ancestral portraits of the 5 great families were placed on the ancestral halls of each family. Yi Qinghan had been worshipping them since he was young, so how could he not recognize them? Yu Qingcheng also came out of seclusion. She scanned the area with her divine sense but didn't find the Moon Queen. A black figure, accompanied by several emperor gods, quickly flew out of the small city. Then, they fearfully knelt on one knee in midair and saluted. The leader was the 5th-grade war god. He respectfully and even fearfully said to Yi Qinghan and the others, "Greetings, my lords. I am the city lord of the Flame Dragon City, Yi Liushui. What orders do you have for me?" "Your name is Yi Liushui?" Yi Qinghan slightly raised his eyebrows and quickly asked, "Who are you to the Night Emperor?" The 5th-grade war god's body trembled. He was extremely startled. However, seeing that these people didn't seem to have any ill intentions, he boldly said, "My lord, the Night Emperor is my father." Ah! Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. He quickly pulled the 5th-grade war god up and knelt on one knee in front of him. He respectfully said, "The 136th generation descendant of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan, pays his respects to the elder god." Chapter 1004. As soon as Yi Qinghan knelt down, everyone behind him immediately knelt down as well. This frightened the 5th-grade war god, Yi Liushui. There was no doubt that there were venerables among this group of people. Furthermore, all of them looked wealthy and respectable. With so many beauties and all kinds of temperaments, he was dazzled. Temperament was not something that could be cultivated by just anyone. "Sir, this," Yi Liuyun quickly wanted to help Yi Qinghan up, but she was afraid of being rude. She didn't dare to stand and knelt down as well. However, she suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "Oh right, you said that you are the 136th generation descendant of the Yi family? Which Yi family are you talking about?" "Flame Dragon Continent, Kang City, Yi family," Yi Qinghan said firmly. At the same time, his expression became even more respectful. This was because he found something on Yi Liuyun's body. Beast battling space. The Yi family's exclusive beast battling space. What? Are you really a descendant of the Yi family? Yi Liuyun's eyes suddenly widened and an ecstatic smile appeared on her face. She hurriedly helped Yi Qinghan up and said, get up, child. Yi Qinghan was also very excited. If this was the Night Emperor's son, then he was truly an ancestor. Although his status and strength were different now, since childhood, the Night Emperor was the true god in the hearts of the Yi family. Being able to see the son of a true god, of course he would be a little excited. Xiao He, beast merging, Yi Qinghan shouted. Xiao He immediately turned into a shadow and entered Yi Qinghan's body. Although Xiao He had transformed into a human, he could transform into his divine beast form at any time. Of course, he could merge. That's right. It's the Yi family's beast god special skill. You are indeed a descendant of our Yi family. Looking at Yi Qinghan's sudden surge of divine power and the small beast tattoo on the corner of his forehead, Yi Liuyun became even more excited. The Night Emperor had said that apart from the Yi family, no one else could merge with a battle beast. He hurriedly said to Yi Qinghan and the people around him, kids, come, let's go. Let's talk after we enter the city. This place is simple and crude. Please don't take offense. Yi Qinghan released the beast fusion, and the group flew towards the small city. There were tens of thousands of people living in the city, and there were also dozens of tribes nearby. Seeing Yi Liuyun lead a group of people towards the city lord's mansion, countless people popped their heads out from their rooms, streets, and corners to look at them curiously. Yi Qinghan looked at the people below him warmly. He could easily sense that there were countless people with battle beasts. Others might not be able to sense it, but as a descendant of the Yi family, he was very powerful. Of course, he could sense it. They entered the hall of the city lord's mansion. It was quite spacious inside. Of course, it was too small for the real Fire Dragon City's city lord's mansion. Everyone sat down, and a few maids immediately served fragrant tea. These maids all looked respectfully at the guests in the room. Some were respectful, some were envious, and some were slightly jealous. Can you wait for a moment? Suddenly, Yu Qingcheng spoke. Yi Qinghan and Yi Liuyun looked over in surprise. The maid who was stopped by Yu Qingcheng hurriedly knelt down and said fearfully, "My lord, don't, stand up." Yu Qingcheng, who had been extremely calm, could no longer remain calm. She hurriedly stood up and helped the maid up. She asked, "Are you from the Yu family? Are you a descendant of the Moon Queen?" "Yes, what's wrong, my lord?" The maid nodded, looking confused. This time, it was Yu Qingcheng who hurriedly knelt down. Yi Qinghan and the others looked awkward. Should they kneel or not? Enough. Don't talk about these empty formalities. The immortal realm doesn't care about seniority, only strength. In the end, Yi Liuyun waved her hand and got rid of the awkwardness of Yi Qinghan and the others. When everyone was seated again, 4 people flew in from outside. There were 3 men and 1 woman. There was nothing special about their appearance, but the woman was rather seductive. However, she was merely displaying her slight skill in front of Yarou Ji. Yi Liuyun hurriedly stood up and explained to Yi Qinghan, "Yi Qinghan, come. Let me introduce you. The 2 beside me are also descendants of the Fire Dragon continent. Their names are Xia Fei and Xia. This is Feng Lei, the son of the Wind Monarch. This is Xuehua, the son of the Flower Monarch. This is Yu Yin, the daughter of the Moon Queen and also Hua Wu's wife. Greetings to all the seniors." Yi Qinghan gestured with his eyes. Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and Yin Ling'er all stood up. This time, they did not kneel. Instead, they respectfully bent their bodies and knelt. The 4 of them were not very strong. Hua Wu and the Moon Queen were peak god kings, while the other 2 were only second-level god kings. There were only 3 people on the entire island who were god emperors. Xia Fei and Xia had just become god emperors. The weakest person on Yi Qinghan's side was a god king. If they all knelt, they would probably all be scared to death. After bowing, Yi Qinghan solemnly explained, "Seniors, this is Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and Yin Ling'er. We're all from the Fire Dragon continent. Qingcheng is a descendant of the Moon Queen, the 3 of us are descendants of the Yi family, And Ling is also from the continent. The four of them were stunned, and their expressions were the same as Yi Liuyun's. This was especially true for Yu Yin, who hurriedly pulled Yu Qingcheng over and carefully examined her. Yi Liuyun smiled and had the four of them take their seats. Only then did she look at Yi Qinghan. Although he could not sense the strength of many of the people Yi Qinghan had brought, he could tell that this young man was their leader. Yi Liuyun curiously asked, "I heard father talk about the Fire Dragon continent. They've always wanted to go back, but they never had the chance. How did you come to the God Realm? Wasn't Purple Island sealed? Also, how did you find this place? The Misty Continent is very far from here. Also, if you don't mind, can you tell me how strong you are?" Yi Qinghan smiled. He could tell something from Yi Liuyun's words. After a few moments of thought, he asked, "Were the ancestors forced out of the Misty Continent by the dual pupil nether race? Did they end up here? Also, have you been sealing off the island recently?" The five of them, along with the two next to Yi Liuyun, were stunned. They stared at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Their expressions confirmed this to Yi Qinghan. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the five ancestors hadn't returned to the Fire Dragon continent for so many years. Although it was expensive to teleport to a material plane, Yi Liuyun was a 5th grade war god. It wouldn't be difficult for her to return. The only explanation was that they were afraid of the dual pupil nether race and didn't dare to return to the Misty Continent. And Yi Qinghan's deeds were everywhere in the God Realm. If the Fire Dragon Island wasn't sealed, they would definitely know about him. At the very least, they would send someone to Fire Dragon City to ask about him. Yi Qinghan pondered and didn't know how to explain. Xiao He stood up impatiently. He pointed at Yi Qinghan and said proudly, "Hehe, seniors, I can answer your question with one sentence. My boss is the #1 genius of the Fire Dragon continent and the #1 genius of the God Realm. Now, he is a 9th grade war god, the Frigid Night Sovereign. Tell me, isn't it easy for a sovereign to find you?" "What? 9th grade? Sovereign?" Thump. Xiao Hei's words frightened the 7 people in the room. 3 of them directly slid down from their chairs and looked at Yi Qinghan in fear, as if they were looking at a dreadful monster. They naturally knew about the sovereign and the 9th grade. Before the ancestors settled down on this remote island, they had also drifted in the Sea of Stars for a period of time. Of course, they also told them about the peak existences of the God Realm. But they couldn't connect the legendary supreme existences that stood in the clouds with this young man who claimed to be a descendant of the Yi family. Yi Liuyun wiped the cold sweat off his face and swallowed hard. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's ability to merge with battle beasts, he wouldn't dare believe that this person was a descendant of the Yi family. The #1 genius of the Fire Dragon continent was nothing. The #1 genius of the God Realm was also acceptable. But a descendant of more than 100 generations suddenly appeared and told him that he was already the peak existence of the God Realm. How could he accept it? Chapter 1005. Yi Qinghan smiled when he saw this. He did not explain anything. He made a very simple gesture, taking out a supreme quality god artifact from his space ring. Holding it in his left hand, origin energy appeared in his right hand, and he gently touched it. Bang! A soft sound accompanied the 2 halves of the divine sword. Although Yi Liuyun and the others had been sealed off from the island, they weren't country bumpkins. They knew that the white gas that emerged from Yi Qinghan's hand was the origin energy. This time, they were completely convinced. They couldn't help but sigh. The strongest warrior they had seen in their lives was only a 7th grade war god. They didn't expect to see a sovereign in their lives, and it was their descendant. Great Ancestor, where are Great Ancestor Night Emperor and the others? Why aren't they on the island? Yi Qinghan asked about something that had been puzzling him ever since he arrived on the island. "Qinghan, you don't have to call me Great Ancestor. The Divine Realm has its own rules. How about this, you can call me Clan Elder. You can call these people seniors. Qingwu, Qingyu, and Qingcheng, you can call them that too." Yi Liuyun hurriedly waved his hand. He felt uncomfortable being called Great Ancestor by a sovereign. Although they were all descendants of the 5 great families, strictly speaking, They were of a different bloodline from the 5 great families of the Flame Dragon continent. Seeing that they nodded, Yi Liuyun continued, "Father and the others went to search for the bloodline of the beast god." The bloodline of the beast god? Yi Qinghan, Yu Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu glanced at each other in astonishment. They looked at Yi Liuyun doubtfully, waiting for his explanation. Yi Liuyun smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know the details. Father said that our Yi family is the descendant of one of the 10 ancient gods, the beast god. The wind, flower, snow, moon 4 great families were branches of the beast god's bloodline. Father said that for millions of years, the 10 ancient gods not only dominated the divine realm but also secretly ruled over countless planes. However, after the apocalyptic war, the 10 ancient gods all fell. The heirs of the various clans were almost all dead. Those who were not dead had all escaped to the material plane or into secret realms. And right now, Father and the others are going to a secret realm to search for the lineage of the beast god." Xiao Hei jumped up and said excitedly, "Wow, boss, I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the 10 ancient god." Yi Liuyun and the others puffed their chests in pride. Fireworks, who was next to him, smiled sweetly as she looked at Yi Qinghan. She was also a descendant of one of the 10 ancient gods, a descendant of the thunder god. This meant that she and Yi Qinghan had a deep relationship. Yi Qinghan frowned and fell silent. The legends of the 10 ancient gods had always existed in the god realm, but there were no accurate historical records. Moreover, there were many different kinds of rumors. Some said that there were actually 100 ancient gods, and the 10 ancient gods were just the strongest among them. However, no one knew exactly how strong the 10 ancient gods were. It was rumored that millions of years ago, the god world had experienced an apocalyptic war. Almost all of the peak experts of the god world had died. Of course, there were many legends, but none of them were recorded in history. Yi Qinghan originally didn't care about it, but he didn't expect to hear that he was a descendant of the beast god. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan asked, "Do you know that the ancestors went to that secret realm? How strong were they when they left?" Yi Liuyun shook her head and said, "Father didn't say where they went. He only said that as long as they didn't return, the island would be sealed. Unless a venerable appeared, the seal could not be lifted. Then, they would find a way to exterminate the double-eyed netherworld race and save the fire dragon continent. Father just became a 7th grade war god, Uncle Shui and Uncle Hua are 6th grade war gods, Aunt Yu is a soul cultivator, and her soul was at the peak of the God King realm when she left. As for Uncle Hua, he has already passed away. Exterminate the double-eyed netherworld race? Save the fire dragon continent?" Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. It seemed like the Night Emperor and the others didn't forget about the descendants of the fire dragon continent. They went to the secret realm to seek help, or to make a breakthrough in their strength, and then think of a way to save the fire dragon continent. Yi Qinghan said solemnly, "Elder, seniors, I will handle the double-eyed netherworld race. You don't have to worry about the fire dragon continent. I built a city on the misty continent, also called the Fire Dragon City. Do you think it's possible to move all of them there? I have some enmity with the Star Sea, and I don't want to implicate you." This, Yi Liuyun and the others looked at each other and hesitated. After all, they weren't one of the 5 Night Emperor and the others. How could they make such a decision so easily? Moreover, after living on this island for so long, it was impossible for them to not have feelings for each other. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and let the 7 of them discuss through voice transmission. However, after a long discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and made the decision. "Elder, let's do it this way. Have a few people come with me to Fire Dragon City and take a look. While we're at it, we can understand the situation in the immortal realm before we come to a decision. I can't promise you anything else, but if the residents of the island go to Fire Dragon City, I can guarantee their safety and cultivation resources." Yi Liuyun and the others thought about it and agreed with this suggestion. After another round of discussion, they finally decided that Yi Liuyun would bring Xia Fei, Feng Lei, and the other 2. With the matter settled, Yi Qinghan didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the hall and went to the open space outside. With a wave of his hand, he took out countless divine artifacts, pills, and treasures from his spatial ring. Seeing Yi Liuyun and the others dumbfounded, Xiao He and the others did not mind. Yi Qinghan had killed so many people and even owned the Soul Emperor Pavilion. These things were nothing to him, and Yi Qinghan still had several transcendent-grade divine artifacts. After Yi Liuyun gave some instructions, Yi Qinghan nodded at Yaroji. Under the gazes of the countless martial artists on the island, everyone vanished into thin air, entering the illusory palace. Inside the illusory palace, when Lan Yu saw everyone appear, he immediately beamed. Meanwhile, Lan Yu's parents nervously looked at Yi Qinghan, at this son-in-law of theirs whose background could scare anyone to death. How about this? Those who want to cultivate in the illusory palace can cultivate here. Those who want to come with me for some fresh air can come with me. Let's get ready to go back to Fire Dragon City. In the end, most of them followed him out, while Yi Yaroreo and Yu Qingcheng continued to cultivate. In any case, they didn't have to worry about danger if they followed Yi Qinghan. It was just a sightseeing trip. Even the South Mountains sovereign was afraid, so who did they have to be afraid of? Yi Qinghan simply had the two 6th-grade war gods slow down a little. The group enjoyed the scenery along the way back and even stayed in a famous city on the Blood Knight continent for a few days. By the time they returned to the Misty Continent, half a year had passed. After following Yi Liuyun around for half a year, Yi Liuyun had also heard about Yi Qinghan's legends for half a year. When he arrived at Flame Dragon City, which was 100 times larger than their Flame Dragon City, and saw hundreds of thousands of martialists kneeling on one knee before Yi Qinghan and respectfully calling him Han Yi Monarch, he finally completely accepted this matter. Chapter 1006. The matter of entertaining Yi Liuyun was left to Yi Tianlong and the other two. Yi Liuyun immediately decided to move the entire island over. After all, there were still 2/3 of the city that was empty. Moreover, Lei Zhan was preparing to build 9 satellite cities around Flame Dragon City, so there was a lot of space. Lan Yu's parents finally confirmed that their son-in-law was not a swindler, but a true monarch, so they settled down in Flame Dragon City. However, the girls could still accept bringing back Lan Yu. After all, Rain Queen had been with Yi Qinghan for many years. However, the starry-eyed cherry blossoms that looked at Yi Qinghan all day reminded everyone that this could not go on. Thus, with Yi Qingwu as the leader, the monarch of Cold Knight's harem held a grand meeting. Yi Qinghan was present, but he had the right to listen, not speak. In the end, the meeting ended. There was only one topic, which was that Yi Qinghan was not allowed to fool around. Otherwise, after millions of years, the entire Flame Dragon City would be filled with women. Yi Qinghan wanted to protest. In fact, most of these women were the ones taking the initiative, while he was the one being passive. However, facing the harem that worked together to resist the enemy, Yi Qinghan chose to remain silent. Since ancient times, only women and villains were difficult to deal with. It was impossible to reason with a woman, let alone a group of women. With so many women living in the City Lord's mansion, it was too simple. In the end, Yi Qingwu took the lead and decided to spend a large amount of money to build several palaces in God Sealing Valley. Then, they set up a teleportation gate in the City Lord's mansion, allowing people to freely enter and exit. Yi Qinghan did not object. Didn't he work hard his entire life to give his family a good life? Moreover, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu could not cultivate anymore. Yinling Fireworks, and the others also liked to play around and were not idle. It was good to give them something to do. Lan Yu officially confirmed her identity as the monarch's official wife, but they did not hold a grand wedding. They just held a lively banquet together, which was considered to have accepted them into the group. In the future, when Fireworks and Yinling entered the family, they also planned to do the same. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan would have a headache if he had to hold a wedding every other day. When he was free, Yi Qinghan went to the Soul Devourer Palace to discuss with Lord Devourer about the date of the marriage proposal. Then, he went to Rain Butterfly Island with Yi Tianlong and the others, bringing a transcendent-grade divine artifact to propose marriage. Then, he went to Lei Zhan and Longyang Manor. Of course, he was there to propose. These days, Yi Qinghan was immersed in happiness. As for other matters, he simply did not think about them. Even the dual-pupiled Netherworld race was in a good mood and only gave them an ultimatum, telling them to scram from the Misty Continent. However, as soon as the ultimatum was issued, Netherworld City was completely empty that night. Lei Zhen conveniently sent people to occupy it, making it one of the satellite cities. Even though the Netherworld City was the territory of the Beacon Fire Beacon Hall, and even though Xiongdi had suddenly achieved the Martial Highness realm when he was attacking the Flame Dragon City, he did not complain at all. Instead, he had personally paid the Flame Dragon City a visit. He asked Lei Zhen if one city was enough. If not, the entire Fire Beacon Manor could be under Flame Dragon City's banner, changing it to Flame Dragon Manor. Yi Qinghan did not meet Xiongdi, not because he was posturing, but because he was meeting with a more important guest. In a small hall on the 5th floor of the City Lord Manor, Yi Qinghan and a middle-aged man sat opposite each other. The middle-aged man did not have a domineering face, nor did he have a sharp murderous aura. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man with a bright smile. Yi Qinghan looked at the middle-aged man with a smile and said, "Sir, if you need anything, just send me a message. I'll be there immediately. Why are you being so polite?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Brother Yi, if you call me sir again, I'll leave immediately." "Haha, Brother Jida, I was wrong. I'll punish myself with a cup of wine. You don't need to call me Brother Yi. Call me Little Han." Yi Qinghan laughed. He found Jida's temper amusing. He immediately raised his cup and drank a cup of strong wine. Jida had taken action in South Mountain City without hesitation, which had won Yi Qinghan's favor. Although he knew it was all because of Lord Devour, he could still make friends with him. "Little Han, yeah. From now on, you'll be called Little Han." Jida also drank a cup of wine. To a Divine Realm warrior, drinking wine was no different from drinking water. However, the atmosphere was better. After Jida drank, his eyes sparkled with a sincere smile as he said, "I'm here to give you a gift. I heard that you're going to marry several wives. Your luck with women is unparalleled. I'm a little jealous. It's the best gift for you to come. Don't talk about this. I know that you have 3,000 beauties in your harem. Before you became a king, your name spread throughout the divine world." Yi Qinghan smiled, revealing Jida's background. "Haha, let's not talk about this. Let's talk business." Jida waved his hand. Then, his face turned serious as he said, "Little Han, I'm going to give you half of the prefectures in the south. What do you think? Of course, if you can't handle something, you can call me at any time. Big Brother's gift is really big." Even though Yi Qinghan had experienced many things, he was still shocked. Jida's gift was really big. The Misty Continent had 108 prefectures. He was giving half of them to Yi Qinghan, which was 54 prefectures. It was equivalent to giving half of the country to Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he looked very sincere, and his tone was very solemn. This meant that as long as Yi Qinghan nodded, he would be the king of the Misty Continent South. Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan that Jida had planned to give Lord Devour the right to rule the continent. However, Lord Devour had said that he wasn't interested. This meant one thing. Regardless of whether Jida was sincere or for some other reason, the most important thing was that Jida was sincere. Yi Qinghan didn't think for too long. His face was full of smiles again. This time, he was very sincere. No matter what, Jida's intentions were sincere. He said seriously, "Yi Qinghan appreciates Big Brother's intentions. However, you know that I don't even want to manage Flame Dragon City. Do you want me to manage half of the continent? Besides, if Little Brother wants a territory, wait until I'm strong enough, then I can go and fight for it myself. Big Brother Jida, you don't have to be polite with me. Good. Heroic. Domineering." Jida slammed the table and stood up. His eyes were full of admiration and fondness. Of course, he controlled his strength. Although he slammed the table, it didn't break. Actually, he had no choice but to come here today to give the gift. It was just like when he came to Lord Devour. Of course, he didn't want to give away territories, but he had to show this gesture. A continent with 3 kings was, of course, a glorious thing in the divine world. It could also intimidate the other kings. However, they had to be united. Jida understood this. That was why he didn't hesitate to take action in Southridge City. After Yi Qinghan came back, he immediately came to show this gesture. When he saw Yi Qinghan become more intimate with him, he knew that his efforts were rewarded. If you want to take something, you have to give it first. He just showed a gesture, but he had won Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan's recognition and respect. He looked at Yi Qinghan and smiled contentedly. He was very happy. In his heart, Yi Qinghan was no less important than Lord Devour. No one knew how far a king who had cultivated for less than 100 years could go in the future. However, he knew that this genius would leave the divine world one day and fight in the sea of stars that they all longed for but didn't dare to set foot on.